Good morning, everyone. I believe you're now available in the webinar, and we appreciate you joining us this morning. My name is Barry Prentice. I'm the director of the Transport Institute and the chair for the morning of the 29th Fields on Wheels Conference, which we're very pleased to have a very nice group joining us. I think we have over 270 people who are registered. And we have a great list of speakers, which we're going to enjoy hearing some interesting presentations. To start with, I'd like to invite the Dean of Agriculture, Martin Scanlon, to come and give greetings from the university. Go ahead, Mark.
Good morning. Thank you, Barry. So welcome everyone to the 29th Annual Fields on Wheel Conference. And once again, being held as a free webinar, thanks to the support of the conference's sponsors. The theme for Fields on Wheels this year is food supply chains taking stock. And I'd like to welcome you all here from around the world to a rather chilly Winnipeg. I think Barry had said it was -24. And more specifically, welcome to the University of Manitoba. My name's Martin Scanlon. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural and Food Sciences. But I also welcome you to the University of Manitoba on behalf of Bruno Silvestre, the Dean of the IH Asper School of Business. So today's Fields on Wheel conference is going to examine some of the supply chain issues associated with getting affordable and nutritious food to Canadians. And recognizing that there is this critical relationship between land and food supply chains, and the fact that land and food are central to Indigenous identity and Indigenous ways of knowing, I'd like to make the land acknowledgement on behalf of the University of Manitoba. The University of Manitoba campuses are located on the original lands of the Anishinaabe, the Inuit, the Inuit, the Dakota Aiodi, the Dene, and on the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We respect the treaties that were made on these territories. We acknowledge their past harms and mistakes, and we also commit ourselves to moving forward, partnered with Indigenous communities in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. So enjoy today's conference, and I look forward to learning of the outcomes from this taking stock of Canada's food supply chains.
Thank you very much, Martin. I appreciate you being here. I should point out that we have a joint effort here between the Faculty of Agriculture and the Business School on the campus, which is nice to have reaching across the campus to develop this. And we thank you very much for your presence today. Our first chair in the morning is Dan Shin. Dan is an assistant professor in this Department of Supply Chain Management and a member of the Transport Institute. And Dan, I'll allow you to go forward now.
Thank you, Barry, for the introduction. My name is Dan, assistant professor in the Supply Chain Management Department. I am going to do the introduction for the first section. I'd like to first start with Dr. Sylvain Charlebois is a professor in food distribution and policy in the Faculty of Management, as well as the senior director of the Agri-Food Analytics Lab, located at Dalhousie University. He's known as the food professor. He is one of the world's most cited scholars in food supply chain management, food value chains and traceability, over 775 published peer-reviewed journal articles. He is also an editor for the prestigious Trends in Food Science Technology Journal since 2012. He has published the highly anticipated Canadian Food Price Report, providing an overview of food price trends for the coming years. He is co-host of the Food Professor podcast, now ranked as top Canadian management podcast, discussing issues in the food industries. Furthermore, his research has been featured in several newspapers and media groups, nationally as well as internationally. He has testified on several occasions before a parliamentary committee on food policy-related issues as an expert witness, and he has been asked to act as an advisor on food and agricultural policies in many Canadian provinces and other countries. I'd like to welcome Dr. Sylvain Charlebois.
Thank you very much, Dan, for this introduction. I'm very pleased to be with you today, even though I'm actually off this week. When I got the invitation from Barry, I had to accept. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Prentice, his work, his legacy, and the work that the U of M has actually done on supply chain management over the years. I've always considered the U of M as the top university in Canada when it comes to supply chain studies in general. I've always felt that there's not enough of it in Canada. We don't necessarily appreciate the power of what I consider to be the backbone of our economy. And I actually have always believed that the University of Manitoba has actually done a great job with its contribution on understanding supply chain management in general. So that's why I'm here. I'm very pleased to be here. For my talk today, I wanted to talk about food inflation. I was asked to talk about food inflation. Food inflation is a very complex issue. I assume that most people don't understand supply chain economics quite well, and will understand that food inflation doesn't happen only at the grocery store. A lot of different factors actually will make food inflation a very difficult thing to predict. Over the last 15 years, I've led this wonderful initiative called Canada's Food Price Report. Our 15th edition was actually just released last week, and I'll talk more about that. Also, I wanted to talk about what lies ahead when it comes to supply chain discipline in general in Canada, and what we should expect in 2025. So basically, the first part of my discussion will very much be about what lies ahead in 2025. Also, I want to take this opportunity to talk about carbon pricing in general. I know there's been a lot of debates in Canada about carbon pricing. We've been able to do some studies at DAL about carbon pricing in general, how it's impacting uh, food affordability, but also how it's impacting our supply chains competitiveness overall. And not only that, we've actually published 2 peer-reviewed journal articles in recent weeks, but I'm a special editor of an issue that will be released by Trends in Food Science and Technology, which I'm editor of. It will be released in January, and 11 papers actually has looked at carbon pricing from a food supply chain perspective. And I think you'll find some of the findings very interesting. And so we've been actually working on this for about a year and a half now, and we're in a position to actually share some of our results on that. And finally, I was also asked to talk about or comment about what is going to happen in Washington in January. As you are well aware, the White House will have a new tenant as of January 20th. Donald Trump is returning to the White House, and I want to talk more about what it means to the Canadian economy, what it means to our food supply chains as well. We just learned a few minutes ago that the Bank of Canada has actually reduced its benchmark rate by 0.5 point. That actually is going to impact, obviously, trades and eventually supply chains. And I suspect that this is really the beginning of several things that will likely impact supply chain effectiveness in 2025. So let's start with Canada's Food Price Report 2025, which was released last week. So as lead author, it's really a fun project because we use econometric, we use AI, and we are 4 universities working on this initiative. So we have DAL, of course, where I am. The University of Guelph is also involved, the University of Saskatchewan, and finally, the University of British Columbia. And as lead author, my job is to actually listen to all 4 campuses, and they'll have different forecasts, and every campus will actually use a different methodology to provide the project with a forecast, and all forecasts are very different. So my job is to get to some sort of consensus with the 30 scholars we have involved in the project, and that's what gets released. So last week on December 5th, our 50th edition was released, and if you're listening in and you are a forecaster or if you've done some forecasting, I'm sure you'll appreciate that it's not easy. It's extremely difficult to do, especially in light of the fact that in Canada, we don't necessarily have a whole lot of good data. And so we actually use, at Dell at least, we use American data, European data. We use a lot of data from around the world because there is a huge data deficit in Canada. And I remember the first time I spoke to your group, I think it was probably just before COVID. I think it was the year before COVID. I was invited to speak at Fields on Wheels in Winnipeg, and I basically made the same comment that it's hard to forecast or predict or plan with the data deficit that we have in Canada. So to forecast Canadian prices, we're basically using a lot of foreign data, which is quite troubling when you think about it. So our forecast this year is that we are expecting food prices to increase by anywhere between 3 to 5%, which is really above what I would consider the sweet spot for food prices. So 1.5 to 2.5%. So 3 to 5 is quite a lot. So for a family of four, we're expecting that food bill to increase by about $800 essentially. And so that food inflation rate will be pushed by essentially meat products and vegetables. So one, the meat situation, the meat trifecta situation is actually quite troubling right now. If you look at beef, for example, beef prices are skyrocketing, and we don't see how that's going to change in 2025 because the cattle herd in Canada is the same size as it was back in 1987, if you can believe it. And why? Because a lot of cattle producers are just cashing out. They're not coming back. They're cashing out. Prices are good. And so really what's going on right now is that there's just no capacity. In the US, it's even worse. Their herd size is basically the same as it was back in 1951. So beef is really struggling, and it's going to continue to struggle for a while. When are things going to turn? We don't know, but it's likely going to be probably late 2025, probably. With hogs and pork, and you guys, if you're in Manitoba, you would know a little bit about the hog industry. It's a big industry in your province. With China and everything going on there, I think there's been some recalibration there. Pork was cheap domestically. Now it's actually increasing in price after the industry recalibrated itself essentially over the last little while. I've actually been able to meet with several pork producing associations in the last several months in Alberta, Saskatchewan, just a few months ago. And also I met with some folks in Banff earlier this year. So the hog industry is doing better, but it's still things are still uncertain. As for the chicken situation, the avian flu is likely going to be impacting the flock in Canada, unfortunately, and that is going to push prices higher. Vegetables is the other story with Canada's food price report this year, and that's basically pushed by a weaker dollar. As I said this morning, we just learned that the Bank of Canada is reducing its benchmark by 0.5 point, which means that our dollar is likely to weaken as we go through 2025. So basically, to buy food from anywhere, really, it's going to cost more. And keep in mind that in Canada, we actually import $4 billion worth of food. So with America as an example, we actually import for about $32 billion worth of food every year just from America. And so that 32 billion is likely to cost more to get into the country, unfortunately. So that's really what the situation is for 2025. Now, of course, will our forecast be accurate? Well, in the last 10 years, we've been accurate 7 times out of 10. Twice we actually underestimated food inflation, and once we overestimated food inflation. So there's a 90% chance that we actually are either correct or we actually underestimated food inflation. And I'll talk about the Trump factor a little later, but I do, as a group with Canada's Food Price Report, we actually have written some comments about Trump's return to the White House and how uh, it could impact food prices in Canada and how it could actually impact trades and supply chains as well. That's certainly something that that needs to be recognized, especially for this symposium today at Fields on Wheels. So essentially, the one of the factors. So we're leaving 2024 with a food inflation rate of 2.7%, and relevant to this symposium, we need to talk about supply chain resilience. And I think, and I know that Dr. Prentice actually has commented in the media about some of the labor disruptions that we actually had to face in Canada. And frankly, as a scholar and observer, I'm deeply concerned about some of the things that are happening in Canada when it comes to labor disputes, whether it's lockouts or strike. It doesn't matter. I mean, what has happened in 2024 with the rail strikes and the situation with ports that's still ongoing right now in Montreal, these situations are quite problematic, and I'm not sure we've actually been able to deal with these situations appropriately. And I've actually had discussion with Transport Canada, and there was a task force that actually was put together a few years ago, and they actually tabled a report back in October 2022 looking at supply chain resilience. And I think of the 48 recommendations, I think a couple were followed through, and there is a secretariat, national secretariat. I've actually spoken to them, and they're trying to get people to work together to make sure that there is a continuous flow of goods. But the problem is our reputation. I mean, right now with these labor disputes, and I've actually had the pleasure to speak at an event in Tampa Bay, Florida, earlier this year about supply chain resilience, and you can feel uh, the audience was mainly American, and you could feel that our reputation is being impacted as a result of these labor disruptions, unfortunately. And I think that really this is a really big factor. Now, looking at food inflation in Canada, based on our models, we actually believe that the accumulation of these labor disputes may have actually increased the food inflation rate by a quarter point, 0.25%. So why? Because even if a rail strike lasted like 3-4 days, it doesn't matter. Companies have to plan. They have to look at other ways to move products, and that's really something that is not necessarily appreciated by, I would say, all levels of government. If you bring uncertainty to the table, it will end up costing more money. So we believe that, food inflation actually ended this year at 2.7%, but those labor disputes may have actually added 0.25% to that 2.7%, unfortunately. And these are costs that consumers don't see, and for them it's hard to understand how these things can actually make things more expensive over time. So that's one thing I wanted to mention this morning to you. Also, in the food price report, we also actually had a discussion as a group about the code of conduct. And this is very relevant to, again, Fields on Wheels, because the code of conduct, the grocer of conduct, if you don't know much about it, what was really important this year is that all five, the big five, sign on to the code of conduct. So Costco, Walmart, Loblaw, Sobeys, and Metro. So the big five, with whom I met with Minister Champagne last year, decided to sign on to this grocer code of conduct. What does that mean? Well, essentially, it means that it will bring more discipline to the supply chain. So right now, I think a lot of analysts would say that some grocers have a tremendous amount of power. The food industry, as you know, is one of the few industries you actually have to pay your customer in order to do business with them. So Pepsi will pay Loblaw to sell chips, to sell soda, and so on and so forth. And that grants a lot of power to one node of the supply chain, distribution and retailing. And this is something that really we need to recognize. Over time in Canada, we've actually seen companies, especially Loblaws and Walmart, abuse their power, essentially. You see, I'll give you one concrete example of why this is good news for consumers. Because at the end of the day, food inflation is a problem if it's too high, but price volatility is actually even worse. And that's what the code of conduct could actually lessen. It could actually bring down price volatility. Example, let's say that you are a manufacturer of juice in Winnipeg and you want to sell to Loblaw. So Loblaw will basically ask you to pay $100,000 in listing fees, for example, and other fees as well, to have the right to sell to Loblaw. And Loblaw will say, I will sell your product in the prairies, so in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. After a year, Loblaw sees that your juice is actually quite popular. So they'll say, okay, so this year we're going to charge you $500,000 in listing fees, and we're going to basically carry your product across the nation. And so as a startup, perhaps as a small company, you're at the mercy of Loblaw. You need Loblaw in order to survive and do well. So what is likely to happen is that you will commit to paying that fee, but also you'll readjust your prices essentially, and you'll raise your prices in order to offset the costs that is charged to you. And that's really why when you see in some periods of the year, when you see contracts being renegotiated in the spring and the fall, you often see more volatility at retail because of some of these extra fees and things like that. And a lot of them are actually unannounced. They just come in at the last minute. And so for companies, it's hard to plan. So distributors, grocers in Canada have so much power, they can actually make and break companies up the food chain. So I do believe that the grocer code of conduct is good news. It will be implemented in June 2025. It will bring more discipline to the market. I may actually be a wishful thinker, if you will, but I actually do think that Canada needs something like this in order to give a chance to manufacturing to do better. Because without manufacturing, it's very difficult to support an agri-food sector. We often focus on retailing, but to me, manufacturing is certainly something that is key. And I know that in Manitoba in recent years, especially when it comes to pulses, plant-based, there's been a lot of investments in your province in recent years, and I do think that there's probably some good there over the long term, because as soon as you invest in manufacturing, you can control the destiny of the entire food. It's easier to actually support farmers, and it's easier to innovate and influence distribution and retailing and cater to a consumer or a consumer base that is increasingly fragmented. Let's face it. I mean, people are looking for different things. They're looking for affordable food, of course, but they're also looking for different things. And that's what the new generations are bringing into the market, especially millennials and Gen Zs. And millennials do outnumber boomers now. So if you don't pay attention to millennials, it's going to be hard to actually get that agri-food sector to do very well over the long term. So to me, the grocery code of conduct is probably the best news we actually got in 2024, and I'm hopeful that in 2025 we'll start seeing a difference in terms of how we support food manufacturing and supply chains in general. Let's talk about the carbon tax. So I know it's a controversial subject because it became so political. But there are a lot of things that have been said about the carbon tax that I think are not necessarily accurate. And I know that, and this is something I've actually said 3 times in Parliament, twice at the House of Commons, and once at Senate. Based on the studies, the work we've done, and because I'm talking to a savvy audience when it comes to supply chain economics, I'm sure you'll understand this very much so, more than the average Canadian out there, is that you cannot correlate a very complex policy like carbon taxing and retail pricing, because there are so many things that can actually impact retail prices. And we've seen many economists say, well, the carbon tax is not impacting food prices in Canada. Or, well, the carbon tax is actually impacting retail prices. Neither are correct. It's impossible to say beyond reasonable doubt, like, how is that coefficient impacting retail prices. And this is something that I think needs to be recognized. And this is something that we've recognized in the papers that we've just published in academic journals, on top of the special issue coming out in January. This is really important for people to understand that carbon pricing is an important policy, but it's hard to measure how it impacts food affordability at retail. However, and this is a huge however, the things that we've discovered is that there are implications with wholesale prices. So up the food chain, you can actually see a difference, and you can actually extract carbon pricing as a factor impacting our supply chain's competitiveness. For example, if you look at Canada's wholesale food prices in general in an aggregate fashion versus the US since 2019, and this is a story that is not being heard right now in the media, is that wholesale food prices in Canada have increased by almost 40% more than in the US since 2018. Now, we're not suggesting that only carbon pricing actually is a result of that increase, but it is a factor. It is a factor making our agri-food sector less competitive, not more competitive. So when you think about it, grocers could be compelled to actually look at American goods much more so than Canada over time, because Canadian goods are probably less competitive over time. And this is something that needs to be recognized by, of course, politicians, by academics, and so on and so forth. I do think, and this is the reason why I've actually recommended to Parliament to pause the carbon tax for now, so we can actually understand exactly how this policy is impacting food affordability. Because if there are no buyers, if our products are less competitive, eventually will impact Canada's food security and, of course, food affordability. So in other words, in our studies, we actually flip things around and look at the supply chain instead of retailing the issue at all. And so again, as a group, we're 11 scholars who actually published these two papers, and we're actually not against decarbonizing the agri-food sector. In fact, actually, we think it should remain a priority. However, we do recommend to the government that we should know exactly what we're getting into, and perhaps there are other ways to decarbonize the industry. The agri-food industry, by, for example, by looking at carbon credits, by looking at cap and trade, and so on and so forth. I mean, I don't think we've actually had the proper debates around carbon pricing in Canada. We just went into carbon taxing back in 2019 without much debate, and now we're actually on the cusp of seeing our federal carbon tax, reach $90 a metric ton in April of 2025. So we're very concerned about what's happening right now, for sure. And finally, I want to make a few comments about Trump's return to the White House. I know there's a lot of Trump hysteria right now in Canada. I'm not in Canada right now, but I know that there's a lot of Trump hysteria in Canada. And it's funny, because when I go back to 2016, we kind of saw the same thing. We saw a very unprepared Trump, who didn't know much about Washington and probably was planning a presidency for 8 years. He only got 4. It's the same thing again. He's returning only with 4 years, so he's going to be quick in implementing everything he needs to implement. But at the same time, he knows Washington, he understands Washington, and he understands world politics as well. tariffs are bad for trades, and he knows that. And so my guess, and this is what we believe as a group with Canada's food price report, and this is something that we've actually mentioned. We do trade a bit with Canada. We trade a lot, actually. We sell for $42 billion worth of food to the US every year. We buy 32, we sell for 42. So it's a massive, massive partner of ours. And I don't think that's going to change. And tariffs, I tend not to believe that tariffs will be impacting the food sector. It could impact other sectors, but I don't believe that Trump will actually do anything to implement tariffs that could actually impact food affordability in the U.S. Also, it was recognized by some premiers that perhaps we should let go of Mexico. This is nonsense. I was actually just in Texas a few weeks ago, and Mexico matters more to the US than Canada when it comes to the agri-food sector. I mean, Mexico sells for almost $55 billion worth of food products, including beer, by the way, which is important. But I would say that really it's important to recognize that NAFTA 3.0 or COSMA 2.0 will likely include all three nations, and we can't really forget about that. But so in the end, we believe as a group that Trump is more about noise than policy when it comes to trades. But there is going to be an impact coming from that noise. We do believe that issues like nearshoring or onshoring will become more popular, and this is something that Canada will need to think about. How do we actually take advantage of I would say an enhanced protectionist tone around the world, because when the US actually makes any mentions of trades, it will impact the rest of the world. And Mr. Trump is not even back as president, and he has threatened most of the world. And he knows that America has weakened this position, and his role is to actually basically become more influential than in the last 4 years, and that's going to impact exactly how we deal with the U.S. and how we deal with the rest of the world. And as you know, we've actually had some diplomatic entanglements with India and China. We still do today, and so our partnership with the U.S. is extremely important, I think, and that's not going to change over time. So those are my comments about the things I wanted to talk about. I don't know if we actually going to have a Q&A session, but I would welcome any questions you may have at this point. Thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you, Sylvain. And yes, we will have a Q&A session. And the way that the Q&A session is going to go is if you would type in your question into the chat, and I will go and select a few questions for Sylvain to answer. And then we'll jump ahead to the next speaker afterwards. So if you have any questions, please feel free to write them down or type them down onto the chat.
And just while you're getting those coming in, maybe I could ask a question too, Sylvain. Beef prices tend to lead all meat prices. So regardless of what the circumstances are in the hog industry and others, when beef prices go up, all meat prices tend to rise. Is that what we anticipate happening now?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the challenge with beef is that it is a premium product, but it will remain so for a while now. And even ground beef is 15% more expensive now than last year. And so this is the challenge. There's just no supply. There's just no supply. And on the consumer side of things, people are still buying beef, but much less. Like in volumes have actually gone way down.
Yeah, I saw some statistics on that the actual consumption in Canada is fallen over time. And perhaps that new generation you spoke of are going to be more vegetarian.
Well, vegetarian, the people are not giving up on meat. It's just they're buying less of it, especially beef. So I do think that animal proteins are going to remain popular in Canada, but people will give a second look to other sources of protein like fish and seafood. Fish and seafood is has always been seen as a premium source, but margins have actually dropped compared. So if you look at the meat trifecta versus fish and seafood, that margin actually has lessened. That delta has lessened by half in the last 2 years. So so people are starting to look at other sources, and of course vegetable proteins as well.
We haven't noticed that here in Winnipeg, but then we're a long way from the ocean, so not surprised. Ben, do you have some queries coming in?
Yeah, so the first question is for Michael, and I believe the question is the numbers, are they disaggregated between urban, rural, and northern Canada, or by regions at all, or is it aggregated as a whole as a country?
Are you talking about food inflation?
I believe that's what they're talking about.
Okay, so there are variations between provinces. In fact, the good news for people who are in Manitoba right now is that we actually are expecting the prairies to experience a lower than average food inflation for 2025. So east of Ontario, it's going to be close to 5%. Ontario westward, it's likely to be closer to 3%, essentially because, well, supply chains are a big factor. It's easier to service a market like the prairies than the Atlantic. The Atlantic is a very costly region to service. There's no processing. Everything is trucked in. So you're always one factor away from seeing prices explode. So it's a very vulnerable market in the Atlantic compared to the prairies or out west.
We'll get one more question, and then I'll follow up on the question after we go through all three of the speakers for this session, just to make sure that we're on time. For the last question, is can you comment on some of the opportunities for growers to be rewarded for carbon credits?
Uh, in terms of what's out there, in terms of credits? Well, there are
Yeah.
actually plenty of programs to help farmers deal with credits. My concern has always been around the in-betweens, the trucking, and the compounding effect of the carbon tax across the supply chain, which hasn't really been recognized in most studies looking at food prices at retail in general. And we actually have looked at that based on the data that we had, and there is certainly a factor there. But I think policy, from a policy perspective, we actually have taken care of farmers in general. There are exemptions and they are programs, but I do believe that, from an agri-food perspective, given that margins are so slim, and this is something I've actually said to the government, maybe we should look more at the carrot approach, like carbon sequestration, and understanding how we can actually approach this very differently than just using the stick approach, which is really predominantly the method being used by Ottawa right now.
All right. Thank you, Sylvain. And there are a few more questions in the chat. If you would like to answer it through the chat, that's perfectly fine as well. And if not, I can bring it up near the end as well.
Okay.
Let's move on to our second speaker. And just to give you a brief description of Volker Kromm, he has a very extensive biography, so I'm just going to briefly mention it. So he is a product of an immigrant family that settled into a largely rural Southern Ontario community, dependent on gardening and entrepreneurship, proud of creating possibilities, inherited a life of servitude within a variety of old world agrarian traditions and trades, exchanged farm implements and auto engines for the chaos of the political scene of the 70s and a panacea of calculus at the University of Waterloo. Then fled to a life of northern adventures in the Thunder Bay region, growing and harvesting trees as a forester, diversified as a GIS specialist, a continuous improvement change agent, and a project manager, and he learned the values of community involvement. I'm currently enjoying the challenge of being the executive director of the Regional Food Distribution Association, charged with the task of transforming its mandate and implementing a vision of the organization as a food hub and a regional economic development partner across the North. Proudest role in this life are to be dedicated grandfather and to joyfully serve others. Uh, with no further ado, Volker Kromm.
Thank you. And Dr. Charlebois, I am a farmer by heart, and I don't raise beef or pork, but in my barn you'll find goats and all manner of poultry. So that's my hedge against inflation. But I came to the food banking world through the entire process of the change in the forest industry, and it ended up in the charitable world. And it was the charitable world I found extremely challenging and difficult. And there are a few things that really amazed me, is the sense that I thought the forest industry and the paper buying and the paper selling was extremely competitive, but at the charitable side, there's a whole new dimension. So the groups that we were dealing with at that time were all struggling and fighting for their lives as they were trying to deal with hunger and food insecurity in their own communities. And I walked in from a project management side that said something has to change. And so it was interesting, the process that I learned. I came in, walked in, and they had a budget of something like $26,000 in the organization for food. And within a year or two, I started adding millions of dollars of food and distribution. And it still hasn't changed. And there have been so many inequities and challenges that we had to take a bigger look at who we were and how we served the region, that I started developing strategies, and we came up with all kinds of plans for changing things. And in the last couple of years, things have actually started taking shape. The pandemic, of course, was a huge challenge for us in the food distribution or the charitable sector. Because of the constraints, the availability of food. And oddly enough, during the pandemic, food was coming at us left, right, and center by the truckload because of restaurants and whatnot. But as that all ebbed and flowed, and the infrastructure dollars started drying up from the federal government, we came to realize that we have to change who we were and implement much more of a business model. It just every year as we try to solve some of the inequities that across the region. I serve Northwestern Ontario, and I kind of sneak into some of the other territories and places that help. And unfortunately, through Randy Jenkins, who will be speaking later, and some of their groups, we have actually made some inroads in other areas, and that this is a good thing, because I found one of the biggest things that I had to do to tackle food insecurity was building relationships. And so the northern landscape, yes, we started off with a very small, working with municipalities and very mom and pop organizations that all they dealt with was the backyard neighborhoods. But there are so many people that were left out of the equation. And so we started looking at it. And it was through the entire logistics, the landscape of a new distribution model that we looked at, that we started working together on. So if I can, I just want to put my cheat notes up here, if possible. Okay, well, because I had to find out what the landscape looked like, and we started off with saying, who do we dealing with? And I found that working with the First Nations, that was a huge void. Not only do they have the most expensive food costs, but they also have the least access to the marketplace. And so we started looking at how do we fill that gap. And so we had to find out who all the partners were. And it was logical that we started with the First Nations. We started with the remote communities. We started looking at what the requirements of big business was, like the mining and the resource sector. What did the governments have to do to help us make that change? And so we slowly building our trying to find the next page. So that's the map. The text is not important. What it is that was sort of my original footprint. That's about the size of France, and we have discovered that there was only a very small portion of that big blob on a map that was actually being serviced. And so we take a look. Well, what's next? So this is my existing network. And a number of years ago, I did my first foray into the ice roads. That was a lot of fun. Great adventure, lots of things happening. Did we have some casualties? Yeah, we lost things along the way, but it was an interesting eye-opener saying, can you imagine in my case, 2/3 of my area had no access. So we tried the ice roads. Most of our shipments are now by air. I tried boats and snowmobiles and all kinds of things to be able to do that. But there wasn't a consistent message that we could give to the community saying, how can we reliably ship to you? So the food banking in the municipal areas got more business-like. They started growing. Everybody started building capacity. Then we made a really fatal mistake as an organization, as we decided we would start focusing on healthy food because of the social determinants of health. Everything told us if we're going to make a significant impact in the North, we really have to change our food distribution model. And as the Dr. Charlebois was talking about, beef and pork, well, those were pipe dreams to us, the people who we served. We tried canned goods and dry goods, and that was at the very least that's the very least that we could ship. But now we're really focusing on the healthy foods, and that has escalated both the cost of shipments and distribution, but also at the other end, we started having the nightmare of what do we do with the food that we're shipping. So the learning was not easy. And we started looking at, first at home, we started putting in freezer capacity, larger warehouses. If you go to some of the Southern Ontario food banks, the ones that are massive, they have an entire storage complexes, and we were a little shop. First, we were in the basement of a small community center, and then we thought we had died and gone to heaven when we have 9,000 square feet. But that's quickly that dream evaporated as to patting ourselves in the back that we had to look for more space. So warehousing suddenly became an issue, and that's. Remember, we're food bankers. We deal with the emergency requirements of people that we deal with in our neighborhoods. And that number kept growing, 29% over the last 2 years, just in the municipalities. And we were only scratching the surface with all the remote communities, either roaded or remote, that I think we were failing a large portion of the northern communities. And we've had all kinds of interesting stories. I kind of relayed to Barry a couple of times some of the interesting challenges of trying to get moose meat from one part of Canada to another. It became an impossible challenge. So I started looking at it from saying, all right, I'm not a scholar, I'm not a logistics expert, but I took a look at my area and I said, all right, these are the areas that have airports, these are the areas that have some infrastructure available, and we had to make decisions as how we're going to service them. I spent a couple of years visiting some of these communities, either by air or the ice roads, and I've decided to build relationships more with the all the airlines, the cargo centers that would be able to help us inform business relationships with them. It was incredibly expensive as an eye-opener for us to discover what it costs to ship food, and hence later on, and as we go along, we'll chat about Nutrition North, because we needed assistance in that area, because not only were we shipping to our own municipalities, but we were trying to treat everyone equitable and lower the cost of food for these remote communities. I was amazed at what they were paying for milk and fruit and veggies. I can't see how they would ever be able to afford them. We took that for granted in a big municipality of Thunder Bay, but when I went north, when I was sitting in Fort Severn on Hudson's Bay, it was quite a shock. So I went through the exercise of trying to make some sense out of it. And then, of course, I spent the exercise for a number of years trying to, I said, do the math. I mean, you don't need to see any of the numbers, but we had to inventory all the communities that were accessible, all the communities that weren't accessible. We had to do calculations on exactly, as a charitable organization, who would we be serving? And we had to learn about each community. We spent time with chiefs and council and the health care professionals in those communities, find out who would be serving, how would we be dealing with perishable foods, and how do we get in the community and distribute it equitably to those individuals that needed help. So in every community, we discovered there's generally somewhere between 25 and 35% of their population were vulnerable and needed some assistance. And we struggled. We have to admit. So we went through, community by community.
Oh, really?
Yes. And we did the math. So it was very educational. So we made our strategies, and the next one is, all right, let's determine what we're capable of doing. And so we've actually selected a number of communities and airports and cargo facilities to be able to move the food. Of course, with all this being said, we spent a lot of time also trying to find funders and partners to do the work. So if you see my proposed satellites, I have a number of communities that I'm working with. If you kind of think about the distance, if I go to Pickle Lake, for me, that's about pardon? The Pickle Lake is a community about 6 hours from Thunder Bay. And then my next drive would be, if I go to the top end of the map, the airline would be, it's called North Caribou or Weagama or Round Lake. And that'll be sort of my next stop along the way. And that's at least 11-hour drive from Thunder Bay. So how do I get there? It takes a lot of planning. But as we take a look at the list, slowly, one by one, we're trying to identify the communities that we're going to be servicing. We're looking for the funding to go with that. And I'll just kind of go to the next one. Hang on. So in each of these communities, we struggle with the basics. We're looking for storage units. We're looking for kitchens. The communities themselves said we want to be able to teach food security, food literacy, and how to deal with food alternatives coming to us from other parts of Canada. So we're looking at a packaging room or a community kitchen, a training facility, loading docks work. None of this existed in virtually all of these communities. So when we get there, we notify the community we're there. If it's coming from the airport, then they round up a fleet of pickup trucks, and then they pick up the load that we're dropping off, and they head to either the school or the health center, and they distribute on the spot. But that's something that's not quite sustainable. So what we're trying to do is put in a basic satellite configuration in all of the communities that request it. This is not something that we're not going to be funding from our organization. We're trying to find other avenues, and they'll be owned and operated by each individual community. And that's the only way that's going to work, because they're going to have to maintain and sustain it. So I'm actually working in a little community it's called Ignace, about 2.5 hours out of Thunder Bay. And it's my pilot project. And so why we're doing it there is because it's on the Trans-Canada. It'll be a place where I can intercept food going across Canada, park some of it, and from then it'll be shipped as by demand to some of the northern communities like Red Lake or Pickle Lake. And so it just becomes a huge challenge for me. This is the small project. It looks like a garage that we're building, but it's costing us, because of the remoteness, it's costing us at least $500,000 to make a garage. So it's the most expensive garage in the community of Ignace, but it's something that we're learning that has to be done. And now I can't imagine when I go to North Caribou, which is at 11 hours drive from Thunder Bay, what the cost of those facilities will be. And it'll be one of those challenges where I'll be working with the mining companies. There are really great relationships with the resource sector. The mining companies have a commitment to some of these communities, but also Indigenous Services, Ag Canada, they all have to step up and be part of the solution, because eventually it's almost impossible for a small community like North Caribou able to afford this without assistance. So the two on the top picture you see there is actually probably end up in North Caribou, because the beauty and exciting thing about North Caribou is they'll have a facility that they'll own and manage. They have their own little airplane, and it's suddenly the chief indicated that with this kind of investment in infrastructure, not only will they be able to manage the food coming to them, but they'll be able to possibly buy a new airplane, and they will enter into the world of distribution to the other smaller communities around them. So these are good news stories. Same with an Ignace. They'll be able to hire people. They'll be able to provide that economic development. So from here, we're acting as a charity, but without the concept of building competitiveness, entrepreneurship. I don't think there is a way we can do this, because food banking itself is just not sustainable. We can't shoulder the food insecurity by ourselves without the help of others. So what we did is, here's an example of the ultimate in my world. I'm spending $6 to $9 million on a project here in Thunder Bay, and it's currently underway. So we're dealing with the snow and the ice, trying to pour concrete, but that's all right. But the notion is that we will act as a hub, and each of the satellite hubs will be connected to us and with us. And we'll be able to be connected with, because everyone has told us hunger is probably our biggest challenge, is making sure that every Ontario, every Canadian has access to healthy food. But it's also in inclusion in markets. It's also the fostering community wellness, and my big push is without the economic development side, I don't think it's sustainable. So in our world, we're trying to work here in Thunder Bay, but at the same time concurrently working with a number of the communities. So we've already had conversations with Sioux Lookout and Red Lake, and the exciting thing is, once you start the conversation with some of these communities, it really gets people excited. So in Red Lake is an example. I've got the mining company there, the municipality, and they've already identified a piece of property on First Nation land that the First Nations there we're looking at a major development there for food insecurity, for warehousing, and some other services combined. So what started as me knocking on their door saying, hey, does your food bank need help? It's evolved into something much bigger that involves entrepreneurs, business-like thinking, and education is going to be sort of central from our world, because what's missing is the knowledge of traditional foods, and as well as the foods that the rest of Canada can offer a healthier alternative. So we're really excited about that. So to kind of sum that up is I won't bore you with the details of our project, but so what's costing me $6 million is an expansion of 5,000 square feet. But now if I go imagine what's going to happen in some of these other communities, is really exciting, the development of the network. So if I can stop the share. All right. All right. So that was just a brief overview of where we're going with that, because in came the conversation with the Nutrition North and with the province of Manitoba, and I think it started with I had a call from Iqaluit that they were in desperate need, and I discovered that I had to work with the large airlines. I had to work with other carriers, and in came the relationship with Harvest Manitoba, and Nutrition North came into the equation. I discovered that through their help, we can really greatly expand and improve our service. So what started as a little $26,000 a food bank in Thunder Bay, serving a number of, about at that time there were 13 members. We now have in excess of 50 members here in Northern Ontario, and we probably serve about 49 First Nations. And that doesn't even mention what the good folks at the Harvest Manitoba are doing. And collaboratively, I can see that there is some synergies that I would love to be able to work with them, have a satellite, and they've already working on a project in Thompson, Manitoba, which will allow them to service also parts of Ontario, because it makes a lot more sense that way. So what we're learning is that we're learning logistics 101 the hard way. We're learning how to invest in our people, develop partnerships with the First Nations, and then also looking at the other organizations. And I am very grateful for what Nutrition North and now the new buying group that Randy will probably talk to is the Witchy-Wamegon is really exciting, because it's taking food insecurity to the next level. I was panicking, saying we're going to be closing food banks, not because we ran out of food, it's just because we can't afford it. And we can't service the needs of Northern Ontario or the rest of Canada on our back, because we couldn't depend on governments and donors. Eventually, we're discovering that even our donors, although we have more and more donors, they can give less and less because of high food pricing and some of the realities that with the local economy. I'm really excited about creating a new forest food distribution industry in this part of the world, and probably something we can expand to the north. And I'm sure the other members of the panelists that will be able to address it. So I am excited. Behind me is my map. That's my my backyard, and I'm learning how to negotiate around that. So I'm excited. I hope for really cold weather. Very sorry. I really want 40 below, because if I'm going to be jumping to a truck and ship food up to some of these ice roads, I really want to see cold weather. Because last year I couldn't go on the ice roads because of it was mild, and then it got cold. But with the cold weather, I was negotiating fuel trucks and diesel going up there, and that's just, and there's a rule of thumb: if you're on the ice roads, you see a fuel truck barreling down on you, guess what you do? You ditch it. You go into the snowbank. So I follow those rules, but I know how to get home. So that's my story. And I don't have the background that all of you, and I'm trying to learn from all of you how to get this job done better. And as I said, we're a charity moving into a business model that we have no experience in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question from the audience. Is RFDA seeing a demand for local food production in the remote communities for certain food products?
Well, yes. Interesting. We've invested. We discovered that the healthy food side kind of opened up a whole panacea of demand. So we do have local production in Thunder Bay, but it's not enough to be able to satisfy the needs of the north. So we're now shipping food products from Southern Ontario and other places in Canada, Manitoba. I love their potatoes. And so we have invested in our own facility, food processing, meat processing ability, so that we can then take the bulk, we'll take a truckload of vegetables, process that, and then ship that to the northern communities as a charitable site. So we're not allowed to sell that. But there is a local demand. And so our next step is be able to develop partnerships with the local producers and regional producers so that whatever configuration it is, we can provide local products, not only locally or regionally, but also to the north. So it is opening up a brand new market for us. And one of these days, I'll be able to take my little herd of goats and provide some protein.
Okay, let's do one more question. This one's by Paul. A number of the communities highlighted on your maps are located on rails, sort of awkward to serve by railing in many cases. But have you been in touch with CN or CPKC? I might
Yeah,
need some elaboration on CN and CPKC.
Yeah, we do work with we belong to the provincial association, as does Harvest Manitoba is the provincial association, but we belong to Feed Ontario and Food Banks Canada, and Food Banks Canada has negotiated a rail agreement with CN. So I love CN because they seem to pick up the tab of all the food shipments. So when we get food donated from parts of Canada and we have to find a way to get it to Thunder Bay. It normally goes either to Winnipeg or shipped from Toronto, then shipped by container to Thunder Bay. But yes, that is certainly an option. I think that was brought to our attention through the Wichita project as to probably that with their bulk buying and our requirements for emergency food, we can develop further relationships with CP and CN.
Okay, thank you, Volker. So we have our final speaker for our session, Shirley Thompson, who is an associate professor with the Natural Resource Institute at University of Manitoba. Shirley is the principal investigator with the, I wish I can say this correctly, Mino Bimadiziwin Partnership, researching food insecurities, rates, health impacts, and solutions. If I did not say that correctly, please correct me, Shirley. Unfortunately, I have another meeting to go to, so Dr. Narendra Malalgoda will take care of the questions for the rest of the session.
Thank you, and great pronunciation. Mino Bimadiziwin means a good wife. And so I'll be presenting about food security in the North, but I'll start with Canada, and I will share my screen just to be able to put it in context. So food insecurity across Canada, I'm sorry, this is advancing, is increasing. And it increased from 2021, 16%, to 2022, 18.4%, and then in 2023, 22.9%, so 23%. And so you're seeing over time that food insecurity in Canada is increasing dramatically. In different provinces, it's higher rates, like Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and lower in Quebec. And as was mentioned, there's higher rates in the Maritimes as well. So we'll look at these rates, and food insecurity, for your information, is the inability or uncertainty to acquire an adequate diet quality or sufficient quantity of food in socially acceptable ways. So it's very dependent on finances. So all the questions, and I've gone around to 14 communities in northern Manitoba and done hundreds of surveys, and you ask, if you have no food and you have no money to buy more. So in those circumstances, right? So in contrast, and these are older stats, this is from 2018. It's a very large sample. It's a different sample. It's actually not included. First Nation reserves are never included in the Stats Canada findings. So these are devoid of First Nation reserve food insecurity. and 51%. So that's double, but it's much more when you see that it's not considering marginal food insecurity. So in the other rates for Canada, you're including marginal food insecurity, but you're not in this for First Nations households. Things have changed in the last few years, how we report things, and yet we have 51%, even considering that we're only looking at a piece of the food insecurity in these communities. So this is across Canada. This is a large sample, and you can see it compares urban, rural, remote, and no road access communities. So the no road access communities stand out as the highest amounts. They're up at 65%, very, very high. And the other one is, as we would expect, is related to poverty. So the low income on reserves. So we're seeing different rates, different places, and this inability of food security when there's no road access. And I just so happened to be in York Landing last week teaching a course. And you can see York Landing. I don't know if you can see, there's a little map there that shows that York Landing is not connected by any road. It's highly impacted by hydro. It's on the, so it's very industrially impacted, and yet it hasn't had a road. And there is a campaign to get a road. It badly wants a road. And the rates of food insecurity and the high food prices are much higher as a result. And you can see I willfully not only picked fruits and bananas, but you can see that there's Christmas things. So this was just a week ago. These prices are current. They are Nutrition North considered. They are a Nutrition North community. And it's $9.30 for milk or $6.59 for a couple of liters, and very high for oranges, or I guess those are clementines at $17.99. So very high food prices, and part of that is in right beside the 24 is a little picture of me in a charter flight. I didn't order that charter, but the Perimeter Airlines flights would not come in over a number of periods into York Landing. It has a very small airport. And so oftentimes you will find that people cannot leave the reserve by plane. And the ferry is very temperamental. It didn't start till July. So that's 3-4 months where you're really dependent on planes to get out, and they're not coming in if there's any weather conditions because they're very small and they don't have technical ability to do that. However, the charters do get in. And so I was lucky to be able to fly out through a funeral that was returning flight. So today we read in the newspaper, this is just hot off the press, the December 11th, Northern stores absolutely not hiking food costs when federal funds arrive. So they're saying Jordan Principle is flowing a lot of money into these communities. Finally, it's a prevention mechanism. So children can stay with their families, and one of the key things that has resulted from children being taken away from their parents is not having enough food. So a social worker in the past has gone to the fridge and looked and see if they have food, and if not, judge those parents as being bad parents. And if it's in question, they have removed the children. And that occurred routinely in the past. And this prevention Jordan Principle is a way to actually deal with the problem of no food by providing some funds for food, some food. So you can see, though, that although the Northern Store is saying absolutely not hiking food costs, and in contrast, there's another headline that's just a couple of weeks before saying, "Who profits on hunger? Inuits send pleading emails to minister about food costs." So they're not seeing the subsidies. And why are they not seeing the subsidies is been a study by Tracy Galloway and Nicholas Lee. And it has shown that the pass-through subsidies to prices have not gotten to communities. A portion of them have at 67%. So 67 cents for every additional dollar of subsidy. So it's not the pass-through rate. And I have in the corner my video we did 15 years ago, I think, on harvesting hope in northern Manitoba communities. And every video I included hope in it at that time because it seemed so hopeless. But even at that time, we were talking about, it was the food mail program, but it was the same kind of subsidy, maybe not as bad as it is now, that didn't get to the people. So it wasn't providing extra income for the individual to shop. It was providing extra income to the stores, which aren't seen in full by the community members, which is a real hardship in the remote and roadless communities. This then is translating into a food, the food insecurity is translating into a public health crisis. And we're hearing on the news, this is from the news, recent news of scurvy cases. And scurvy cases, we've seen one or two reported in Toronto where it's normally, or where it's mostly been reported is in Indigenous communities. And we're seeing that the studies are showing that commercial foods, many of them are ultra processed foods, so they're not some people would not consider that actual food. So they're missing essential nutrients for health. And Chan, who was with the First Nations environmental study, is quoted as saying, "The current diet of many First Nation adults is nutritionally inadequate." And he also found that, or they also found, inadequate intake of vitamins A, D, C, folate, calcium, and magnesium amongst those eating commercial foods. So the nutrition was much better for those eating country foods. And this translates to a number of food issues and health issues. So mental health disorders increase with food insecurity. It's very stressful and unhealthy not having food, knowing where your next food comes from and whether you can feed your children. Non-communicable diseases and infections. So it's really well documented, the relationship between food insecurity and health. And that in turn increased healthcare costs, right? So diabetes rates are plummeting, are soaring. Something I looked at as part of this was I was asked to look at the Northern Corridor and whether that would help food insecurity. So we got the coordinates for the Northern Corridor and we mapped them. And you can see the map of them. It's a blue and yellow orange line across. And so it has 6 ports. It goes across Canada through First Nations and less through Inuit communities. So First Nations is a different landmass that's owned by the Crown, and it focuses on that. But we also mapped the First Nation communities lacking road access. And what we found is they almost avoided First Nation communities. So within 50 kilometers, a buffer of 50 kilometers, there were only a few First Nations that fell into that. So it's, I think, 6 that are shown on this map of 25. So the buffer is 50 kilometers, 25 on both sides. And as we know from Shoal Lake, being in Winnipeg, we get our water from Shoal Lake. And although it's very close to the highway, much closer than 25K, it took 100 years before it received its Freedom Road in order to access groceries, access needs, access education, access hospitals, all those things, access banks, which are not in remote communities. There's no hospitals. So you have the worst food insecurity that translates to health problems, and yet you don't have hospitals to serve it. So then we looked at where, if this northern corridor isn't about serving remote communities, what is it about? And I think this map is very busy, but it does show the fact that it is serving minerals. So greenstone belts are the gold, the lithium, the very high value minerals. And we're also looking at Alberta oil sands, the potash, and pretty much it went right through it. It didn't avoid them like it avoided the First Nations communities. We did case studies to show Norman Wells, York Landing, Wasagamak, to show the issues around lack of road and what that meant for food and food insecurity, and how that really brought up the prices, and that traveling out is very, very expensive. And so this is Wasagamak First Nation. This is a map that was done in Anishinaabe that shows their food resources, and you can see the pictures on the bottom, the moons, the wat shacks. And another learning came from actually trying to market fish. So, as well as bring food in and use country foods, this idea of increasing income. When we did a food security poll, a very small survey of the fishermen there, we found 100% food insecurity. So these people were feeding the community and yet were food insecure. And when asked, like, you're a great fisherman, you're bragging about it, you know where all the fish are, why are you food insecure? And everything costs so much money. It was all about, shoes cost, just a normal pair, not your Nike, $100 at the northern store. Going out of the community costs $1,000 return, right? Or more. For York Landing, it was $2,000 there in return, and it took a whole day. You went to Thompson, South Indian Lake, to Duluth, and then to York Landing. So it took 8 hours to get to the community. So we discovered, we actually were marketing at Nietzsche Foods when it was open, and at the farmers market. And we found the difficulty in getting fish out of the community for sale. But I got a phone call last week, or actually this week, saying we want to start that again. So on Winter Road, it is easier. But we learned, especially with something like fish that is precarious, that having planes, so the plane in Garden Hill, Wasagamak, St. Teresa are on different islands. So you have to fill a boat, take it to a plane, and there's processing rules, and then it flies into Perimeter Airlines here and has to be stored properly and picked up. So there's many, many precarious aspects to it. So going back to the Canadian side, I don't want to lose track of that, is we're seeing higher rates, and I'm going to focus and try to dissect this and show what is the result. So food prices soaring, we're hearing a lot about that. And compared to other things, it's food you can see for between 2021 and 22 was the second highest after transportation. Shelter was below that, even though, I work a lot in housing as well. And that's certainly on the agenda. And it now has shifted in 24. You're seeing in the graph below that the shelter has increased, but food is still increasing month to month. And who is covered in the Stats Canada and has the highest rates is youth. So children under 18, and that's babies, infants. There's now 2 million food insecure children just amongst the Canadian communities, not including First Nation reserves. And I'm sorry, this is off on one side. It's the percentage of individuals living in food insecure households. And you can see the highest rates, again, here are the children and younger people, and it starts to drop off 45 and older, but it's remarkably less among seniors. And this is related to their government transfers, which are adjusted for inflation. So you can see the relationship of chart 1 on the bottom and the senior group. Another way of breaking this down is looking by race and cultural identity. And Black is extremely high at households at 40%, as well as Indigenous populations at 37%. So these Indigenous populations are not on reserves. They're the people living off reserves. It's much higher, as we said, 51% on average across Canada and that was in 2018. So the last survey we did, which was a small survey in Garden Hill and Wasagamak during COVID, and it was 100%. So in conclusion, something you're very aware of, food insecurity is rising in Canada. But I want you to particularly think that in First Nation reserves, in First Nation communities, it's much higher, more than double. Households with children and Black and Indigenous households off reserve. That food high prices with high poverty rates are the recipe for a food insecurity public health crisis. And as was reported in the news today, against the headline, Nutrition North subsidies going to the store rather than to people in roadless communities experiencing high food prices is not working, is not getting to the people. So it's creating greater monopolies rather than breaking those monopolies and giving food security to the people. So thank you very much.
Well, Shirley, one thing I did notice, Professor Galloway, who did the study, I believe was from the U of M originally. So it was nice to see work going on, continuing interest. One thing I'd like to ask, we have a Minister of Northern Affairs, Dan Dandel. He's been in power 5 years, and he made claims about winding after food insecurity. How would you judge his legacy?
Yes, so that's a very good question. And because I'm very involved in campaigns for winter roads, you're right. if we see him as going out the door, I could report on this immediately. But I don't. I really do feel that these roadless communities that need the infrastructure of roads, he has to be more active. And for Nutrition North subsidy, we've had report after report saying it's not working for communities, and yet nothing has been done. Or worse, yes, worse yet, it just continues, right? And more money feeds this kind of monopoly mentality.
Miranda, do we have any questions, or perhaps, if not, open it up to the panel to if they have questions of each other? Perhaps Dr. Charlebois would like to make a comment.
Yes, please go ahead, Dr. Charlebois, if you have any comments or anything related to this topic before we move on to the next.
Well, I really appreciated both presentations from Volker and Shirley for sure. I mean, the North has been, actually, we did talk about the North, the forgotten North in our report this year, moving forward, and I do appreciate Shirley's work in this area. Just a question to Dr. Thompson, I guess. How hopeful do you feel when it comes to feeding the North over the next, say, 5 years? Do you think that we're actually going to improve the situation there based on what you've seen so far?
I think we have to try a different model. So country foods programs really work with communities. So if we look at the land-based education and and I'd say communities taking back their education to strongly include that even at the post-secondary level, there is hope for these. There's lots of hope for these communities. So I really had thought it was so hopeless that the only way I could sell any of my videos was to put hope in the title. But I actually do see some very promising signs. And I think with the Indigenous protected and conservation areas, with Jordan's principle, with the prevention money going in, if the focus is actually a lot of land-based education, a lot of developing their own food resources with the land and getting land back, which is, I know, something that is towards reconciliation, and with Indigenous protected and conserved areas, protecting these peatlands, which the many northern communities sit on, is just a really smart thing to do.
And just to complement my first question, how do you see the role of universities accommodating that agenda moving forward? Should universities think of other ways to support the North and increase food security there?
Definitely. So I'm very privileged to be working with a cohort in York Landing, and I worked with a cohort in Broken Head as well on food security. We're doing land-based education. There's a cohort of 25. They're all teachers and home builders, and they'll be teaching me, but it allows them to get a credit course and to move towards getting their teaching degree. And it's key that, the experts, the professionals in these communities come from the communities, stay in the communities. And so the model I've used is a community, or I actually just ask the community what is their priority, or they ask me, and it's always capacity building in the communities. For the universities to help, they actually have to start offering courses in communities, and that's like 63 communities right now. We only have 4 regional learning hubs. I don't even know if it's up to 4 now in Manitoba. And so really that doesn't serve us a lot. I'd love to see universities, colleges, We're doing a culinary arts program and creating a trade center at York Landing. So we're just building it now. And we got 8.4 million from Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation for Trades Education Center. So, you know, if we can educate people in their communities and they can focus on local resources, I think the results will be very, very different. But it is expensive at this time to get out of the land. It costs, gas is very expensive, all those things. So we have to look at, you know, be really strategic about how people do it and include it in education. So right now, all the education dollars, all the employment training dollars help with the housing and the food programming capacity building, because otherwise there's just not enough money.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
To the panel and my opportunity to introduce Professor Narendra, who is our assistant professor, sorry, in the Transport Institute and the Supply Chain Management, who is got double duty, chairing the end of that session and is now chairing the next one. So Narendra, I'll turn the floor to you.
All right, thank you, Barry. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on Northern Transportation and Economic Development. I think we're going to have a few interesting presentations lined up for you today. So without any delays, I'm going to introduce our next presenter, who is Randy Jenkins. So Randy has over 25 years of experience in the federal government, working largely on Indigenous rights and Indigenous programming. Having joined the Nutrition Northern program in 2019, Randy has been responsible for program in transformation, introducing a number of measures beyond the traditional subsidy offering, while moving the entire program toward food security focus, recognizing and leveraging treaty and inherent Indigenous rights. Randy recently retired from the Northern Affairs to take up a position as the CEO of, sorry, I'm not going to pronounce it correct, but please correct me, Randy, Wichi Weomegon Buying Alliance, a nonprofit supplying food and equipment to remote communities in partnership with food banks. Randy, over to you.
Thank you. Barry has asked me to speak about the Winter Road Network, and I'd like, as in my introduction, I've worked a number of years in Nutrition North Canada, where winter roads were actually a quite important part of our delivery network. So when you think about a winter road, people typically call them ice roads, but they're actually very little of the road is ice. Winter roads are dependent on sort of three elements. Number one is the temperature. Number two is the precipitation. And number three is actually the insurance that insures the trucks that drive on these roads. The road itself, a lot of these roads go quite a distance across land. If I speak to the one going to Island Lake, it's about 300 kilometers long. It takes about 7.5 hours to drive it. Most of it is over land, and it's over muskeg. So the muskeg has to be frozen before you can put the winter road in. But the road itself is actually paved in snow. And in some sections of the road, the snow is piled up to quite a depth, probably about 13 feet. Because the road goes over top of beaver dams and across ponds and streams that when they're exposed are actually quite far down. So the way the winter road is built is it starts with snow machines. So typically in the community building its own winter road, they will take snow machines out along the cleared path to the next roaded community. Those snow machines are used to pack down the snow. And when the snow gets compressed enough, they can start to bring larger and larger machinery onto the road to start to fill in, like I said, the beaver ponds and things like that. These roads are not, I mean, I love driving a winter road, but I would not want to drive a winter load with a fuel truck. That to me would be a fairly big nightmare. They're not smooth roads. They're very bumpy. There are not, the typical grading and things like that that's done on other gravel roads. Doesn't exist. The hills are interesting. There's one hill going in the Island Lake Winter Road that's a sharp hairpin turn at the top of a quite a steep little embankment, and I really have no idea how they get a fuel truck in that, especially not a semi, but they do every year. A lot of the communities are really highly dependent on these winter roads. When the winter road is open, that's where you get all the fuel for the community. And remember, a lot of these communities are not on the electrical grid. Some of them still burn diesel as a diesel generation. So that has to be brought in on the winter road in the wintertime. And enough fuel has to be stored in the community to last the entire year. If I think to Big Trout Lake in Ontario, the price of gas for your truck in the winter will be $3 a liter. By the time August rolls around, it's at $7 a liter. And you think a lot of their food supply comes from fishing, from hunting, from on the land activities. This fuel cost is just insane. But they manage it. And without that winter road, that automatically triples any of the costs. You fuel cost, whatever is coming into the community, if that has to be flown in, the costs are just astronomical. The last 10 years or so, the winter road network has become unstable. There are years when it gets cold enough, but it doesn't snow. There are years when there's lots of snow, but it's not cold enough to freeze the muskeg, and it's not cold enough to freeze the lakes. The winter road season tends to be getting shorter constantly. And there's a new problem that's actually arisen. If you look at the Northwest Territories, which a lot of the communities are highly dependent on the Mackenzie River. The barge system goes up the Mackenzie River to deliver food and goods to the community. This year, the river was too low. So not only could they not get the barges up the river, but none of the ferries were working. So even trucking materials into these communities wasn't possible. The Northwest Territories itself, if I speak to their lands people, they've lost well over 1,000 lakes in the last 10 years, simply because the permafrost is thawing underneath them and the lake just disappears. It goes into the right into the tundra. There is a serious climate situation going on, and I don't think we're all really aware of the impact of this. If that winter road network goes down, some of these communities are not going to be livable. And that's going to lead to a huge problem in terms of Indigenous rights, in terms of people who have grown up there. Their entire 1,000-year history of their family is dependent on that community. The trauma in terms of losing a community is going to be quite significant. The concern I have is that, we keep talking about climate change, and we keep investing in measurement of climate change, but we've never really done anything for climate change. In my estimation, we're probably 5 years behind where we need to be if we're going to start putting mitigation measures in some of these communities. You think about, if we need to build a bridge, the bridge spans need to go in on a winter road, and where there's no winter road, they don't go. The way the government funding cycle works, it generally about 10 years to get a project like that from initiation to reality. That's why I say right now we're about 5 years too late. The other big component of the winter road equation is the insurance companies. Winter road dies not when there's not enough snow, or not when the ice doesn't freeze. It's when an insurance company won't insure the trucks to travel that road. And the insurance companies are becoming more and more stringent, and the insurance costs are rising quite significantly to get into these communities. So that's, sort of my major concern is, number one, we're getting less precipitation than we used to get. The climate is warming, so we're not getting as much freezing as we used to get, and the winter road seasons are getting shorter and shorter. And number three, the insurance companies will likely withdraw 5 years before the ice stops freezing. So that does become a significant problem. In terms of other delivery to the north, like the sea lift season, the climate change also impacts sea lift. When the sea ice blows into the harbors, they can't get in. If the harbor freezes, they can't get in, and if the water goes, the water levels increase. A lot of the sea lift is dependent on running across the mud flats to the community. I don't know if you've ever seen a sea lift operation, but if you go to the NEAS sea lift website, they can show you what happens. Effectively, the ship pulls into the harbor. The cranes take the cargo doors off the ship, which are actually large rafts. They put them into the water. They then unload a tugboat. They then unload 2 loaders that go onto these rafts. One is 80 tons, one is 120 tons. And they push these into shore, where the loaders go on the shore. The barge goes back to the ship, and the goods start to be brought off the ship. And then the loaders will take them from the raft into the shore, running usually quite a distance across the beach or the mud flat. And that's how it's done. And that's how it's done in most of northern Canada. And if the water is too high for the loaders but too shallow for the barge to get close, then there's a problem. And so, in terms of climate change and delivering to these communities, the danger is quite significant. Just to mention that I'm now CEO of a not-for-profit corporation called Wet'suwet'en. This corporation is actually an offshoot of an alliance that was created, and a treaty was actually signed almost exactly a year ago in Winnipeg. And it's a treaty that puts together the food banks, national food banks. Volker is part of this, Harvest Manitoba, and Feed Ontario. They're all part of this sort of coalition that we put together along with 6 tribal councils. And what we do is work on, logistics and different alternatives to get food into these communities, starting with number 1, the free food from the food banks. Now that Wet'suwet'en has been created as a not-for-profit, we'll be moving on to the low-cost food. So what we do is leverage our food bank partners to purchase food from the grocery network and get it shipped into the communities. And then number 3, we're currently negotiating with a large grocery chain to get access to wholesale pricing and directly to their suppliers. So we eliminate that shelving fee that we're worried about, and we ship directly to the communities like that. We're looking at using the Winter Road Network, but we're also looking at partnerships with airlines. For example, I just spoke to Buffalo Airways the other day, and we're looking at running out of Thompson, Manitoba, where we've purchased a large distribution center, actually from Sobeys. And that led us to the Sobeys partnership, of course. So we've got this going on. This has been created by the communities for the communities. The food banks are critical partners in this effort. And it's just, we're going to try something different. We're going to see what happens when you take the greed and the profit motive out of the middle of the equation, and you know, see where we can get in the communities in terms of lowering food prices. Okay, any questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
Go ahead, Judy.
I missed your name. I was I had to
My
take a
name is-
work call.
My name is Randy Jenkins.
Randy Jenkins.
I was a former policy manager at Nutrition North Canada.
Okay. Yes, a policy that only benefited one store.
It's more complicated than that, but
Yeah, yeah, I understand. But I'm really glad to learn of the Sobeys announcement. I know that as a former MLA, and I took care of 11 of those remote fly-in communities, and myself being from one of them. I'm so glad that other avenues are being explored. I would really like to hear more. So if I could reach out to you, I'd really like that.
sure, I'd love that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for Randy? And Randy, thank you for the great presentation. It's really in my interest area. I've worked with Pena Oil in the past and got to know about winter roads. I think you said how hard it is to carry oil. You don't want to drive a truck carrying oil in winter roads. And Pena Oil is exactly doing that. So I feel the challenge they are into. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can't
So-
imagine how they do it.
Yeah, and we have a question from Esnat. What alternatives to traditional winter roads can be developed to maintain connectivity for remote regions? Are there any existing technologies or innovations that are being explored to help? What are your thoughts?
Well, that's really the sad part, is that there really isn't a lot of thought being given to this. This is why I'm so happy hanging out with Barry, because you know, Barry's got this airship idea that he's been, forgive me, Barry, floating around for years, and hasn't been given the attention that he deserves. The reason I stay friends with Barry is that he's one of the only people that I know that's actually thinking about a solution to this problem.
Randy, if I could comment also, I was really quite, I guess you could say, shocked to hear that insurance is becoming an issue. And it's not like insurance is, you know, climate change. We're seeing problems of insurance in places that are damaged, and insurance even for bringing in ships to church. It seems like insurance industry is a major contributor to this issue. Not that they're to blame. Obviously, they have to be able to support themselves too, but that's an interesting aspect. That's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, this is an issue brought up by Deutsche Bank, actually, when I met with them about your airship investment. They said, yeah, your winter roads are going to end far sooner than you think, because the insurance companies simply won't cover the trucks.
Can I just jump in, Randy? Because that's my reality right now, Barry. I had 5 major Canadian insurance companies terminate our insurance, and we had to go to the pirates to get insurance to be able to do this. My own personal vehicle was $29,000 a year for a pickup truck because I went on ice roads. So yes, insurance is number 3.
I would also like to add, being an entrepreneur in the north, I went through hundreds of calls to try and find somebody to insure my laundromat that I had going up there. My grandfather owned a lodge, and he couldn't find anybody to insure his business. And so when it went up, there was nothing we could do. We just had to take that loss. And so, and us trying to, like, leadership in the area trying to start a business, it's so difficult because, again, there's no insurance. There's nobody that wants to take on insurance for us. And so it adds to everything.
Certainly a new
Yes.
dimension, what we're dealing with.
Yeah, something I hardly thought about thinking about transportation to the north. So this is really good information for us to work with. And any more questions for Randy? Okay, if not, thank you very much, Randy, again for your presentation and for being here with us on the Fields of Wheels conference. And moving on, we next have the Vice President of Perimeter Aviation, Carlos Castillo. So Carlos, I will let you introduce yourself briefly for our audience, if you don't mind, and it's over to you.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Barry, for the invite. We had a good conversation a couple of weeks ago, and he wanted me to speak a little bit more about air transportation, which is, as you have heard, a big component of the cost associated to the food in the north. I put together a very minimalistic presentation. Let me try to put it up on the screen, just to help us navigate through the topics that I would like to touch on. So just bear with me for a second. We tried this earlier today, and I think it worked out well. So I hope that you can see this.
It's fine.
Okay, perfect. So a little bit about myself and what we do at Perimeter Aviation. I've been with the company for about 20 years. We serve 22 flying communities in northern Manitoba and Ontario. You have heard about Perimeter in previous speakers already. We are pretty much exclusively serving isolated communities with bases out of Winnipeg and Thompson. Also Sea Lookout and Erskine Airline is part of our family as well, part of our brand out of Thunder Bay. We do have daily flights to pretty much all communities in northern Manitoba. In some occasions, multiple flights per day. And we operate currently mostly Dash 8 aircraft, which are 37-seat configuration with a cargo hold in the back, Dash 8s 100, also Dash 8s 300s that can carry up to 45 passengers with a cargo hold in the back as well. In previous years, we've been in business for over 60 years, and in previous years before the Dash 8s, which were introduced in our system about 12, 15 years ago, the Metro aircraft used to be the backbone of our operation. Metro is a smaller turboprop aircraft, about 14, 16 seats, and a cargo hold in the back. Fairly fast, but it has been coming to an age, and it has been also subject to certain restrictions and performance limitations over the years. So we are replacing that platform with the Dash 8. We've been doing so for the last 12 years. I think it's important to also preface my presentation a little bit with very basic airline economics. And we can't try to cover everything in one single presentation in a few minutes. It's a very complex topic. So I'll try to summarize it as much as I can. And basically for an airline, and specifically for a northern airline, space and weight are key factors. The speed of the aircraft is also a huge component that drives a lot of the economics on what we do, the goods, the people that we're flying. As I mentioned, we have Dash 8s 100 with 37 seats, also Dash 8s with 45 seats. These aircraft are not the fastest, but they are relatively good very, very good for, my apologies, I think I just pressed the wrong button here. Very good platform for the conditions that we operate in, which are very short runways. We're going to touch a little bit more on that later in this presentation. And the fuel consumption also compared to other platforms is relatively good. The capacity they have in the back, we made some modifications to these platforms to allow for more cargo hold. Our business model is predicated on the ability to move passengers and cargo at the same time, minimizing the empty legs as much as possible, maximizing economies of scale as well, considering that it's a relatively small market compared to other locations in the country. So our way to maximize the space and the weight on this aircraft has always been a key driver on our business. That's why the Metro was such a successful platform back in the day. And now that the Dash is replacing that platform, it's kind of becoming a good replacement in many aspects, but also a challenge on smaller markets. Now, distance as a driver to cost in aviation presents a challenge in Northern Canada in small or short segments that we fly, because we have to, you can imagine a flight from Winnipeg to Garden Hill, for example, is about an hour, just over an hour. And I apologize, I'm a little bit sick, so I may lose my voice at some point. But we have that flight going 3 times a day. There's about an hour, 1.1, 1.2 hours of a flight. That flight may be stopping in a community or two, St. Therese as well. So it's a common combination. And again, we're trying to do this to fill up the airplane as much as possible with passengers and cargo. Those short distances, relative short distances, require the airplane to go through takeoff and climb more often, and they're not so much into the cruise phase of the flight, which is the most fuel efficient segment of the flight. And normally what you see is that a short distance route has higher cost than a long distance route, at least on the variable costs. Now, the market size and the economies of scale is another big factor. The communities that we're serving are relatively small in size compared to other southern markets. Travel patterns have changed substantially since the pandemic. I think everybody knows the impact of the pandemic across the industry are still felt today. Volumes have not returned to pre-pandemic levels, but they are trending in the positive way. And this applies both to passenger and cargo. So we need to become very efficient in how we're flying. In the past, before the pandemic, our route network was somehow different. Our schedule was quite a bit different than what we have today, because we were forced to be more efficient in an effort to counter some of the challenges that I'm going to discuss next, and basically remain as efficient as possible. That helps keeping the costs down. So going to the challenges, one of them is, for example, the small markets and the vast distances that we need to cover. I just touched on that. More stops are needed, either for fuel or to fill up the aircraft. And then those additional stops require more takeoffs, more climbing, less time at cruise altitude, which is a factor to increase costs. Fuel prices. Fuel prices can contribute 30–40% of the cost for an airline. It is a substantial driver. The other one being labor, also around 30% mark. Since before the pandemic, we have seen fuel prices rise substantially. You have talked a little bit about carbon tax that has had also a substantial impact on these prices, 10 to 20%, according to some analysts, as the carbon tax continue to go up until reaching its peak in 2030. And these, I'm just noticing that I'm actually talking about fuel prices on the next slide. My apologies. Just if somebody can let me know, what are you seeing on the screen? What's showing up as a header?
We're seeing the fuel
Oil
prices.
Fuel prices.
Okay. So I'll get to the previous one, which was the weather conditions. There you go, weather conditions. Now, weather and combined with the lack of infrastructure in northern airports, specifically as to related to the weather reporting, weather stations, manpower. Weather, it's a huge component to increase costs related to flight misses. We're flying up to the community, we're shooting an approach, we can't land, we don't see the field at the minimum altitude, we need to come back. Those instances occur quite often in northern flying, more so than southern flying by a substantial margin. The cancellations are also a big factor because of the poor weather. In some instances, the weather may not be as poor, but the lack of reporting doesn't give us the required level of confidence to send a flight just to see that flight miss. There's a chance that they could land, but we don't have the accurate weather reporting necessary, especially during the shoulder seasons. We're right now just coming out of a couple of weeks of many cancellations, and that breaks your efficiencies in the schedule. Everything that we do in aviation is as efficient as we can. All the flights are staggered in a way to become as efficient as we can, so we can launch mission after next. Any delay will have an impact at the end of the day, and the possibility of a cancellation impacting customers, obviously, the delivery of the goods and the efficiency of the operation. Now, maintenance costs are a substantial driver as well. The weather, the runway conditions that we operate in, these are mostly gravel runways, short gravel runways. So wear and tear is much higher than what you may see in operations going from asphalt to asphalt. It's just natural in the conditions that we're operating. The extreme weather changes, the conditions in the north that required obviously safe operations, de-icing, additional costs for that are substantial because there's no equipment available in any of these communities in the north. We, the operators, need to put those in place. There's no redundancy in the sense that there's no availability for maintenance in any of the communities in the north. We need to provide that from our main bases. So if there's a mechanical situation in one of the communities, which is not uncommon, in a safe operation, we need to dispatch an airplane and mechanics with parts to fix those airplanes up north, where in the south, normally you have other options, other companies that provide that service in multiple airports, larger airports. The exchange rate as well, the Canadian exchange rate, the Canadian dollar weakening, it has a big impact on the costs as well. Most of these parts that we're purchasing are traded in American dollars. In most of the suppliers are in the US, and even if they're in Canada, they are priced in American dollars. So that has a big impact as well. The regulatory requirements, they have changed as well over the years. Stringent regulations like reduced working hours for pilots, for example, comes to mind. About 2017, Transport Canada started a change that to address pilot fatigue, especially those pilots that were flying between time zones, large stage lengths, yearly departures. A valid point, mostly applicable to large national carriers, but it basically came to effect for all carriers by 2019, just before the pandemic. And the consequences of that are basically that to do the same amount of flying that we were doing before that legislation came to force, they will now require 20% more pilots to do the same amount of work. It basically reduced for everybody the amount of hours that each pilot could fly in a day or could work in a day. Their shift was reduced from what we were, for example, able to do in a 14-hour day shift period. Those were reduced to 11 hours, 10 hours, and even depending on some cases, depending on how many legs they do in a day or how early they start in the day, it could be reduced up to 9 and 8 hours if they travel certain time zones and I'm going to the extreme case of the change that occurred. So we need 20% more pilots to do what we were able to do before. And this is coming at a time that there's a pilot shortage, but there's a slide for that on its own. And then also additional changes that occurred in respect to passenger protection also came into effect in 2020, if I remember correctly, in that required airlines to cover for compensation related to operational delays. There are some exemptions regarding to safety related events, and there's some components of safety that could be maintenance, weather, airport related. However, at Perimeter, understanding the commitment that we have with our customers in the north, we cover compensation for pretty much all events that could occur. But having Transport Canada implement, or the Canadian Transportation Agency implement these new regulations that were substantially higher than what was practiced by the industry before, also contributed and contributes today to a higher cost of travel. I touched very briefly before on the limited infrastructure, the short runways, obviously, that limits the payloads that we're able to carry, the poor runway conditions, the increased wear and tear, with unscheduled maintenance events, especially this is a combination of bad weather and also that limited infrastructure. But a good example would be this fall season in the north. Runways are usually quite soft during this time. Depends on how much precipitation there could have been, what the temperature range could be, and we saw a large amount of prop damage caused by, again, soft runways picking up some of these gravel as the aircraft are trying to turn, and they need a little bit more power so they don't get stuck on the runway. We had events of aircraft stuck on the runway once they land. These runways are probably what we have noticed, they're well maintained. The staff are doing as much as they can to maintain those runways properly and plow them and keep them as dry as possible, snow free. But they're aging. These are airports that are aging quite a bit. Some of them were built in the 50s, and they were built for different platforms, for different aircraft, much lighter than the ones that we're sending today, that the market demands to send today, or simply there's no other platform available. So the drainage system is not built for that type of aircraft that we're sending. These runways are basically not built for that. The airport terminal, the ramp area, they're all, again, built many years ago based on much smaller and lighter aircraft. So we're at a higher risk of getting stuck when the runways are soft, what we call soft runways. Other areas that impact food security, and I wanted to mention too, it's the lack of warehousing, storage space, for example, at these airports. Operators have to bring and put infrastructure in place so we can store frozen product, fresh product, dry product in a secured, clean environment. Many times working with power that's not very stable as well. So that increases some of that wear and tear in some of those units as well. So small details, but I just want to mention them as they compound and do make a difference. So I touched before on the pilot shortages, but there's also general labor in total. I mentioned it that it's about 30% of our operation, it's labor. And on the pilot shortage side of things, when there's not enough pilots to do what we need to do, and there's less time that they can fly, so we need to do a couple of things. We need to reduce our frequency, become more efficient in our scheduling, and we need to be more attractive to these pilots so they can come and work for us. So that's what we did. That's what we had to do in last year, 2023. And our pilot salaries just skyrocketed, because that's what the industry is doing. Everybody's fighting for these pilots, and we want to make sure that we retain and hire the best that are out there. Luckily, things are improving in this area, but this is probably the biggest challenge that we're currently facing still. It doesn't allow us to have the backup, the spare coverage that we normally have in the event of somebody calling in sick. In the past, we were able to go ahead and put another pilot that we had on reserve and then continue with that mission, minimizing some of the delays and cancellations. However, nowadays, pilot calls in sick and we're probably going to be canceling a flight or two because of that. Not a lot of options to recover. So yeah, we're trying to be efficient, but not able to do it when there's such a shortage. And the same with other areas. Maintenance was one of them. It has improved. General labor, northern staff at the communities as well. It's a continuous effort to maintain, retain a lot of this staff and present a good offering for them to come and work for an airline. There are substantial third-party costs and fees as well. I think everybody probably knows that airports charge their fees to park, to land, to use any of the services that they have. There are navigation fees, insurance. We have talked about insurance in some of the other presenters as well, also impacting us substantially with professional fees. And these are going up by much larger percentages than what we have seen accumulated CPI since the pandemic is of 23 or 25% or so. We're seeing increases of, since the pandemic, 2019, 40% in many areas. So we understand it's an essential service. There are a lot of political pressures. We're trying to maintain an efficient operation, but again, the nature of the service and the political pressures to ensure there's a certain frequency, and even though it may not be economically viable or other scheduling requirements are also factors that make it a little bit more difficult for an airline to become more cost effective. The amount of, for example, baggage that we allow passengers to carry, it is quite important, essential for our passengers. We would love to have the ability to provide more baggage space for our passengers. However, there's just not enough room on this aircraft to take it all. Community members are coming to Winnipeg or Thompson, Sioux Lookout, Thunder Bay, you name it, and they're taking an opportunity to purchase goods that are extremely expensive for them up north. And we obviously want to facilitate the transportation of that back to their community. So we have tried a couple of ways, especially in the last couple of years, to offer some service that allow them to bring some of those goods back at a lower rate, not necessarily with them on the same flight, because like I said, it's substantial, the amount of goods that they bring, much more than other traditional airlines. We did a study and we saw on average, our passengers were bringing 6 to 8 items, large items per passenger before some of the changes that we had to put in place last year. So it is important to continue providing this service reliably, safely, and in doing so, we try to, maintain a level of efficiency while at the same time maintaining comfort, frequency, etc. I think to summarize, we obviously air travel, air transportation, it's very expensive. I hope that this brief presentation can give you high-level information on some of the factors that are driving some of those costs and how they are different for northern travel, which also has to be there's a difference between the northern Manitoba, northern Ontario air travel versus Arctic travel as well. There are some nuances that drive efficiencies and costs in a different way. But yeah, very high operational costs with small markets and high risks at the same time. But we, northern operators, I think there are a multiple number of companies serving the north nowadays that are all committed, trying to find ways to keep these costs down. I'm going to take the opportunity to connect with everybody that has presented so far and continue looking for ways to partner and bring more affordable foods to the north where it's needed. There are a couple of initiatives already in place with Manitoba Harvest, for example. Also others that are going to be announced soon. I'm not going to be able to mention details yet, but it's an effort that's continuous and is involving multiple partners. We need to be all working together to accomplish what we all want. So thank you again. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Carlos. So we do have a couple of questions in the chat. So I'll read out the first one. Do the feds own the remote airports, or are they community run? That's the first one.
Yeah, they're owned by the feds. No, all the northern airports are owned by the federal government. provincial government in Manitoba, sorry, Ontario government in Ontario as well. And they're funded through not very well through federal funding. That hasn't changed in over a couple of decades, actually, through ACAPs. That's quite a complex topic of its own.
And continuing to the second one, the same question is from Chris. Would it be viable to deliver warehouse assembly into these remote communities to enhance the airports for food warehousing? Any thoughts on that?
Yes, so let me just try to fully understand. We're talking about the opportunity to use the delivery drones? Is that the question?
No, the previous one. It's a continuation of the remote airports.
Warehouse assembly into these remote communities to enhance the airports. Yes, for sure. There's infrastructure is needed on multiple levels. The storage, I think may have been Jennifer that mentioned the couple of the airports in Garden Hill, St. Teresa Point, for example. You have to cross the lake to go to the airport. That presents a big problem for regular customers, even to just go ahead and retrieve their goods or mail or you name it. And there's just not enough space to house any of these goods. We put ourselves some of that infrastructure in place, but it's just not sufficient in many areas. So for sure, yes, the answer, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, the next question, it's a common topic that I've seen throughout a lot of conferences in the past. It's about asking about delivery drones being used for northern communities. Any insights on that or your thoughts?
A couple of years ago, we did an analysis just to understand what options we had to overcome, especially this water crossing problem. So it is probably
okay. So you can write it right at the beginning. They're writing it instantly as we start. It's 10 minutes. Yeah.
Can I request Miranda to mute, please?
So there were a couple of technologies that were in coming out. This is probably more than 2 years ago. It's COVID years, my apologies, but this is probably before COVID even. There are no physical addresses in northern Manitoba, but Google was coming up with this grid system, and I can't remember the name, but it presents an opportunity to do delivery that way. But it would go back to, again, some of the regulatory challenges. Having drones at the northern airports are not something that is pretty viable, very viable with current regulations, where we'll be operating out of an airport. There will be some regulatory items that need to be addressed there, and then the infrastructure, the ability to house all these more efficiently needs to be looked into. However, I think it's a viable option considering the vast area to cover and the terrain that we're operating in as well.
Okay, one last question. Which situation more commonly results in more revenue for the airline per space, an airline ticket and average 6 to 8 large items, or a similar amount of cargo without any passengers?
In our case, a good ratio of passengers and heavy items in the back, not a very large amount. Weight, if we can maximize the weight, the payload available on the aircraft by weight, that's the best case scenario. Cargo on its own, the aircraft that we operate are not very good cargo holders exclusively. Our planes are, again, passenger and cargo in the back. But if you go ahead and use, and we have other sister companies or colleagues operating cargo-only aircraft, your rate per pound needs to be higher in order to make that viable, economically viable.
Thank you. So one last thing. This question is from Barry. Any estimate on how much total costs of aviation to the north has increased within the past 3 to 4 years?
Well, I've seen numbers in the 40% mark. For us, in particular, I think we're about 20% in our prices. Now, our costs have gone up much higher than that, but we've been able to offset by becoming more efficient in many areas.
Okay. Thank you, Carlos, for the great presentation. And I think
Thank
now
you.
it's time to go for our next presentation, which is by Ross Prentice. So let me briefly introduce Ross to all of you. So Ross is based in Winnipeg, Manitoba, is a logistics and transportation expert with over 20 years of experience. He holds a professional designation in logistics from the University of Manitoba. In 2018, Ross became the CEO of Beyond Aircraft Systems International, a company dedicated to developing airship technology for sustainable transportation in northern regions. Prior to this role, he contributed to BASI in advisory and volunteer capacities. He's had a lifelong interest in cargo airship, of course, influenced in a part by his family background. So Ross is also a co-founder and chief operating officer of EvoTrucks, a freight matching platform connecting shippers and carriers directly for increased efficiency and value. His extensive industry experience enhances quality and transparency in freight logistics. Through his leadership roles at BASI and EvoTrucks, Ross continues to contribute to advancements in transportation technology, aiming to create more accessible and efficient logistics solutions to underserved regions. Ross, it's over to you.
So make sure everybody can hear me.
We can.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. I've got a presentation prepared. Everybody can see that. Good.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So again, as the writer mentioned, I'm Ross Prentice for BASI, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to discuss an important topic for the future of Canada's North, cargo airship transportation systems. Airships have been around for over a century, but they've never actually had a major role in cargo transportation. So this is partly due to the nature of the way that they need to be handled. So developing a safe and efficient method for ground handling and ballast transfer is a critical element for success. So before we really dive into how airships can help, we need to consider the current situation in the North. We've heard from several presenters about elements of this. The lack of relative connected transportation offers limited opportunities, and as a result, jobs up there are very scarce. As a result, government subsidies tend to be the main source of income for a lot of communities, and they face tremendous challenges that are just not a reality for us in the South at all. As we heard from Randy Jenkins, the winter road network is threatened, and in the past 20 years, we've actually lost half of the available use, and more in some cases for more of the southern communities. It's not as bad further north, but it's getting progressively a lot worse in southern regions, where we get sections of the winter that are warmer, and as a result of that, the ability to bring in or to put in the roads tends to be a little more difficult in general, and the consistency of the temperature creates problems with being able to have the roads in for periods of time. You'll get times where you get a strange amount of warm weather that will actually create problems for the road. You have to have brief closures or limits on weight, and this really affects things in terms of how many communities can receive the things they need. A lot of these communities in general rely on winter roads to receive the majority of their supplies for the year. So when the roads don't go in or are not available in a consistent way, the communities suffer for that. And then you can deliver a certain amount of the freight by airplane to offset that, but the additional cost that adds is tremendous. And as a result as well, too, airplanes can only carry certain things, so that also presents a considerable risk. So ultimately, this results in, but isn't limited to, very, very high costs for food, even subsidized costs. The example that's shown here with the milk, that's about a 5 or 6 year old picture. It's very, very likely that the costs have gone up dramatically from that even. And even that is just, it blows my mind to see that cost. This, as a result, tends to contribute to health problems and malnutrition, as healthy food is expensive and or not even available in some cases. And then as well too, there are other issues that develop. Housing has mold problems and overcrowding, structural issues, and getting supplies in to repair them, or even people to fix those problems creates a tremendous cost and challenge. And then, of course, this also tends to develop into or positions social problems and high rates of other concerns that are associated as a result of just the nature of that circumstance. And all of these problems could be addressed by having a consistent and affordable transportation solution. So airplanes, they provide a vital service to the north, but the cost is very, very high. Carlos, the previous presenter, covered many of the reasons for this. I'll just share a very brief excerpt I had from a conversation with another Northern Air operator. They had told me that essentially from a maintenance standpoint, they count every landing as 2 landings for the nature of the runways, the conditions, when the propellers are coming in and they're still spinning up, you've got gravel hitting them, and the premature wear on the airplanes as a result of landing on runway conditions that are just, they're not what we have here in the South. They're very bumpy, and it creates a lot of premature damage to the airplanes that otherwise wouldn't occur. The introduction of airship services for cargo would help to bring down costs considerably, and would also provide a year-round opportunity to deliver bulky or oversized cargo. Airships have very large cargo bays, and they have the ability to carry slung cargo. So ultimately, they can handle basically anything that you could put on an over-the-road truck, and essentially actually a lot more things as well. So cargo airships are currently being developed all over the world. There's very strong support over in Europe at the moment. They're doing a lot to help to bring things up and get things going there. The airships that are shown in the pictures here range from between 10 and 100 tons of lifting capacity. There's multiple countries working on this with varied design ideas, and there are a lot of innovators out there that are really trying to bring this technology back into service. The 2 closest are the ones here at the top, hybrid air vehicles. The Airlander, that's actually a production vehicle at this time, and they're working through to actually mass produce elements of it. It is, however, a blimp design, which I won't get too far into, but it would face tremendous challenges in our cold weather climates. There's also LTA research down in the USA, and they're actually producing, what's shown here is actually their rigid airship design. And that's getting closer to a time when they'll be looking to produce it, but still in a concept phase at this time in terms of it has not been yet certified. BASI also has some designs for multiple sizes of cargo airships, but in the interest of bringing forward a solution to Canada's north sooner, we're working with other airship companies that are closer to flying prototypes and actually working hard on developing our ground handling technology at this time. And I'll get into that in a little bit. So every mode of cargo transportation relies on systems and infrastructure to be able to operate effectively. This gives the opportunity to be safe, profitable, and reliable. which is incredibly important if you want to try to do anything relating to cargo. Airships are an emerging option as a cargo transporter, so they need support, and that support needs to be appropriate and needs to be subsidized properly. Airline operators don't build airports, and transport truck carriers don't build highways. In the same way, airship operators are going to need handling facilities that are properly managed and handled by government, which requires a lot of support and involvement that at this time hasn't gotten to where it needs to be, but I have faith that we're going to get there with it. So we're not really used to seeing airships around, so it's maybe a little difficult to understand their scale. This example here is our potential 30-ton airship. So about 187 meters long. It's a fairly significant aircraft. The largest aircraft in the world, the Antonov AN-225, it would basically be about the length of two of those, or they'll need a little bit more. Perhaps maybe a more familiar vehicle, the school buses. There about 13 buses parked end to end to get an equivalent distance, something in the neighborhood of almost 2 football fields long. This immense size and buoyant property requires that these aircraft be handled very differently than what we would see for a traditional aircraft. And as a result, we've had a lot of time to think about this, and we've developed what we call the Buoyant Aircraft Rotating Depot, or BARD for short. It's a large-scale rotating turntable surface that's appropriate for handling the airship and allowing it to be reballasted, to exchange cargo, to refuel it, and conduct any kind of inspections and sort of things that need to be done to ensure its safety. This very specially designed infrastructure allows for the airship to be predictably handled in a variety of different conditions, and it allows it to be able to turn and move with the wind as necessary without risking the people that are working on transferring the cargo or making adjustments in terms of the ballast or refueling. This type of fixed infrastructure also allows for the potential development of autonomous operations, because these will be fixed points of pickup or delivery. So I've got a brief video here. If I just have a moment here to adjust the speed of it, because it otherwise clips along quite quickly. So this just gives an indication of how we would go about preparing or putting a BARD on a prepared site. So we would start by installing pins and piling to get everything set and level, followed by electrical connections and service buildings to be able to ensure we've got the required things needed that way, a water balance, containment, and then fuel supply areas would be assembled and set up, lines run to the middle of the BARD area where we'll be able to make that work. Then skirting and ramp can be installed, allowing us to be able to set the nature of the space, adding wind sensors, which will be necessary to be able to control the surface. And then if we have size and scope needs, installing certain amounts of warehousing and outbuildings to be able to allow for cargo to be stored. Installing the turning motor in the surface, and allowing us to be able to then deliver with airships. Let's rerun again. There we go. So in transportation, safety is paramount. The use of a BARD system would allow cargo to be safely transferred while allowing the ship to rotate as needed when the wind adjusts. This will give us a chance to be able to have greater utilization, because we can offload, unload in more adverse conditions than what we would otherwise be able to. This would allow turnaround times to be reduced, and so as a result, we'd be able to keep schedule. This is, as Carlos mentioned in his previous presentation, very, very important in aviation. In order to be able to get the maximum out of these things, you need to have as much utilization as you possibly can within the time that you've got. You can't have the weather messing with you. The BARD also has a minimal footprint. I'll get to, I have another slide about that in general, but it ultimately absorbs less space than traditional methods of handling airships. The typical way of managing that is the airship is held by the nose and that on a mast, and it is allowed to move and swing in all different directions as necessary. In the case of the BARD, we're securing it from the middle, and then we rotate it around as necessary. So it takes up a lot less space. And then relative to the value of the aircraft itself, the BARD is a really minimal cost. It's not as expensive as it would seem for what it is, and ultimately compared to the cost of the machines that will be operating on it, it's actually quite minimal. So we did some case studies, several of them actually. We kind of come to some very interesting conclusions about the nature of where the costs will be for an airship system. The BARD part of it is actually fairly minimal, and even if we dramatically increase the cost of the BARD, which we placed the initial design at about $3 million per. If we move that up to even more than double at 7 million, it still only makes about 12% total system cost. So comparative to the actual value of the airship itself, the cost is quite minimal for the tremendous benefits and protections that it offers. As I was mentioning earlier, it's the area required to be able to support an airship. If you have a mast design, you have to account for the airship swinging all the way along in any direction from that center pivot point. So as you get larger aircraft, that distance increases quite exponentially. And as you can see, even just with a 250-meter airship, so this would be a little larger than the 30-ton one that I mentioned earlier and showed the example of. The considerable amount of area that is required comparative with the mast technology versus the BARD is quite notable. So it's a lot safer and more efficient and saves a lot of space. This actually allows for it to be potentially installed at or near airports or nearby fixed existing infrastructure. It limits land clearing and the amount of space that's actually required to hold on to that tech. It's also assembled in modules, similar to sort of pie pieces eventually. So those could be rehomed or removed should circumstances change. This is especially important for circumstances like someone that's going to produce a remote mine somewhere. You don't have a stranded asset of a road or the requirements to remediate that space that's damaged by the input of a road. Simply remove the BARD as necessary and do the remediation of the land that was taken at that point. So since 2011, BASI's been researching and developing technology to enable the creation of a cargo airship system to serve the North. The BARD is a critical missing piece of this that allows for us to be able to provide access to rural communities using airships. You can see in the chart that I've developed, or the example I developed here, that effectively we would consolidate all sorts of different resources from food suppliers, truckload and less than truckload items, and bring them to a space where they would then be transferred over to the BARD to be able to move over into the airship, flown over to the remote community and transferred on a similar BARD in that space, and then from there moved to community warehouses and then distributed from those to community homes and stores. This would allow, through a consistent, affordable transportation solution, all year round deliveries of a variety of different cargo. The associated services and all of these pieces would be potentials for job creation and development opportunities. As the connected transportation is something that's more available, this also allows for business development in the North as well too, because having consistent transportation would allow for a lot more opportunities than what we have today. So I've got a couple of examples for here in Manitoba. First one here is the distribution that would operate out of Norway House. where we've got about an 800-kilometer drive from Winnipeg to get to Norway House. And then from there, there are about 7 that I could see, but there may be others within about 300 kilometers that would be able to be served from that space. It would allow for bulk buying of food or other items to be able to have communities share in the benefits of being able to have these things brought in and distributed from that one location. And this is also an ideal location as we see for a potential pilot project to be able to test this technology. The second example, we've got Thompson, Manitoba. There are about 16 communities that we could see within around a 300 kilometers range that would allow for us to be able to serve. There are in this map as well too an additional 10 communities or so that fall into about a 500 kilometer range. This is for a 30-ton airship, a little bit less efficient, but still within potential range. And of course, as airship sizes increase, the chances of being able to make a little longer distances are also better. Just to be clear about that, it's not necessarily that the airship can't travel that distance. It's more that the economics of it are better for a larger airship with at longer range. In the case of Thompson, goods could be sent in via road or rail, transshipped to airships, and then flown about 300 kilometers or so average distance to a variety of different communities within the target range. Thompson's also a cold weather testing hub and a space that we see as a major opportunity for airships to be tested and to have the facilities for repair and other things. There's some strong support there, and we see a lot of that. And then as well, the possibility of remote mining opportunities. There's a lot of resources that are up in that region that are currently not accessible. There'd be a chance to be able to take some good benefits from that while offering some very important elements to the communities in those regions. The other element of this as well too is that in addition to the potential for food security advantages, this area is heavy chronic shortage of housing. We're seeing at this point in time 4.3 persons per dwelling in remote communities in this region. This is considerably higher than the national average of 2.5. The 2023 census that we looked through for this identified that we need nearly 4,000 new houses to replace aging supply in this region alone. So there's a considerable need, and certainly airships could help to solve that. So there's a national policy for critical minerals, and this is presenting a significant opportunity for us to help further reduce freight rates for northbound goods. Typically, mines ship more than double the weight and concentrate south versus the weight of mining supplies they need sent north. This would present an opportunity for empty northbound ships to carry food, building materials, other goods to nearby remote communities, load up on ballast, proceed to the mine, empty the ballast, and then collect loads of concentrate and bring them south. If this was coordinated properly, the northern communities could then see backhaul rates for this. As a result, pay significant amount less, and they wouldn't have those round trip costs that would exist as a result of just it being empty or a ballasted airship coming back. So we've, over the course of time, made some considerable progress in the last couple of years, especially in developing the BARD technology. We've built some smaller scale desktop models and versions and done some tests with them to be able to understand the controls and how we might operate using sensors. As I showed you in the slide video, we looked at using piles to ensure leveling for the larger version of the turntable. The research we've done shows that it's critical for the turntable to be level in order to be able to have consistent operations with it. As well, we want levels because it's it's a lot more difficult to drive around on it with the forklift as well too if it's not. So we've worked through some of and developed the connections that are needed to be able to understand how to use wind sensors to be able to appropriately adjust the turntable where needed. Winds will change and shift often, and for our part of it, understanding those changes and being able to make appropriate adjustments is a critical element to being able to have these airships under proper control. The combination of these things positions us now to take the next steps needed in development to scale up the technology and start using it out in the real world. So at this time, we've reached TRL 6. So we've got technology demonstration. We're looking to conduct trials now with a scaled up outdoor pilot project. We've been in talks with government and communities to determine the location of that pilot project. It would allow for 2 prototype BARD devices and then likely an advertising blimp or similar sized smaller aircraft to prove out the technology and to help us to be able to have an example for government to see before moving to full scale. So from that, capital investment and development of government support are really critical to moving the project forward. And we're underway on both of those things at this time. So as this is ultimately a conference dedicated to agricultural development, and I'd be remiss not to provide a final thought regarding the worldwide potential for airships. These are extremely high endurance vehicles. The Graf Zeppelin circumnavigated excuse me, the globe back in 1929. It's almost 100 years ago. They were operating safely at times where airplanes were still very much in question. This is a very proven technology that needs the modern advances that we've seen in other aviation. Using modern cargo airships to transport freight around the world is an important part of our future as I see it. It opens up the potential for new supply chains. They're slower, but a lot cheaper than airplanes to operate. Faster than ships, but still capable of carrying very large volumes of freight, which gives them a unique opportunity to sort of fit in the middle there between airplanes and ships. So the critical missing piece is handling them properly so that we can harness that potential for change. And BASI is well underway on working on that, and hope to have some future developments to share on that very soon. It's been a great pleasure speaking to you all today, and I've now opened the floor to any questions that anybody might have.
All right, thank you, Ross. We do have a couple of questions lined up. So meanwhile, if you have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat. So the first question is, I assume that an airship could bring in the workers and supplies to build a PA installation. Would that take a few trips? That question is coming from Chris.
Right. So I think it's very possible that we would look to bring in the supplies to build the BARD using winter roads. The existing network allows for that to be done, and trucks are actually a very effective way for us to move in the pieces needed to be able to assemble things. The biggest challenge that you encounter with an airship is that you've got a consistent amount of lift that's always present. So if you're carrying an object that's 15 tons, you need to put 15 tons back on immediately, because if you don't, the next stop is the moon. Because you have to make sure that you're transferring that ballast properly. So it's a bit of a challenge to be able to set things up initially using just the airship. However, with that said, there may be opportunities to do parts of that or deliver pieces of it that way. I think the initial installation though would be done using existing infrastructure to get a lot of the parts to where they need to be.
Thank you. And can you account for limitations of extreme weather condition, airship storage at airfields?
So certain amounts of weather could be handled. The extreme limitations on this still need to be fully tested. We've got some good estimates and understandings of relative conditions we'd be able to run in. With that said, the safest place for an airship at any given time is actually up in the air. And it's
It's about 5.
Okay, so just a heads up.
Mira-
I guess we're doing sex ed in Jim, is that?
okay. Yeah, so to answer the question, effectively the safest place at any time for an airship is actually up in the air. So if weather conditions are not good, you don't want to have that airship anywhere near the ground if you can avoid that. And you can actually get up and over the weather or move to a place or nearby where you're not facing those same conditions. The majority of accidents for airships, the majority of damage to airships actually occurs as a result of them being too close to the ground and the weather basically pushing them onto or over onto the ground. So the best place for you, again, like I say, is to be up in the sky. You don't really want to have them parked on the ground during extreme weather.
Okay. There's one more question. These are very remote areas. Based on your current design, what do you expect would be the time needed to construct a working BART?
So the actual object itself is very straightforward. We've had conversations with a number of fabricators. The actual time to build the object itself is not extreme. I think we would face the challenge of being able to, and this is something that I think a lot of remote community members would be able to relate to, just making sure that we had the ability to bring the products that are necessary in to have them all put together and installed. We've had some conversations with it's Sigfusson is the name of the company. They operate a lot of northern winter roads construction and building each year, and they do a huge amount of the work up in the north. The relative build time would be something in the neighborhood of 3 to 6 months total time between preparing the land and getting everything together. But again, there's some elements in there in terms of the actual time when we're looking at the fabrication of those elements to get everything coordinated and logistics involved.
All right. Thank you very much, Ross. I think with the time limitations, I will hand over to Barry now to take over. And thank
Sounds
you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naranda. Michael Birch is our next speaker, but I don't see him logged in yet. Michael, if you're there, could you make yourself known? Michael Birch is the Grand Chief of the Island Lakes area. And maybe while we wait for Michael to come, we can open it up to the previous section for if there are any more questions with Ross or Carlos or Randy.
Well, I see a couple of questions here that are coming up. So in terms of the reception of the Canadian government to airship technology, we've spoken to individual politicians, and the ones we've spoken to seem to be really interested in the potential of it. I think the challenge that we get into with anything with government is that there's a certain amount of siloing that takes place between government departments, and that it ends up being that it's this guy's idea or this one, or talk to these guys, and it ends up with a lot of circling around. So it's very challenging in fashion to get everybody lined up. But I think as the needs are identified to the government by communities, and as we continue to move on this, I believe that the government support will be there. And is the other part here, sorry, the other component of that question was the flight path and air traffic versus normal planes. So airships operate at they actually aren't pressurized. They operate under 10,000 feet for the majority of their operations. As far as their flight paths, there would have to be coordination similar to the way that the regular air traffic is managed. They would fall under the same types of regulations. So they would be managed similarly, while probably not quite the same. The next question I see here was looking at locations. So it's one thing in Canada that we really don't seem to suffer too much about is space. There's lots of room to do a lot of things. I think the challenge we might get into in terms of the locations chosen would be just the preparation of the land needed, and then of course the discussion and all of the things that surround the important elements of consideration when it comes to land use in these communities. We need to speak to community leaders and have understandings of where they would want these things positioned, and as well talking to traditional knowledge keepers to understand where we should put these as well too, in terms of the way that the land actually operates and works. This is a critical element of this, and that these are areas that we just don't really have as much familiarity with, and that we would definitely rely on the traditional knowledge of the people in those areas to help us understand that. Airship storage. Yeah, so I mean, it's something that I think is maybe not necessarily always, well, it's I think system or by the nature of things, very, very difficult for understanding, because we just don't see airships, and airships aren't a thing that we have on a regular basis anywhere. Their operations and their storage would be similar to what you see of boats in the ocean. You don't really park a ship up to the dock unless you're going to be doing something to load or unload it. Otherwise, it's out there in the ocean and moving around, and that's very much the way for airships. There isn't we don't want to store them near the ground at all. In fact, actually, as much as possible, we want them to be operating almost continuously. If there was a need to store them, they need tremendous hangars, huge hangars to be able to put them into. These currently do not exist in Canada, and they would also need to be built and then again operated and supported by potentially by government. Right. Okay. Yeah. And so then the next question here is about the safest place for an airship during extreme weather. Yeah. So being up in the air is the safest place, because if you get a large gust of wind that throws you, 300 or 400 meters, you don't want that to happen when you're on the ground. You'd rather have that happen where you're not going to hit anything. So being up in the air is the safest place for you during extreme weather. Department of Defense. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is one of the things that we think is potential of a major use for airships is a combination of surveillance and monitoring. There's a definite desire to work with the Department of National Defense to be able to do that and to help Canada to be able to maintain sovereignty in the North. We want to make sure that we are able to see what's going on up there, and this would give a tremendous opportunity for that, as a large network of airships would be able to present the opportunity to do all sorts of different monitoring for us to be able to protect ourselves as a country. Storage, maintenance, repair. So yeah, again, we would need a large hangar or large hangars built to be able to manage the maintenance, storage, and repair of airships. But again, I think the storage part, not very much. We don't want to be in there any more than we have to, because if you're in there, you're not flying around and making money. And ultimately, as it comes back to operations, when it comes to aviation, you want to be as efficient as possible in being able to be able to operate as often and as much as you possibly can. Right. Oh yes, training of pilots. Yeah. Yeah, that's another one here that's of interest for sure. That maybe, I'm not sure if that's the group chat that says direct message. So yeah, there's a for pilot training and other things, that's a huge missing gap at the moment that will ultimately need to be filled, and it's we're in a good position, I think, in some ways, in that the Europeans are a few years ahead of us on this and are working hard at developing the technology, and I believe that a lot of what we'll need will probably start from and come from the people that are over in Europe operating now. With that said, we're also familiar with a number of airship pilots around the world that have flown blimps and other different types of airships. Helicopter pilots are also fairly familiar with the nature of being in the air and kind of stopped, so to speak, which that's something for traditional aviation or airline pilots that can be a little concerning. The idea of being up in the air and not moving is kind of unfamiliar to them, so I don't think they like that very much. Operating at northern regional centers. Yes, and yeah, so very much so. Thompson would be an ideal location for airship hangars. We've got some discussions that have been ongoing with that for some time now, with the idea of looking at some of the old trench mines that are there and potentially covering those and using the already dug out space in the ground to be able to provide a large volume of what the hangar would need, and then covering the top of the surface so there wouldn't be nearly as much construction needed to be able to create a fairly large cavity building that would be able to house airships. So there's definitely some plans on that. I think that's the end of the questions at this time.
Well, thank you, Ross. Are there any comments from Carlos or from Randy? Or questions? If not, it looks like. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that it's all good here. Great presentation, Ross.
Thank you, Carlos. You as well.
Well, seeing our next speaker is not on until 12:30, it's now 12:11 by my clock, and I don't see Michael Birch, who is, I guess, unfortunately not going to be able to join us. If that's the case, perhaps it's an opportunity to allow everybody to take a quick break if they want to grab a peanut butter sandwich. We don't have lunches at webinars, unfortunately, so this would be your chance to get away. And what we'll do is we'll suspend the presentations and we'll come back at 12:30. So thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you shortly again. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, which is George Hajasic. George holds a position of Director of Business and Technology Development at MDS AeroSupport. MDS is a world-leading supplier of validation technology in areas of aviation propulsion and industrial power generation. In his current role, George works with the business development team to integrate new capabilities related to decarbonization and reducing carbon footprint of test facilities. George has been with MDS since 1995 and has a broad background in both business development and engineering. He is a professional engineer. He holds 2 master's degrees as well as an undergraduate degree in engineering from Carleton University. Ambitious gentleman, George. And I understand you're ready to talk about the possibility of a new testing facility, and perhaps I'm sure you will start with what you're currently doing in Thompson. So over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for that introduction, Barry. And a pleasure to be here, and really looking forward to presenting and having some good questions on the topic. Okay, all right. So first off, just a thank you to the task force and for having me as part of it. And I sort of came to this a few years back through our presence in Thompson, and MDS's presence in Thompson. And when I heard about this, I immediately grabbed hold of it because I firmly believe in the airships as a technology for where we are right now, as a very suitable, very timely technology. And so I'm very, very excited to be a part of it. And I know there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm very, very hopeful. As is our good man, Barry. So thank you, Barry. Okay, so today I want to talk about cold weather test capability for airships in primarily in Thompson, Manitoba, and understanding the viability, desirability, and the feasibility of what this is going to look like. But first I want to talk a little bit about innovation. And first I want to tell so innovation to me is a success And for success to take place, you need to have three things. You need to have feasibility, so technically feasible, viability, and desirability. And there also has to be that opportunity. And some will say necessity, but I say opportunity. And I want to talk a little bit about Canadian innovation. And one story that I came across a while back is from the 1970s. And it was a period where Japan was doing a lot of export of consumer goods to Canada. And so Japan was sending these aircraft, these jets full of consumers' goods to Canada, and then only one out of every 8 was going back with anything. And so some fishermen in PEI realized that there is a huge market for tuna, sushi grade tuna in Japan, and that they could be sending their tuna to Japan on these jets, and these jets would get them there in a timely fashion. And the cost would be relatively low because the planes were going back anyway. Are you guys seeing the pop-ups on my screen, or do I? Okay.
Yeah, they're coming through, but it's okay.
Okay. Let's see if I can hide that somehow. Okay. Another great story of innovation is the Glacier Test Facility that is in Thompson, Manitoba. And this is a facility that does icing certification for jet engines, for gas turbines that are used for aircraft propulsion. And it is a joint venture between Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney. And fundamentally, it grew out of the need for more economic testing of aircraft engines. So MDS was involved in this project. We worked with our two partners to find a site, and Thompson was the perfect site based on the environmental conditions. So based on not just the fact that it gets cold there, but it gets a certain kind of cold, and there's a certain number of days where they have the appropriate test points that aircraft engines need to get tested. So just wanted to show a couple images of the facility. And this has proven to be a huge success for both MDS and for Thompson, I believe, in terms of bringing technology and opportunity. So just a few pictures of what the test site looks like. So fundamentally, the gas turbine is hung off the test stand, and positioned in front of it is a long tunnel, which when you spray water into it, that water, it converts to ice crystals. And then the ice crystals, they form on the leading edge of the fan. And from there, they're able to study what happens when ice is forming on the fan and when it sheds. And this is also required for certification. This is one of my favorite pictures. It's quite beautiful. So there's a lot of technology involved in getting the engine ready for test and actually running the engine. Here's a picture of the team that's involved in it. So not only do they do icing tests, they also do endurance testing in the off season. So as a younger engineer, I think it was 20 years ago, I was able to participate in the development of this facility, and I spent some very long nights up in Thompson building this. So why did Glacier work? Why was Glacier a success? And fundamentally, Glacier was a better mousetrap, because prior to having this facility, what the engine OEMs were doing is they were sending their engines to test in facilities that were indoor, where the environmental conditions were being created through machines, through chillers, through blowers, and essentially the cost to create that was exceptionally high. Whereas in Canada, we get a lot of that for free. Mother Nature gives us all of that for free. And so the opportunity arose to build a facility and to convince some of our OEM partners that this would work. And that combined with a lot of gumption and a lot of desire for success. and opportunity, right? There was that opportunity. So what is the opportunity for airships? So in my mind, and I think a lot of people's mind, the airship is a better mousetrap when you compare it to some of the existing technologies that are available for getting cargo to remote places. The cost per ton is lower, and I think very importantly, the technology fits with a global mandate for decarbonization. I would say in the last 5 years, our focus on test on aircraft has very much been towards shifting our thinking to a lower carbon footprint, and we're exploring a lot of with customers, exploring a lot of different cases for the use of hydrogen, both as a fuel and as fuel cells, and for hybrid electric propulsion with distributed power. Okay, so in the north, opportunity is that there is for the transport of goods, the transport of cargo, medical supplies, housing, and mining and forestry. And through the task force, we've been looking at these areas and speaking with different individuals in industry to see what the opportunities could be. So what are we comparing against? The current technologies, the ice roads, and current fixed wing aircraft. And as we know, those are not cheap, and the seasons are shorter for the ice roads. So the airships are really presenting themselves to be a viable technology or a future technology. So an example of what an airship looks like in terms of size and capacity and capability. In North America, helium is the only lifting gas that's been certified. However, in Europe, EASA, they're now certifying hydrogen with conditions. What we're seeing on propulsion systems is a move towards distributed power, where you've got electric motors that are driven by generators. So you have generators that are driving electric motors that are driving propellers. And the benefit of that configuration is that you can turn the propeller at whatever speed you need to, as opposed to a gas turbine where the speed of the fan or the prop on a gas turbine is essentially driven by the core. And in terms of capability, I think we're seeing up to about 60 tons of cargo. Okay, so to be seen as a viable technology, there's a number of hurdles that need to be overcome, and certification is certainly a big one. In Canada, Airworthiness Chapter 541, the FAA in the US, and EASA in Europe. I mentioned earlier that lifting gas in North America is helium, and helium, as you know, is in short supply and is not cheap. Hydrogen is much more readily available, but there's a lot of issues with hydrogen and its flammability. I think the good news is that there's a lot of development that's going on in commercial aviation, in fixed wing aircraft, in terms of technology development to make hydrogen a safer fuel. And so if we can make it work for fixed wing aircraft, I'm sure we can make it work for airships, even though the use would be different. I mean, fundamentally using it as a lifting gas as opposed to propulsion. And then, of course, the appropriateness of the technology for cold weather applications. Testing and certification is required. So desirability, why do we want this technology? It fits very well with this need for decarbonization. And this was a technology that was around in the early 20th century, but it was very much overshadowed by fixed wing aircraft. So aircraft flew faster, and they could get you to where you were going quicker. And based on the metrics in play at that time, the fixed wing aircraft won out. But now we have new metrics to think about. We have new values and we have new limitations. And I think this technology is once again viable. And, so it's definitely been demonstrated that it's a lower cost option for cargo transport. Why is hydrogen not acceptable lifting gas for airships? Here's some quotes. There's some, yeah. So there in aviation and power generation, advances are being made. In fact, we're working with some industrial partners now to develop facilities for testing with hydrogen. There are some limitations, and there's a lot of safety features that need to be employed to make it safe, but it's entirely doable. And as I said, EASA has already certified or allowed for the use of hydrogen as a lift gas with certain conditions. Okay, cold weather considerations, new forms of propulsion. So I talked about distributed power. And if you're using distributed power, you're using electric motors, and electric motors behave differently at altitude, and they behave differently in cold temperatures. There's the ground infrastructure that Ross talked about. One of the things that we learned very quickly when we were building the facility for Glacier in Thompson is that the cold weather has different impacts on how things work, and you really need to understand that, and you really need to design for those cold temperatures. So typically we're good for designing up to -20 and -40, but in Thompson that's not cold enough. We need to take it even lower. Technologies for snow and ice clearance, preheating, actually cold soak engines is something that happens or is tested up in Thompson. De-icing, heating for fuel systems, and prevention of ice buildup in flight. Talked a little bit about propulsion already, but with the new forms of propulsion, the distributed power, using generators and electric motors, there's new challenges that will be faced in terms of how they operate at altitude. And there'll be new challenges for ground-based testing. Now, the good news is that a lot of this is being developed and moved forward by the aviation industry. And the hope would be that airships would be able to benefit from that technology as it's being developed. Something that Thompson has available is some open pit mines that could be used for the development of places to store the airships, to keep them out of the elements, to create hangars. So this is something that we've been talking about with a number of individuals in the task force. And then finally, my conclusion is, to talk about a cold weather test center is really the tail wagging the dog, in that in order for such a facility to be viable, we really need to have an industry to support. So to get to a place where we can talk about building cold weather test facilities, we need that airship industry to exist, and it's starting. There's partners that are in Canada that are making very, very, very big moves, and if we look at Quebec, we'll see that Flying Whales is there. And the technology has to make sense for the stakeholders, for the northern communities, for mining, and for resources. And I feel like if the communities are interested, then industry will step up, and if industry steps up, then the government will step up to support. So we have to make sure that we have a demand. We have to make sure that we have safe technology, and we have to make sure that we have economic benefit. All right, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. That was interesting, and indeed, one of the comments you made about electric motors operating differently, I don't have much familiarity with that. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how they might operate at colder temperatures that are different?
Thanks, Barry. That's a great question. I don't understand the technology myself. There's a lot of people at MDS that do, but they tell me that there's a phenomenon. I think it's called. I can't. But there, because of the altitude, there is a different way that these electric motors operate, and that does have an impact on their design. So there's there's so much testing that's going on around the world right now in terms of electric motors, in environmental chambers where they can test at altitude conditions. And the great thing about,
sorry, just going to say, yes, I've seen a number of small demonstration projects with electric airplanes already. So that process is well underway.
yeah, for sure. And you know, we look at Airbus. Airbus is very much pushing this technology in Europe. Yeah, and so the nice thing about electric motors and testing electric motors in environmental chambers is that unlike a gas turbine, you don't have to have air flowing through it. So you can create a smaller chamber and bring that to altitude conditions without having to worry about continuously treating the air.
You know, the comment about the need for the industry, and I think, you know, in northern Canada, we certainly have an opportunity to test out airships during the summer months. And we can certainly operate in the summer months and a lot of benefit. If we could get 6 months of operation, that would make a huge change in itself. But of course, you know, we're going to want to run them all year round, especially once we get started, there'll be a desire for that. So one of the issues, as you mentioned, just like the jet engines, where do you test something as large as an airship? You have to have some protected space, especially if it's an experimental craft, it's not certified. You don't know if everything's going to work. Nobody wants to bring their expensive machine up to the north and hope. So there is a need for a location somewhere, and Thompson is certainly one that's well located. Although I've heard that people have talked about Yellowknife and Fairbanks and other places that could be possible centers. But I think we certainly have an advantage if we have a space where the airship could be protected from. Essentially, it's the side gusts you have to protect from, just so as long as it's under the walls.
Yes, if you're moored, then you absolutely have to have some form of protection. And I did have that one slide that showed some of the open pit mining that is definitely an opportunity for us to explore. And I don't know if you've ever visited. There's a facility in Germany. There's a hangar that was built for these airships, and it was later converted to like a play park, a theme park, because there was so little use for it. So these hangars are going to be quite cost prohibitive, and if you can repurpose something like an open pit mine to be able to store or to shelter an airship, then it's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, and something that Thompson has on offer potentially if we can figure out a way to make that work, because you've got you know, some of that structure already presented for you.
And as you mentioned about the summer operations of the jet engine testing, the airship cold weather testing facility could be used for maintenance and operations in the summertime too. So it could also have a year-round purpose. You know, the concept of hangars, they are expensive, obviously, because they have to be very big buildings. But what we can see is that the ones that were built 100 years ago are still operational. So they have a very long life, and you don't need that many because an airship only goes in and out of a hangar maybe 14 days a year. It's really for inspections or some maintenance that's very heavy. So a single large hangar could probably support 20 or 25 airships as well. So the actual cost, although it is a large capital cost to begin with, the operating costs and maintenance of a facility like that is not maybe as great as it might appear at the surface.
Now, in terms of cold weather testing, of course, there's going to be tests that require that you have the entire airship as an assembly. Now, will you have to do a lot of ground testing with that? I'm not sure. I think by that point, you'll probably be doing flight tests. And then all of the subsystems, I can imagine that you can do ground testing on all of these subsystems in a way that you don't require that hangar. So the propulsion system, for example, you could easily ground test that outside, right? Because you've got the cold conditions, you've got the environmental conditions, or you strap it to the belly of an aircraft, a fixed-wing aircraft, and you test it that way. So I think there's many, many ways that we can further the technology and demonstrate compliance with certification requirements before we are in a position where we need to have the capability to actually store an entire airship in a hangar.
I remember talking with the gentleman from Zeppelin about this very point and about, testing things in pieces and so on and so forth. Oh, he said, absolutely, you can do that and you should do that. But he said, you need to get the whole airship together to find out that the rubber sticks to the door and you're trying to get it open. So, and the cold soaking and so on, that the whole system has to be tested. So, and again, there's no rules written that I am aware of for what really is required, but that's part of the development of the future.
Yeah, the certification isn't there yet.
I don't see any questions in the chat, but maybe I'm not looking in the right spot. Are there any questions other people would have? Well, certainly Thompson has a couple of advantages. In addition to being maybe the home for cold weather testing, it's really well located as a base to start operations from. So it could do that. And I'm sure that all the systems have to be tested in addition to landing and takeoff. So the BARD would have to be tested there as well, both for cold weather, but also for the airship using it. So, the notion of having a facility where we could attract every airship from around the world to come and test themselves would be a great advantage, certainly because, for example, you're be pretty hard to cold weather test airships in Brazil. That's one example. So around the world, even in Europe, I don't think they'd have many places where they get to those temperatures.
Yeah. And kudos to the airship companies that are coming to Canada, that are making waves in Canada and starting the development of this technology here. So, yeah. And Thompson, in terms of environment and in terms of capability as well, there's a lot of knowledge up in Thompson in terms of cold weather test, which we can leverage for for these airships. Yeah, so
wonderful. Well, I see our next session is going to start very soon, and Derek Bruin, who is going to be chairing that session. Derek, we do have some dynamic adjustment. Carlo Dade, who's ducking out of a meeting in Ottawa to be able to be with us after just returning from China. So I hope he's not too jet lagged. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And I know a difficult trip coming back from overseas is always hard. So we appreciate very much you making the effort to be with us today. And I'll turn the session over to Derek. And you can get started, Derek.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, everyone. And thank you to Barry for setting up yet another wonderful discussion of our supply chains here in Canada. And thank you to Carlo for coming. Carlo Dade is the Director of Trade and Trade Infrastructure for Canada West Foundation. He has a long history of international public policy, including as a professional affiliate at the Johnson Shoyoma School of Public Policy at the University of Saskatchewan, and as a non-resident senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies at Washington, D.C., and is a member of the Mexican Council of Foreign Relations. Given that he's got short time, I'll stop there, but the rest of his long experience is in the speaker notes. Carlo, you want to take it away?
Sure. Actually, I got a little bit of time, and I really did want to hear ADM Dick, who I see is on and now looking panicked that he's going to be asked to jump in. But hey, at the ADM level, you're prepared to dance on your feet and well trained. So if I could go after Robert Dick, that would actually be better. It would help to inform my presentation, and I don't want to talk past what Robert says, and he's an ADM, so he should go first.
I'm used to going last. I appreciate the honorific position. Maybe it's just my golf game that usually sees me last as well and has me trained. But sure, I'll let me see.
I'll let you get your slides ready, and I'll introduce you, Robert. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's just fine. I confess I've never used Zoom to do a presentation before, so we'll see what happens here.
Okay, I'll ask the host to make your slides available. And so Robert Yeah, I think this is a relatively new position. He's head of Canada's National Supply Chain Office. That office collaborates with other orders of government, industry, and labor to strengthen the efficiency and resiliency of transportation, logistics, infrastructure, and operations, to improve the reliability of Canada's supply chains and to contribute to productivity and affordability. And prior to this current role, he was Assistant Deputy Minister of Transportation Canada's Pacific region and was responsible for the safety and security oversight of federally regulated air, marine, and rail modes of transportation, as well as the transportation of dangerous goods, and the operation of airports owned by Transportation Canada, and the delivery of environmental programs. And under Robert's leadership, the Pacific region built a successful collaboration mechanism with industry and other levels of government that transformed how supply chain disruptions were managed in the critical Western Canadian Gateway Corridor. With that, I will ask Robert to take over if that's okay.
Sounds good. Can I just ask if the presentation's on the screen for folks?
Yeah, well, it's not at the shared level yet. We can see your slides, but if you hit that little button that shares unless you need your notes.
Like we're still seeing your PowerPoint window as opposed to the presentation view.
Okay.
You might have to duplicate screen if you're using two.
Didn't share. Let's try this. Is that doing it?
Now we're seeing your notes. So I think maybe if you switch the...
Okay, I have just exceeded my technical ability. If there's somebody else who wants to share this, I think the team has it. I apologize. We use Teams, and I'm unfamiliar with the Zoom.
Give me 1 second, share it, and you just tell me when to advance the slides. Give me 1 second.
Sure, maybe I'll just begin. I mean, thanks, Derek. Carlo, you and I should follow up. I don't want to talk past your airplane. You're lucky to catch one. I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks, Barry, for the invitation and for setting this up. It's been just over a year since the announcement of the creation of the office, and over the past 12 months, we've been really busy. Apart from getting staff and getting organized and doing everything that one has to do to stand up a new organization, we've been out engaging with operators, with investors, with supply chain users, all across the supply chain, all across the country, to build up a clearer picture of our supply chains, how they work. We know why they matter so much, but we do want to hear directly from people on the challenges that they face. I'm going to walk through our view on the strategic landscape, a bit about the office, our work plan, what we're hearing, what we've done so far, and I'll touch on what's coming up. I look forward to the discussion, including around disruptions, and I fully expect to hear about from you what we've been hearing from others about how this is a material impact on current business, but also our reputation and the ability to attract future business for companies, for firms, for farmers, for our country. I think, and if you could go to the next slide, please, I'll just quickly share our origin story. The office was established in December of 2023 in a response to a recommendation made by the National Supply Chain Task Force, with a very, very broad mandate to work with the private and public sector partners to drive coordinated actions to increase supply chain efficiency, reliability, fluidity, and resilience for all modes of transport, all types of goods, for the purposes of trade as well as domestic security. So our remit covers everything that moves within the country or in and out of the country, with an aim to make it more, just to strengthen those supply chains. In terms of the next slide, if you wouldn't mind going there, thanks. Just a little bit of how we're organized. I think folks on this call will have different degrees of insight into how different government departments are structured, but fair to say that government has not traditionally been organized to take an end-to-end view of complex supply chains. Departments and governments are typically organized around a commodity sector or an economic sector, and these silos have meant that we haven't developed a good understanding of the end-to-end operations of the multimodal transportation and logistics system, including and perhaps especially the commercial terms, the business dynamics, the market forces that drive choices by shippers within those. Government, though, is not the only one who's typically taken a bit of a siloed approach either. Operators are organized by commodity, by region, or by mode of transport themselves. So we are trying to look at this holistically, and so you'll see a little bit of how we are organized with both a geographic element, because there is a geographic determinism to the interconnected operations, the multimodal interfaces, the shared infrastructure, the shared climate, the shared geography, geopolitics, market force, market dynamics, all of the rest. But there's also an organizational layer that we've applied in terms of how business works and how goods tend to move. So through international and domestic intermodal, of keen interest to this crowd is that box, but also the bulk imports and exports. We also look at international air cargo and parcels and long-haul trucking. And of course, we have to do a whole bunch of work within the intergovernmental and within the Ottawa system of government. And so
I think so. Do you want me to check?
Across the top.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hearing somebody else.
Right.
Hi. Thank you for
David,
taking
can
the
you
time. I
unmute?
really appreciate that.
We can go to the next slide while somebody works on muting. A big part of our focus is on deepening our understanding of supply chains through engagement. And I just wanted to give, a little bit of an aperçu of what, after 60 engagement sessions across the country, 2 national supply chain forums, we're hearing at. This is kind of a high-level distillation, but I hope will be familiar to folks. I mean, in terms of the challenges of the North, it is really much one of a lack of infrastructure, a lack of resilience. We experienced the wildfires and the impact of severed supply chains in terms of rail and road connectivity to Yellowknife, which serves as an air hub to the north. There are climate impacts to the Mackenzie River that are presenting energy security challenges for communities in the Inuvialuit settlement region. There are ongoing basic connectivity issues. Yet on the other side, vast economic potential, a deep need for resilience, and an intersection with sovereignty and national security in the north. In the east, we actually have a whole bunch of assets in both the seaway, rail, and port infrastructure that is operating well under capacity of what is possible. It has the potential better to serve emerging market opportunities in Europe, Africa, and South America, as well as provide transshipment opportunities into the United States. But it is a story of underutilized assets. Conversely, in the West, we are straining our capacity in terms of port, rail, and light industrial land. It is a region that is susceptible to significant geotechnical and natural hazard and climate risks, and it currently accounts for the vast majority of our natural resource exports, as well as intermodal exports in terms of non-US destined trade. And then, of course, you have the central region in the largest value trade moves generally by truck and some rail into the United States, and in some cases onward to Mexico across the border. We have the largest, most significant piece of net new infrastructure being built in Canada, coming on stream soon in the form of the Gordie Howe Bridge that will add much needed resilience and capacity to that particular corridor. Moving on to the next slide, just wanted to give you a sense of, even as we were, going through the process of staffing and creating an organization, we have tried to hit the ground running and be busy. We've established a strong network of partners in Canada and the United States. We've been working, including with partners across Transport Canada and other departments to identify, and provinces and territories to identify pinch points in Canada's supply chains, which in turn can serve as focal points for optimizational initiatives. In the East, the department's supporting projects that support more efficient and sustainable vessel transit plans matched to berth availability. In the West, we're exploring ways to optimize the Lower Mainland rail corridor and examining how short sea shipping could improve fluidity and resilience in the region. We've done a lot of work on mapping supply chains and focused on, of interest to this crowd, grain in the rain. We have an initiative there working alongside industry and labor representatives from the grain companies and at the Port of Vancouver to develop innovative solutions for loading grain at terminals during the predictably inclement weather that occurs around Vancouver this time of year. And in that context, we've developed multiple prototypes of equipment, and we're testing these approaches on ships right now in the Port of Vancouver. If these are optimized, it could have a significant improvement in the predictable loading of grain, which has follow-on benefits for the entire fluidity of the rail network in the Lower Mainland across commodities. We have unfortunately been given multiple opportunities to test our mechanisms for injecting more transparency, predictability, and therefore faster recovery from disruptions as a result of the too many disruptions that we've had this year. On the following slide, supply chains really have been gaining attention ever since the pandemic, to the point that they've become the subject of daily conversation. And just as a general proposition, I tend to say that when people are talking about the plumbing, it usually means something's amiss. We'd like to go back in some ways to a point where it can be taken for granted, but without actually taking it for granted, by being able to ensure that we're bringing the sustained attention to improving it for the reliability of Canadians and small businesses and Canadians here, but also to be a reliable trading partner abroad. Everybody relies on these supply chains, and the stakes for Canada, given the vast distances over which we move stuff and the portion of landed costs that are accounted for by transportation and logistics, means that we need to do this even better than others, more efficiently than others, and in doing so contribute to Canada's productivity challenges. Just moving on to slide 8, thank you. We need to export and import goods for our economy and our communities, but Canada is also a trading nation, and our trading partners rely on us to provide goods and production capacity in a global network of value chains. Our industries are tapping into global supply chains to be competitive, and about 58% of Canada's imports are used as inputs into production, an added value service that boosts our GDP and contributes to our wealth. Meanwhile, Canada is an exporter of goods that the world can't live without, and certainly grains and fertilizers will be of particular interest to those on this webinar today. Our supply chains affect the food security of other countries, going beyond commercial interests, and certainly when the Trade Commissioner services, when our embassies abroad are engaging in times of disruption, that is the message that they are hearing from foreign governments. In addition to trade, many goods move domestically within our country as well, including to communities in the north. None of this would be possible without well-functioning supply chains. On slide 9, since COVID, our supply chains have had to contend with back-to-back disruptions, and these recent examples have shown just how fragile those supply chains can be. A ship stuck in the Suez Canal can slow down Canada's entire construction industry. A strike or lockout can bring Canada's economy to a halt, and disruptions just generally raise the cost of living for the average Canadian. They hurt businesses and they harm our reputation as an international trading partner. And for those who might have been listening to CBC this morning, I mean, the impact of things like the Canada Post disruption that's occurring right now are felt by Canadians all across the country and by small businesses and larger businesses as well across the country. So it matters. It matters. We can't stop. Disruptions are inevitable. Some might be more avoidable than others. We can build resilience in different ways, but there will always be disruptions. We have to minimize them. We have to get we have to build up our capacity to recover as quickly as possible. And so on slide 10, just a note, taking a look at the world, it's not a question of if, unfortunately, but rather when there'll be future shocks, whether domestically or internationally, that will affect Canada. We see conflict is shaking up established trade routes, different tariff structures, trade agreements, shift the movement of goods in and out of Canada, in and out patterns within North America and to North America. Geopolitical tensions have added sanctions and tariffs and shifted relationships in a multitude of ways and will continue to do so. Obviously, people on this call will be attuned to the challenges posed by potential Chinese anti-dumping duties on canola, which affects both price and sale in canola, one of the largest markets, or sees diversion via third countries, entailing additional cost and complexity. These sorts of potential shocks of risks to our supply chain operations necessitate a new forward-looking approach and leadership that will bring parties together to mitigate the impacts of shocks and, as I said earlier, to facilitate faster recovery. Which brings me to slide 11 and the proposed national transportation supply chain strategy. We have heard the need for a common overarching vision for Canada's supply chains, and the office has been working on a strategy that I know the government aims to release in the coming months once finalized. And I just want to share in broad strokes here the areas that it will cover. And the drivers behind the strategy are similar to those driving most of the office works. We're a complex trading landscape. We're a trading nation in a complex global landscape with shifting trading patterns. We're a small open economy dependent on trade. We are a market taker in many key respects. There's an imperative to keep up with technology in this space to preserve market access and opportunities, but also to drive efficiency and optimization and planning. There's an opportunity to go further there as well to drive productivity. There are many opportunities to make supply chains more efficient and reliable, including by improving fluidity at the border. There's a need to solve corridor-specific supply chain challenges, including capacity. So considering the state of play, the strategy puts forward a vision for strengthening efficiency, fluidity, and resilience, focused on the 4 action areas that are on slide 13. If we could switch over to that. It's really about providing a framework for collaboration towards this vision based on federal leadership, collaboration, information sharing around these 4 interconnected action areas. Enhancing capacity and resiliency in transportation, bolstering supply chain visibility and driving investments in the digital, modernizing legislative and regulatory frameworks, and supporting fluidity across internal and international borders. It is a strategy that is designed to be flexible and evergreen to withstand the crisis of the moment. And when this office was launched, it was rooted in a time when everybody's frame of reference was the shortages of COVID and affordability and inflationary pressures. I think, if we were created today, the language would be much more around the geopolitics, geopolitical security issues, tariffs, cross-border dynamics. we can't predict what all future shocks will be. We're in an uncertain environment. We need to focus on the characteristics of a supply chain, and that's what these areas aim to do, is to get us a supply chain that can withstand different types of shocks and unpredictable environment, and in so doing, position Canada for long-term success by allowing people to rally around a common vision. I promise I'm coming to a conclusion so we can go over to Carlo, but just quickly on the next slide in terms of what's next from us. We will be focusing on the coming months on continued collaboration with partners and other stakeholders, advancing key activities, finalizing things like the Green in the Rain, and moving that from scale model and testing into real world application for next fall and the grains the 2025 grain season. We'll continue to support colleagues across government on implementing what came out of the supply chain and border regulatory review. We will continue to drive optimization of existing infrastructure while planning for the longer term. And we look forward to the release of the National Supply Chain Strategy. And I will pause or stop there, Derek, and let you hand it over to whoever's next.
Well, will you take one question just as you've seen all the slides?
Sure.
So there is a question from Adam, I think, who's asking about the cost of improving the system, and I think the other sort of behind that question is, what do you think is the key strategic investment of what you just listed there? Is there some cost in mind that you think you really have to tackle to meet that strategy?
It's multiple facets, right? I mean, driving the digital will entail costs, not just to government potentially, but we need to see more investment. Canada lags in investment in digitalization. We lag the G7. We lag in productivity. We lag in investment in ICT in the G7. And the worst performing, most laggardly sector of all is transportation, logistics, and warehousing. So changing that requires an investment by government, but also by industry. We need to look at what are the barriers and the impediments that have prevented that from occurring, and they're multiple. There's also capacity, right? And colleagues are working right now actually with provinces and territories to identify what is the infrastructure investment that is needed to position Canada to deliver on critical minerals, on clean energy growth, on other trade and investment priorities, and improving the resilience of our supply chain across the country. And then there's a question of how best to attract private sector capital into those types of investment as well, so that it's not just relying on the public purse. And I think the type of work that's been done actually around things like the from shovel ready to shovel worthy report, lay a strong foundation for that type of analysis that's going on. So I'm not going to throw out some number, but driving digital and driving capacity with multiple levers, not just spending by government, are I think the work that has to be done.
Yeah, I'll put in a plug for one good regulation that really led to investment. The shift in the MRE. I know the MRE is not Barry's most favorite regulatory tool, but when they shifted it in 2018 to allow investments, we saw a huge ramp up in the number of grain efficient cars and the investment of the grain companies in the Vancouver port. I just wanted to flag that you can do it without using government money. That's just a relatively small, sweet tweak in a regulatory framework.
Yeah, and my understanding is, I think CPKC, if I'm not mistaken, has almost completely transitioned to more high efficiency grain cars, seeing not quite as far down the road, but also a larger fleet. But that is happening, and it translates into gains across the supply chain.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry, folks, we'll get to other questions after we get Mr. Dade started. Carlo, I'll let you start as soon as you got access to the slides.
Well, no slides.
Okay, that'll be fast then.
And a little less entertaining. Well, thanks, Derek, and thanks, Barry. It's always a pleasure working with the University of Manitoba, and certainly with your institute. It's always fascinating to hear about airships too. Robert, thanks for letting me go ahead, or thanks for going ahead. So my comments today, and again, apologies for the lack of slides, but as Barry mentioned, I've been on airplanes for 20 out of the last 36 hours or something like that. It would seem to be a good time to do slides, but trust me, it's the last thing you want to do crammed in coach. But the talk today, or my comments today, more than talk, will be on the international dimensions of our trade competitiveness tied to infrastructure. We know the stats and figures for the importance of trade in Canada. Robert mentioned some. We rely on the movement of goods, people, money, and ideas in and out of the country for 2 out of every $3 we earn in Canada. That is roughly 3 times the amount for the Americans and half again as much as Australia. So we hear these numbers and they go by, but the international context really drives home how important moving goods are for Canadians. And given that the majority of the population work in the service sector, retail, doctors, lawyers, teachers, university professors, government officials, healthcare, the trade numbers really aren't on everyone's mind or on the minds of the majority of the population. So that's one point as to why we always go back over those numbers. But the context in which we tend to discuss our trade infrastructure and the importance of being able to move goods is done largely in the domestic context. How are we doing in Canada? If you're talking to farmers, it's about issues moving crops. If you're talking about large-scale commodity producers, potash, mining, forestry, it's about competing with other goods on the rail line to move goods. And then, of course, there are the work stoppages that also harm our global reputation. But these issues translate or are seen outside of Canada in a couple of different lenses, one of which we're aware of and one which I don't think we fully grasp, and that's critical to understand to shape the importance of what we do in Canada, the importance of the problem, and how we resolve it. But first, on the issues within Canada, Robert mentioned our report done with the participation of our good friend Chris Lawrence and Manitoba Heavy Construction, along with the Business Council of Canada, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and other leading business organizations across the country. And that is from shovel-ready to shovel-worthy. So the first point to make before jumping into the international context is that part of the problem of Canada's trade infrastructure and the negative impact the problems we have in Canada have on our ability to export goods, to earn those 2 out of every $3 we do through trade, is not just the issues themselves, not just the labor rail strikes, not just troubles at the port, not just delays in moving goods. It's the perception that we do not have a handle on the problem, that we continue to kick the can down the road with short-term political solutions that solve the political problem, but not the underlying structural issues. Hence the title of our report, From Shovel Ready, those projects that the government puts out in economic crises, or the usual task taken by provincial and federal governments of seeking to solve an immediate problem. What's the current blockage in the system? What's the current issue with moving rail? which group in Canada is, where is the current environmental disaster or problem, and let's solve that. Doing that without an understanding of how investments to solve short-term problems impacts the overall system, how it impacts all users to the system in our integrated national supply and production chains that are used by farmers, that are used by miners, that are used by forestry, that are used by manufacturers, that are used to move potash, etc., is a recipe for continued dysfunction in the system and continued problems and continued damage to our international reputation. So the damage to our reputation isn't just the individual issues, it's the perception that we do not have a handle on the situation. And to add to that, the conversation that we have about this in Canada tends to focus, well, on Canada. What are we doing? What excuses do we have for not being able to solve these issues? What are the political impediments that we have to solving these issues? Those aren't considerations taken by our customers. Again, the folks who pay for 2 out of every $3 that we earn as a nation. There's less interest in how the internal problems that Canada has, and the interest is on how do you compare to other jurisdictions from which I can buy similar products. As you move up the value chain in international sales, you move to customers with higher incomes. Those customers tend to be more choosy, and they tend to buy not just on price, but also on quality. We're all aware of that, but also on reliability. So the issue we hear at Canada West when we travel to these markets and have frank conversations with business and other academics and think tanks is that Canada falls woefully short in these regards. There are concerns about our ability to deliver goods and our ability to meet the demands of markets, not just for quality, but also for reliable delivery. And again, that concern is expressed in the context of other jurisdictions that are making significant investments. Infrastructure Australia. The Australians have, for over a decade, have had a handle on their integrated supply and production systems. Some of the things that Robert Dick talked about that Canada is trying to do, other jurisdictions have been doing for decades, and we're trying to catch up. In this regard, too, we've seen the massive infrastructure investments in the US, and we haven't seen a concomitant response in Canada. So not just internationally, but within the North American context, we are falling behind, not just in spending, but in the ability to spend intelligently, to fund shovel-worthy and not just shovel-ready or fund to solve immediate problems. I just returned from China, and what is fascinating about China is the development of economic corridors within the country and outside of the country. So one of our largest customers for most of what Western Canada produces is looking at us very askance in terms of our ability to manage our infrastructure system and to be able to deliver goods. The last point I'll make is in terms of international competition and others who produce what we produce in terms of commodities and goods to sell to the global market, we've seen significant investments in infrastructure throughout the producers and consumers of the goods that we produce by China. And here I'm referring to the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, everyone on the webinar will have a different interpretation of what the Belt and Road Initiative means, and about 10% of those will probably land close to the mark. But the Belt and Road Initiative is several things, several different initiatives by China. But one of those initiatives is to fund 5 production and supply chains, economic corridors tied to China. to move goods in and out of China. This includes moving goods in and out of jurisdictions that produce and sell what we produce. So in the future, and actually now, we're starting to see these investments come online. So the competitive situation for Canada is no longer competing against a Brazil that's trying to fund its own infrastructure, but a Brazil that is receiving investments from China, not directly part of the Belt and Road, but for all intents and purposes. Brazil isn't part of the Belt and Road Initiative, but for all intents and purposes, the reality is that it's receiving money and it's functioning as a part of the Belt and Road. But they're receiving investments that will enable them to move massive quantities of goods, oil seeds, for example, to the Pacific Ocean and onward to Asia. China's goal in this is not just to increase supplies that flow to China, but to increase the availability of food and other commodities on world markets so that prices remain stable and that China has greater food security, not because it has access directly to Brazil, but because the supply in global markets is elevated, and that enhances their food security. So the end point here is that we need to look beyond, look past our noses when thinking about this issue. The competitive landscape, not just in producing what we produce, has grown more intense, but the competitive landscape in being able to move goods has changed on the micro scale with investments like Infrastructure Australia and the development of systems, institutions to manage the movement of goods, and also the Belt and Road Initiative and what China is doing to bring supplies of what we produce in Canada online and to increase the fluidity of the movement of those goods. So I'll stop there with those comments. Again, if you haven't read Shovel Ready to Shovel Worthy, I would urge that you take a look at it. It's a bit dated, 7 years old, but it does make the point that we cannot solve the individual issues that agriculture faces, that farmers face, or that forestry faces, unless we first solve the systemic issue. And I'll note that on the prairies, we are actually doing this. So the prairie provinces have signed a memorandum of understanding where they are sharing information on locations of production of goods, assets that move the goods, and we are now able on the prairies to make, for the first time in Canada, informed decisions about investments based on a comprehensive understanding of the movement of all goods or all key goods through the integrated supply and production systems across the prairies. We hope that's a model that the feds pick up and that we can expand this nationally. But at least for now, the prairie provinces certainly have taken leadership in doing the actual work of producing systems and sharing information to finally make informed, intelligent, system-wide decisions in Canada.
Thank you, Carlo. There is a question here on, there was a question that's sort of for Robert about supply chains and airships that I will let him maybe address later. But for you, there was a question about concrete examples of how our infrastructure has already caused issues. One thing I wanted to flag when Robert was putting up the long line of things that were shocking our system was how well we did respond through COVID, and the BC floods especially. I thought that when those lines shut down, that we had, a monstrous event happening and we responded fairly well. When you say that we're being considered to be underinvesting, where's the big problem?
So the problems, you can find the bridge in the Lower Mainland in British Columbia going to the port is an example of difficulties. The problems we had with pipelines in expanding the recent twinning, though we did get it done, it was a high cost and a delay in time. But I would, again, take the lens back. We're not talking about individual issues, the whack-a-mole approach to this. We're instead looking at the systemic response or the system-wide response. You can get lucky or you can be successful in putting out the individual fires. But if the perception internationally is that you're constantly going to be putting out fires and constantly responding because you don't have a comprehensive view of the system and an ability to make investments based on longer term prognosis rather than just responding to the flood, are you making investments that will also mitigate future damage? Are you taking advantage of the rebuild after the flood to fund in ways that make improvements on the existing system? So it's that worry that we see internationally. And comparatively, we know that other jurisdictions have this ability and do this. So if you're taking a long-term bet on Canada as a supplier, do you want a country that can continue to put out fires as your main supplier, or do you want a country, an economy, a producer that has the ability to prevent fires from happening?
Okay, to some extent, Robert's supply chain initiative is sort of a beginning of that, but we're talking about a country that's got fairly large deficits. How do we get industry to invest in those big investments?
So for industry, the key point is if you have a system of national planning like the Australians do, and you have the ability to make informed decisions, you also have the ability to construct longer term, I hate to use the word, but pipelines of projects. You have a high degree of certainty of what will get built, where, when it will get built, and how it fits in with other users of the system. So that makes investment more attractive because of certainty of the investment. The returns on investment, you thought through all the other users and you thought of the potential impacts and ramifications. So that in other jurisdictions has tended to attract investment because of the system, the certainty. You still have the issue of political interference. I hate to use the word interference, but politics coming into play. But the long-term plan, the data that goes into the plan and the work that's done for it can tend to mitigate, not eliminate, but mitigate last-minute political decisions and interference. And that, again, increases the willingness of the private sector to become involved. There's a certain degree of certainty or predictability about this.
Thank you. Thanks. So I'm going to invite our next speaker to kind of start to get ready. Jill, I will introduce you. Jill Verroy is the president of the Keystone Agricultural Producers, CAP around here, not the CAP that comes with strings attached money that the federal government has, but the Keystone Agricultural Producers. Jill is married to Raymond, and they farm in Portage La Prairie on their 4th generation family farm. Verroy Farms Limited is a mixed farm, including 8,000 acres of grain and oilseeds and a dairy operation. Jill's responsible for the financial and environmental planning of the farm and is in addition overseeing the management of each of those different farm operations. She was elected as president of CAP in 2023, and she previously served as the vice president from 2018 to 2023. And then prior to that, she was an active member in her District 6. She's also encouraging her children to get involved in CAP. And she's a member of a bunch of local boards and the Portage La Prairie Curling Club and Dairy Farmers of Manitoba and many other things. And she's also a grad from our School of Agriculture diploma program. And with that, I'll let you read the rest of her bio in the lines. Jill, are you ready to go? Yes, here. Okay,
I am ready to go.
Great. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you.
Great. And thank you for having me here today. And as you mentioned, I'm currently president of Keystone Agricultural Producers. And first, I'd like to thank Barry for including us in today's event. And we certainly appreciate the opportunity to share the stage with the quality of speakers here today. We're always happy to come out and speak about agriculture and to bring the on-farm perspective into important discussions like Fields on Wheels event. In my remarks, I want to highlight some of the big irritants facing Manitoba farmers, how trade is a value as an exporting industry, and opening up a broader discussion on what disruptions in our critical supply chains means not only to farmers, but for Canada and our economy at whole. First, I guess Keystone Agricultural Producers, I'll kind of give you an overview on our association known as CAP, Manitoba's General Farm Organization, founded in 1984 and recently celebrated our 40th anniversary. At CAP, we focused on the prosperous future of all Manitoba farmers and to have a unified voice across all sectors. We deliver results for our members through our advocacy work, which includes meeting with government officials on policy and regulatory change. And CAP is a grassroots organization, and our policy is developed through engagement with our farmer members. CAP has currently approximately 5,000 direct paying individual members, as well as 20 commodity associations that are group members for the association, with a mandate to represent a shared interest of all sectors in agriculture in the province. As mentioned earlier, my background, I've served as president for the last 2 years and been on the board in various capacities. And our board members are farmers elected by their fellow farmers. We currently on our farming operation is in Portage La Prairie, where I farm with my husband, my children, as well as my husband's 3 brothers and family members on the farm, representing 4 generations. We currently farm approximately 8,000 acres of grain and oilseeds and have a dairy operation. In the past years, we were active beef business for a number of years, as well as grew potatoes. Our farming operation is diverse, and because of this, I've seen issues in farming from a wide variety of perspectives that exist in different subsectors of agriculture. This includes challenges in the Canadian supply chain as it relates to the movement of not only farm goods off the farm, but when it comes to accessing critical inputs and supplies for our farming operation. I guess, in the last number of years, including last year, we have to deal with a number of variables that we have no control over. The first one that comes to mind is weather, which of course can result in being one of not the largest deterrent on value of our crop each year. But the other one, however, we struggle with extensively in the past year is reliability in the supply chain and how potentially going to prevent our products from getting to market. And I'm talking about labor disruptions. In early 2024, concerns about the potential double strike with CN and CPKC started to be talked about. This materialized in the summer with a lockout in August taking place, with actions taken by the federal government to mandate the end of the disruption. In September, we saw the West Coast port strike for the second time in just over a year. As a reminder, July of 2023 saw a disruption in the ports in BC, which caused massive losses in the ag industry. October had the Port of Montreal strike, which resulted in again binding arbitration to bring workers back on the job. Last November, we saw a brief strike with CGC employees at the West Coast that lasted less than a day. And finally, earlier this week, there again is another fear of a potential strike involving CN's rail workers in January of 2025. There's been a tentative deal reached pending ratification from their members, but however, the uncertainty is still there until the vote is complete. While the reliability of shipping networks in Canada is not uniquely a concern of agriculture, given the export nature of our industry, we're extremely sensitive to shocks and disruptions in the supply chain. That leads us to extended interswitching, which I wanted to mention. When it comes to the movement of ag goods by rail in Canada, something that is frequently discussed is interswitching. The 2022 National Supply Chain Task Force report recommended extending 30-kilometer interswitching radius limit to be increased, and the federal government in the budget introduced in 2023 amended the Canada Transportation Act to allow for interswitching within 160 kilometers radius for 18-month pilot project. At that 160-kilometer radius, more than 90% of Western Canadian inland terms are within interswitching limits. Extended interswitching gives shippers who are physically located on a single rail the ability to seek out competing services from the nearest closest railway within a certain distance. This balances negotiations in a way that encourages better service or pricing for the benefit of the entire supply chain. Extended interswitching would benefit producers as it increases competition to drive down prices, improve efficiency, and provide better access to markets. We'll go into trade. Why trade matters. The level of reliance on exports in international trade is dependent both geographically as well as which product a farmer is producing. In 2023, Manitoba exported nearly $9.5 billion in ag food products, which is 38% increase from 2019. This represented 9.5% of all of Canada's agri-food exports in 2023. Our main markets are the US, Japan, and China, with top exported products being wheat, canola, and pork. Agri-food exports represent over 43% of international markets coming out of Manitoba, and we are one of the top industries in the province. On a national stage, 2/3 of Canada's GDP is linked to trade. Before talking about the potential impacts and disruptions of the Canada-US trade, I would like to touch a few points. Simply put, US is Manitoba's #1 agri-trade partner. This relationship goes both ways. There are a number of one buyers of Manitoba canola that have seen a steady increase of exports overall to the US in the recent years. Some of the top exports are wheat, pork, and potatoes. The US also provides Manitoba with 86% of all imported agri-food products. Tariffs tend to get all of the focus in the media, especially recently when it comes to trade disruptions. Some of the biggest trade barriers we face that are causing fear in agriculture, however, they are non-tariff barriers. Many of these non-tariff barriers are motivated with lack of scientific backing or evidence to justify their use. One of those is California's Proposition 12, which includes specific housing requirements for all pork products sold in the state that have effectively exported their domestic requirements to any other pork producer wanting to sell pork in their states. The next one is, the treatment of Canadian cattle carcasses with PAA, which has been a major barrier to access to the EU and United Kingdom marketplaces. Hospitals, healthcare, and pharmaceutical facilities that use this for cleaning and sanitizing traits and processing facilities, they try to, use this to limit food spoilage and prevent bacterial contamination. Both the United States and Canada have approved applying PAA to animal carcasses if the maximum permitted levels are not exceeded. Despite the presence of the CETA agreement, PAA still presents a barrier for beef exports to Europe, and Canada continues to petition the European Food Safety Authority to reassess its current ban. And I think another one that comes to mind is country of origin labeling, which is something that we've been battling with the US market as well. The US has brought in VCOOL, or voluntary country of origin labeling, which sets very strict standards as to what can be labeled as a product of the US. Under these rules, an animal must be born, raised, slaughtered, and packaged all in the US to have the product of US label. Where this causes a particular challenges is the hog industry, given the quality of weanlings, the quantity rather of weanlings that we ship to the US, which are then raised, slaughtered, and packaged in the US. These changes have negatively affected Manitoba pork producers. GMOs and anti-science opposition to them have continued to cause issues across the globe. Countries that block imports of GMO crops create challenges for Canadian exporters seeking market diversification. Exporters face challenges if non-GMO crops carry trace amounts of a GMO crop. Markets that have anti-GMO policies include France, Germany, Netherlands, Peru, Turkey, to name a few. Maximum residue limits, or MRLs, are another irritant for the trade and affect producers. MRLs are the maximum trace amount of a pesticide residue that is allowed in crops for food consumption. By following pesticide labels, farmers ensure that their product meets these national MRLs. Internationally, Codex provides guidance to countries so that countries can follow to ensure trade consistency, but not all countries follow Codex guidelines. Countries can set their own MRLs, which may even be more stringent than Canadian standards. Incompatible and unobtainable MRLs create non-trade barriers, ultimately harming trade flows and farmer income. If agricultural product grown in Canada cannot meet foreign MRLs, then the product does not enter that importer's country. Now I'm getting down to about the last couple slides here, and I wanted to touch on trade tariffs and our relationships south of the border. A few weeks ago, President-elect Trump got everyone in Canada's attention with a post on social media calling for a 25% tariff on all Canadian and Mexican goods exported to the US unless certain national security and drug crime-related activities are addressed, which according to Trump are the areas that Canada needs to deal with and relates to impacts in the United States. This announcement caused immediate reaction across industries, given a wide-ranging devastation such as a policy could result in. While the election of Trump has bound to bring with some challenges to our trade relationships, seeing that 25% figure stated by the incoming president, with it being something that he could commit to on the day his presidency, is certainly concerning. If we refer back to the numbers I stated earlier, the obvious impacts would on exports. Manitoba alone exported $4.5 billion in agri-foods goods to the US in 2023. According to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Canada's GDP would shrink 2.6%, or roughly 78 billion Canadian dollars, costing Canadians approximately $1,900 per person annually. US GDP would shrink by 1.6%, or roughly $467 billion, costing Americans $1,300 per person annually. Our work at CAP is focused on working with the Minister of Agriculture provincially and reaching across Canada with our colleagues on a pan-Canadian approach in dealing with these threats. It's imperative that industry and government work as partners in dealing with proposed threat of tariffs and ensuring that we all are delivering a consistent, clear message on the value of Canada-US trade to our friends to the south. Additionally, we must not be afraid as industries to collaborate across industries and not lean into looking for particular tariff carve-outs in sectors. In closing, all of the challenges I've highlighted demonstrate how a country we need to really be focused on addressing the reliability of our supply chain. This is not only for farmers, but for anyone looking to do business in Canada. What is Canada's reputation if we have a strike every few months that could potentially cripple our supply chain and the ability to move goods across the country? Why would foreign investors put capital into the Canadian market if disruptions are not only possible, but likely? We are seeing what happens when our trade relationships are disrupted, whether it's tariffs, other barriers, or challenges, and how that can throw further uncertainty into our businesses. All of the delays and disruptions have resulted and will continue to put pressures on the cost of critical goods to farmers, as well as reduce their ability to generate high prices for goods. It is going to take a national leadership from the government and industry to address some of these challenges. Canada's reputation is on the line. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions for the remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Thanks for that. And given that I think he might leave fairly soon, Carlo, I think you have a question for Jill that might be better if you articulated it to her rather than I read this. Do you see that question, Jill? That's quite a lot of information.
Yeah, that's not it's not it's not something I was just passing. I should have just directed that to Bill and not to everybody. But yeah, the point, you know, trade and trade infrastructure center just back from China. Extensive discussions globally. Just careful with the non-tariff barriers issue. It's a complicated one and one that we fight all the time at Canada West. But there are different cultural sensitivities around some products, different scientific standards. The one on safety, there is a global division between those who believe you have to prove that a product has a specific harm attached to it, and others that say you have to prove that there is no harm, that there is no possible harm. And that's just a deep philosophical divide that we have globally between the US, Canada, to some degree Japan, and then Europeans and several other countries and other markets. So just to call out that we have to be sensitive to that. And the problem is it points to different solutions. If you're yelling at someone about science and they're not buying the science, you have to find another approach to get them to accept the product. And then of course there are just, you know, an investigation on canola in response to tariffs on EVs is pretty it is pretty clear that that doesn't involve cultural sensitivities or different definitions of safety. That's just what it is.
No, thank you for those comments. Yes.
We were talking about inviting Mike Gifford to this meeting, and he spent most of his career adding tariffs back into the system when they were being applied to our country. So far, we're not in that terrible situation. Jill, I do kind of have a question related to that, just because you're a person who's got income and probably boots in both camp in terms of a dairy producer and a grain producer. You know how important trade is to your grain farm, but it's also something that President Trump has, the supply management is something that President Trump has talked about. Are you willing to talk a little bit about that? Sorry to...
It put me on the spot on that one. I think because our farming operation is like you said, boots in both camps, and I think I'm proud to say that around our table and representing all producers in Manitoba, that you know, I've always stressed upon the fact that all trade is important and has its values, and I think in the effort of trying to not be divisive between the sectors, I think we have to respect each sector's methods for trade, and at the end of the day, provide that one singular voice, you know, as a country and certainly as a province here in Manitoba. So I've always stressed upon that, you know, that we all have we have to respect those trade, because they're all important at the end of the day to providing prosperous Manitoba and prosperous Canada.
Thank you. And I have talked to people further up the supply chain in dairy, and they said, that's not broke, don't fix it. Okay. Sorry, I'm not seeing any specific new questions here yet, am I? I wonder if we could get more detail on the specific policy of interswitching, whether or not it's what is the likelihood of it being sort of used, and our hopes with it as a solution someday.
I think with the recommendation going forward, I think that we've seen that it is working, and that having that extended, I think 100% would be great for you know, the industry. You know, again, at the end of the day, to create that competitive and have options for industry in choosing when when they have the opportunity to do that. I think having that competitive market is very important, both on on the value of the crop that producers are shipping, as well as on the competitive side for actually accessing inputs that are transported. So 100% that competitiveness is needed going forward.
Robert, can you comment on that, or are you willing?
Well, to be candid, the interswitching issue is primarily managed by our rail policy group at Transport Canada. It is part of the rail freight review that is underway. It is, as people are no doubt aware, somewhat contentious. On the one hand, there's the arguments that Jill has been advancing. On the other are the assertions that it adds operational complexity, which can affect the fluidity of rail networks. If there's different companies' equipment, there's different safety and other measures operationally that have to be put in place, and it can be hard to find evidence on the issue, because the argument is essentially that if you look at the uptake of the provision, it's low, but what shippers will say is that the existence of the potential to go with a competitor's service places a discipline on price or service in negotiations, but it's very hard to get at quantifiable evidence around that. So that's as far as I can go on this, but just to say that those are sort of the contours of that particular issue. If you'll indulge me while I have the floor, though, Derek, perhaps I could respond to a couple of other things I saw in the chat.
Sure.
One is, why are the prairies gray on the map? Who asked that question? I'd like to tell you it's because I grew up on the shores of Lake Winnipeg and it matches the gray of but it was probably just like a color palette. I don't know. There's no message there. I'm a proud prairie boy, so don't think it's any slight. Picking up on some of Carlo's points, and one that I'm so thrilled that you made, Derek, and that Jill alluded to, that the establishment of the office itself is a signal from the Government of Canada to foreign markets that we recognize we need to do better for Canada, for Canadians, as a reliable trading partner. It's the start of a journey. It's not the end point. We have to match action and deed to words and rhetoric and all of that. But it is an important signal. And Jill, I was so glad to hear you say that it's not just national leadership, but it's government and industry as well. It is action, and that's why collaboration was a theme of the task force, and it's a theme of our strategy and the framework we're putting in place. We have a strategic advantage as a fairly small community in Canada that we actually can get together. And we've seen efforts where we sell ourselves and are aligned that have an impact in the past. And I think that's what we need to do here, both to sell what we're doing, but actually to deliver together on strengthening the supply chain. The areas we're looking in, and Carlo mentioned, for instance, the famous Second Narrows rail bridge to the North Shore in Vancouver. And folks on this call will probably know that a large number of grain terminals, Richardson's, Cargill and G3 are located on the North Shore and depend on that rail bridge. It's a 100-year-old lift bridge. We are working, the Port of Vancouver is doing great work, and we're doing other work with them and other partners to more reliably increase the transits from a steady state rail transit of about 19 trains a day. We think it can get up to about 25. That's a good thing. But it's a good example where we need to work to optimize the infrastructure we have. Building new infrastructure is hugely expensive, and in this country, the reality is it takes a lot of time. You can debate why and all that, but it does. And so we'd be nuts not to work really hard to bring on stream stranded capacity within the existing infrastructure. It's the cheapest, it's the fastest, to get online. So we're working hard with that. It's a good example. I do take the points, and they're true, about the investment climate overall. How do we attract capital investment? Looking at taxation, permitting, jurisdictional certainty, predictability, all of those factors to which Carlo pointed. I'd just inject a caution around the Australian example. I think it's the sort of thing that we want to expose to good academic and public policy debate for those who aren't as close to it. It's a bit more of a, shall we say, dirigist model, where, as an example, people within it's like school catchment areas. They said, if you're within, and I'm making this up in terms of numbers, but X distance of this port, you must export through that port. And that port is given a monopoly on that type of export good or commodity good from within that catchment area. That does de-risk as an additional step investment, private sector capital, but it does so with a trade-off in competition, and it puts government in a role of managing and phasing capacity that comes on stream. So those are certainly public policy choices, but I just say they come with trade-offs and deserve an airing.
Fair points all around. Thank you very much. There's a quick note here in the chat that I will mention that we have very low brain rates. I think that was in response to interswitching. That could competition affect that much? It might be more in terms of service than in rates. And I do, as a person who's sort of championed our system and how much grain we've moved over the last 15 years, it's been pretty impressive what's happened since some of the regulatory changes happened. So there are regulatory solutions rather than problems. Do we have any more specific questions, Jill?
Derek, if I could ask a question,
For
a more
sure.
general one, in terms of the lagging productivity and so on. Have we done any benchmarking to really look at how our supply chains are operating? And I hear once in a while, the Vancouver port is at this bottom layer or whatever, and you hear these comments about various components, but how is our supply chain really working? Do we have any notions of fluidity and so on compared to any other country, Robert? I mean, this is one of the things that I know your office is just starting. You may not have had time to do that, but is that something you're looking at?
So we're working with both the bulk and the intermodal sector to figure out what indicators and KPIs we should sort of look at for performance. It's a very, very complex space, as you'll appreciate, even to figure out what we want to measure and to serve what needs. But one of the needs we do identify is telling our story abroad. Companies shipping will have their own sort of benchmark. And one thing that we have done in the intermodal space, our economics group worked on it for years and reports on it periodically. In the intermodal space, for instance, is I think it's the Shanghai to Chicago, Toronto, Montreal cycle time in the intermodal space. And Canada compares quite favorably on that. And shippers are constantly comparing the price, reliability, and the velocity of different routes, right? The speed that they can move stuff. So people here will know that the shortest overall route from China to Chicago is via Prince Rupert. It's very efficient. So we are looking at those things, and we're looking at bulk as well. It's complex. The port performance study to which you allude, I'd encourage the academic community to go to town on kind of the metrics that they use, but I would it factors in things that you just have to be cautious in using that. I will say, one of its measures is the speed with which a vessel can go from the 12 nautical mile limit to berth. So if you do not have the Gulf Islands species at risk, and you don't need pilots, and you can barrel in straight to a port at 25 knots, you will inevitably be higher on that metric than others. It then goes on to measure other facets of government service and pilotage and berthing and terminal and crane efficiency and so on and so forth. It's primarily an intermodal metric, but we're keen to see some metrics that we can use to tell our story around performance, including how fast we recover. And I forget who mentioned it, might have been you, Derek, but I was leading the Pacific region during the atmospheric river and was on the front line of that. And I will say the engineering capacity that the BC Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure and our two Class 1 Canadian railways that they brought to bear to recover. I got to go up when it was in progress and see it. I never would have expected that it was feasible to recover that as quickly as those operators did. It was very impressive, and that too is a story worth telling.
It's unfortunate that Carlo is no longer with us. I wanted to ask him, given the noise being made south of us, especially directed at China, are we in a position to be becoming a preferred supplier as opposed to perhaps one that's not so preferred relative to, say, Brazil or other places? He's not here, so I know he can't answer the question.
If only we had good relationships with China.
Yeah, well, that's another issue, isn't it?
I think I was the guy who mentioned the flood, Richard, and I think that, or sorry, Robert, that I do think that part of our reputation was how quickly we responded to that. That's part of a good reputation in terms of that was a pretty drastic event, and we just had Farm Management Canada's meetings in Abbotsford. And they were talking about the farmers that went through that, and we were talking about risk mitigation, and their only response was, "We need more municipal investments." The municipal investments in mitigation was the only major thing that she could think of making any change. Like, it was such a difficult event to go through that. So I did want to flag that as a potential. But the other thing you talked about, and one of the things that Carlo talked about in his response to some of the comments about what he was hearing, was that it's difficult to actually measure the reputation. It's difficult for us to measure how well we're doing. Even you were talking about productivity. It does seem like data is a relatively, I don't know, I think it's relatively low cost way to get started, get us academics working on the data.
Data is always valuable. I mean, I think the reputational issue is real, right? We hear it through the Trade Commissioner Service. We hear it through business. Business will quantify it for you in different ways, because at time it could be a loss of market share, or it could be a price discount in negotiations that reflects perceived risk of doing business with the country or with a particular enterprise and their ability to deliver, right? And so there are different ways to get at it, but we're more focused on what do we do about it. We've got the problem. We know we want to strengthen the resiliency and the efficiency of our supply chains, and that's why we've laid out those areas of work. The labor issue, and Jill encapsulated I think the tangible impacts and the frustration of many. We do need to understand what are the root causes and what pressures and what can change in dynamics to reduce the brinkmanship that's been occurring around labor negotiations, because it is not just the act of a strike or a lockout, but as Jill said, it's the prospective uncertainty around an outcome that causes people to begin to enact what at times can be quite costly contingency plans in their logistics chains. And so it would be good if Canada could find ways to dial down that pressure. It is unfortunately not as there's no silver bullet sort of solution here. The right to strike is constitutionally protected. Like it or not, you can't actually remove that right and remove that risk. So what do we look at to understand what are the root causes? Why is it coming to this? What is the structure of bargaining? What is in the process? And that's on employers and organized labor, as well as on the government frameworks around that and the environment. Like, let's look at all of that to understand how we can get a more predictable labor environment, because what we do here is that it's very hard to explain our particular labor context. Although we do note that it's not as if, to your point of international comparisons and benchmarking, I don't think I've ever been to France when somebody hasn't been on strike, like in France. The US has had significant West and East Coast labor disruptions. The automotive sector is a regular occurrence. We are not the only country in this space, but we do have a reputational issue to address.
Thanks. I do think that we have allowed this. I'm stealing an idea from Barry here that I'm pretty sure he told me about this as a logical flow, that we've allowed two major railways to capture a lot of economies of scale so that they could be relatively efficient. But then our entire country is at risk when both of those two railways are blocked up. And so it does, to me, it sort of starts to meet the rules of an emergency service. Like I think we have to maybe change the status of that labor in terms of how important it is to the whole economy.
Well, I'm not going to engage in a debate around labor law, but you can't actually do that.
Okay.
That is the upshot, and then there's also the where do you stop with that? What goods are essential? It's not. It's a long discussion. It may not be what people want to hear, but I think the solution set lies with actually going a bit deeper, and looking at the processes, the structure of bargaining, the labor code, other things that apply for pressure, long before we ever get to the point of needing powers to deal with a strike. Like what is it early on that precludes their 2-year, pre-bargaining periods? What exactly is what's going on that is inhibiting agreements from being reached at the table? And we don't say that language easily. I mean, it is the most stable agreements are the ones that parties enter into willingly. Those are the ones that endure, and it's because then there's a good underlying trusted and strong relationship, and you grapple with the issues. If that's not happening, we need to ask ourselves why. And I know colleagues are doing work on that. That's partly what the Minister of Labor's Section 106 process is looking at, the industrial, I'll get the name wrong, but the Industrial Labor Relations Committee looking at the West Coast longshore issues.
Thanks for that answer. So we do have one last question in the chat from Chris about de-risking from sort of a point of view of the environment. I mean, I think that the BC corridor investment on flood protection is one of them, but is there other things that are sort of system-wide that are part of your thinking, Robert, or Jill?
Well, the good news here, I think, is the railways own their infrastructure, governments own highways and tend to own bridges, their ports and terminals who own marine infrastructure. And as everybody's recapitalizing those or rebuilding, there's a general sense people are assessing that risk environment, the climate risk, and everybody knows that what used to be a 100-year flood is now a 5-year flood. All that kind of stuff. People have to look at that. If as a nation you want to accelerate that, I mean, that requires significant investment, but you'd also bump up against, to be blunt, constraints in like industry capacity, construction industry, personnel, all of the rest to do those build outs. But we methodically need to make sure we're building to those new standards. And my sense is that it's a part of almost every conversation that I'm in, and people are very much thinking that way.
Great, thanks. Jill, are you on the farm? You talked about environmental planning. Are you preparing for climate risk?
I think that's having that plan on the farm and owning that as to when you're able to make those investments. It's no different than when you look at the big picture where you have investment in infrastructure across the province and across Canada. I think one of the struggles that I see even on capacity for truck traffic in the province with our heavy reliance on and a lot of the short lines being taken away as options for transportation of rail, the increased reliance of using the roads and structures that are there, and the ability to catch up. And I think it was Carlos that had mentioned, trying to catch up, trying to fix those emergency fixes. And I think we're constantly in a state of using those investment dollars short term and not having a long-term vision to one of the things that he mentioned, to encourage investment by not only government but private sectors into the future. And so I think we have to look at things like he had mentioned, bigger. We have to step back and look at it bigger and not be playing catch up all the time to fix those short term and then not having the funds to actually make real meaningful fixes to the infrastructure that we currently have, which I think we need to have a plan if we want to grow certainly the on the production side and on agriculture and moving product. We have to have the infrastructure to move it.
Thanks. All right, there's room for one more question. Barry, I bet you do have one.
Well, no, more of a comment, I think. I've heard it said that only rich countries can afford democracy. It's because it's kind of messy. You have to deal with everybody's interests and complaints and freedoms and free enterprise, as well as labor organizations and unions. And that's just part of being a democracy. But we're also very resilient. If you look around the world and at a few places that are in chaos, they're not democracies. And the great advantage that we do have is that we can change and we're open to information, ideas, and so on. So I think this the conversation we've just had illustrates the fact that we can get these kinds of ideas and problems out on the table. We're not afraid to discuss them. And of course, that's identifying a problem is the first half of solving it. So I think, I would say in terms of our supply chains, they have had shocks. We know that a lot of costs have gone up, not just labor, interest rates, as well as other expenses of fuel have gone through. And so we have had a challenging few years, but I think we are coming to more stability as time goes on. Having said that, we'll see what holds for us with Mr. Trump and company as there's a new challenge coming on, but I'm sure we will ride that out too, for the same reason that we do have a resilient economy and one that can adapt and change. And as Robert pointed out, we do have that advantage of being nimble. We're not that big that we can't get everybody together. If we got a real problem, we can put our focus on it and solve it. So at least I'm encouraged, put it that way.
Your mic is off, Robert. Did you want to respond?
No, I was just going to thank Barry for that. I mean, and it's true, I get the privilege of being part of a lot of conversations with a lot of folks who bring different perspectives. And when I talk to people who do business in or with Canada, who also transact business or run operations in other countries around the world, they're often much more complimentary about Canadian rail service or the challenges that we put up. We are more bureaucratic and regulatory and have higher standards with which to comply. But as somebody said, nobody kidnaps my family or holds my employees hostage while we're doing a negotiation. Our lives are not at at risk. There is not corruption. When a decision is taken, the decision sticks, or if it's unfair, you know how to appeal it, and it's transparent and fair. You know, we do have advantages, and ultimately, people will pay and have paid and will keep paying premiums to do business with a jurisdiction like this that has quality goods that come from our many producers, small business, farms, enterprises, or natural resources. We need to do better at reliability, but you know, the quality of our goods, price is a bit forgivable. People want reliability right now in the supply chain, and we're working away at that. So thank you, Barry, for that comment.
Well, that sounds like a great place to wrap up. And thank you very much, Robert and Jill, and out there in the ether. Thank you, Carlo, for a great discussion. And Barry, I think it's time for us to move on to the next session.
In fact, it's perfect timing. Thank you so much, Derek, for sharing this, and thank you to the panel. It's been a very engaging and interesting session. And I would now like to ask Mark Hemies to come forward, and the panel, Doug Mills and Mark.
Thanks, Barry. Yeah, we've got.
Turn the floor over to you.
Mark Brazeau, I saw you were online. Hi, Mark. Yeah, this next session is titled Modal Impacts of Supply Chains Disruptions. Probably kind of melds into the last conversation in many ways. I think over the last 5 years or more, we've seen an endless list of disruptions to the Canadian transportation system in the supply chain. It runs the gamut of challenges ranging from environmental rivers to wildfires, rail line blockades, labor strikes, walkouts. While all of the participants, I think, feel the pain of these events, shippers and carriers and ports, none see the attention or the strife more than the railways and the ports. And for that reason, I think Barry wanted to get somebody from a railway and somebody from a port. And I think we've got two really good representatives of that. Our first speaker is going to be Mark Brazeau, who's the president and the CEO of the Railway Association of Canada. Mark is the president of the RAC, and it represents close to 60 freight and passenger railways, transporting millions of passengers and over $380 billion of goods each year. He brings close to 30 years of experience in the transportation industry to his leadership role with the RAC. Prior to that, he was the VP of Sales and Marketing at Uniselect, where he brought significant growth to the North American auto parts distributor. And previous to that, he was the president and CEO of the Automotive Industries Association of Canada, where he was responsible for delivering a number of important industry initiatives and programs. He's a graduate in public relations from Humber College and holds a Bachelor of Arts in Communications from the University of Ottawa. Mark, the floor is yours. I don't know whether you have a presentation, but you can share it.
All right. Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you, Barry, and others for the invitation to be here. Let me just try to bring up my presentation here. All right. Okay. Again, thank you for the invitation. It's great to be part of this great event, and again, kudos to the organizers. I've not been able to be on the on all the presentations, but what I've heard and what I've been able to gain so far is a lot of very, very valuable insights that's being provided by a number of speakers, and rail has come up once or twice, so it's always good to be part of the conversation. Just quickly, I think the numbers there speak for themselves in terms of the size, the scope, the impact that Canadian Railways continue to have on the economy, on the jobs, on the investments, on the ability to move people and goods. And, the one thing that I think we should all be proud of is the fact that we have two world-class Class 1 railways in Canada, in CN and CPKC. Both of these railways employ over 35,000 dedicated railroaders, men and women who, in some cases, are third, fourth generation railroaders. So it's in their blood. These are our employees who, run 24/7, 365 days a year, regardless of weather, regardless of the challenges. We always say, railroading is an outdoor sport, and it certainly is in Canada. And, these railroaders, these thousands of railroaders, dedicated railroaders, bring essential goods to market safely and efficiently. I think it was noted in the opening remarks, $380 billion worth of goods freight annually, which represents half of Canada's exports. Freight railways really are the veins through which our economy pulses. And again, I think that came out in several of the comments, the importance of railways and how we keeping Canada's economy moving forward. So I think, again, Canada's railways are efficient, they're well performing, they're cost effective, and we do have some of the lowest freight rail rates worldwide. And again, I think that's something that we can take some level of comfort in knowing that not only are our goods getting to market safely, but they're getting to markets in a very cost effective way. I'll just bring up the next slide here. So just maybe focusing a little bit more on the ag sector. I think, again, if we look at the performance of the grain shipments in the last 4 or 5 years, we did obviously see a dip in 2021, 2022. It was not a good crop year. There were some challenges there, but fairly consistent in terms of how much grain is shipped by rail, how much grain gets to world markets as a result of railways. Again, I think the ability to ship grain seamlessly across North America, across Canada, and being exported globally, that is something that the railways take very serious as part of their contribution to ensuring that our ag community and our farmers across Canada are able to get their products to world markets. Certainly the ability to ship by train is a critical one. And, we are giving farmers greater market access. We are contributing to the growth of the Canadian grain industry. And I can tell you that in week 17 of the 2024 crop year, both CN and CPKC continue to deliver strong service with more than 1.1 million metric tons of grain transported during week 17 alone. So again, agriculture relies on rail to reach its destinations. And I think with the investments that have been made over the last several years by both Class 1s in new grain, high-capacity grain hopper cars, which are built at National Steel Car in Hamilton, Ontario, again demonstrates the importance of reinvesting back in the network and then having the ability to carry more Canadian ag products to world markets, and again, to do that in a very efficient, cost-effective way. It is a very diversified freight portfolio. Railways move a variety of goods, ranging from essential exports like grain and potash to crucial forest products and critical minerals. Again, having an efficient, safe network is paramount here to making sure that all of these Canadian-made or Canadian minerals, Canadian products get to the trading markets that they need to get to. In 2023, as was in the case in 2022, intermodal, minerals, fuels, and chemicals and agriculture were the largest grouping of carloads transported by Canada's railways, as you can see in the chart, accounting for over 3/4 of total carloads. So again, intermodal, minerals, fuels, and chemicals and ag, those were the big components of the total carloads in 2023. In fact, in 2023, there were 5 commodity groupings that experienced increases in carloads. Ag was up 23.5%. Machinery and automotive was up 34.5%. Coal was up 8%. Food products was up 20%, and minerals was slightly up a little over 1%. So again, we saw a lot of growth in 2023 versus 2022. And as this chart illustrates, fairly diversified portfolio there in terms of the types of commodities, the types of products that are moved by rail. But again, all of these represent significant contributions to jobs, to the economy, and to Canada's ability to continue to be seen as an important export market to the world. I think there was mention of the costs in one of the earlier conversations, and there was a study done by commissioned by RSC, but an independent study done by CPCS, internationally recognized market consulting firm, and in that study, it clearly indicated that Canada was very competitive in comparisons to other countries, and you know that. The apples to apples comparison, obviously, U.S. is always one that we track very closely. 11% lower than the U.S. in terms of freight rates. But then when you look at the MRE, the maximum revenue entitlement for grain shipments, that rate was even lower on average. And that represented actually 29% lower than the average Canadian freight rate. So again, just putting the emphasis on the fact that, yeah, our railways are able to you know to ship large quantities of products, especially ag products, and we're able to do that in a very cost competitive environment. And again, Canada ranking you know as one of the you know the countries that has the lowest freight rail rates in the world. So something that you know we want to continue to make sure that you know we're seen as being very competitive, and again meeting the needs of the ag community in Canada in a very competitive fashion. There are a number of challenges. There are a number of headwinds, however, and again, you know, we've probably talked on most of these, if not all of these, already in previous conversations. But again, you know, I think labor challenges, and I take Robert's point, you know, to heart here in terms of you know the international reputation that I think has been certainly damaged. We've had a lot of labor disruptions in the last 12 to 24 months in this country, whether it be at ports, whether it be at railways, whether it be airlines. You know, there has been a number of labor disruptions, and I think that is something that you know we as a country, as our elected leaders, the business leaders as well, union leaders, we all need to recognize that this is something that cannot be maintained in terms of the frequency, in terms of the number of labor you know work stoppages that have taken place. You know, and we believe that there are some measures that can be put in place, you know, whether it be changes to the Canada Labor Code, whether it be looking at, you know, best practices in other jurisdictions, for example, the U.S. with the Railway Labor Act and the ability for them to deal with, you know, the potential for shutting down an entire supply chain within a country. I think, again, someone commented on that earlier that, you know, we can't, you know, as a country, we got to have some ability to maintain and to keep our supply chains open, especially when it comes to having you know an impact on jobs and the economy in such a widespread way. You know, we have to answer the call there in terms of making sure that we get back to you know an environment of stability and predictability when it comes to supply chains. And again, we've seen a fair share of challenges when it comes to work stoppages in the last couple of years. So I think, again, that's certainly a major headwind. An uncertain regulatory environment. Again, you know, we're of you know the opinion here that in order to encourage investments, in order to ensure long-term planning, there needs to be a certain amount of certainty and predictability on the regulatory side. And we've seen a kind of a recreeping of regulations in the last couple of years. And again, I think you know the mindset has to be, how do we drive investments? How do we continue to improve the capacity within the supply chain? You know, it's best done when there is some you know public policy that encourages that. When there is you know the need for, again, maintaining a regulatory environment that's fair, that's predictable, that's evidence-based. Again, we see that as an opportunity to look at things differently, to make sure that we create a more investment-focused environment. And again, that's a headwind that I think we've all seen in the last couple of years. On the U.S. side, you know, with 2026, the CUSMA or USMCA up for renegotiation. You've got President-elect Trump taking office in late January. I think again, if you look at President Trump and his approach in the past, and certainly some of the statements and comments that have come out recently, is that he's going to be very strategic in negotiating the power of tariffs to maximize U.S. interests. But I also think that his overarching goal will be to continue to make sure that there is economic growth in this country, and I think cross-border trade certainly represents a significant portion of revenues for railways, but it represents a significant part of Canada's total GDP, and we need to make sure that Canada and the U.S. and Mexico that we continue to have bilateral trade agreements that are going to favor North America as a whole. And so while there's some headwinds there, I think again, if you look at history, that there will be some hard negotiations, some hard decisions made, but I think we all want the same thing, and that is having a North American economy that is fully integrated and is going to have an ability to grow and prosper as we go forward. Extended regular interswitching, that did come up again, I think in one of the presentations. We continue to be concerned with the impact on unionized jobs. From 2014 to 2017, when there was a pilot project in place, it became very clear as the extended regular interswitching was maintained that it was having a domino effect on thousands of carloads being sent to the U.S. via BNSF, and that's just not an impact on railway jobs. That's an impact on port jobs. So the longer this pilot project takes or stays in place, then the impact becomes real. Again, it's on jobs, it's on investments, because if extended regular interswitching is favoring a U.S. railway over a Canadian railway, then the Canadian railways are in a position where they have to make decisions on their own investment decisions, and if they don't see a fair return on investing more in Canada because of extended regular interswitching, then capital flows south. I mean, capital flows where there's the highest return on your investments, and where regulations or public policy favors return on those investments. So we're really concerned that extended regular interswitching, if it continues beyond the pilot timeline, the pilot project timeline, which is March of 2025, that we're going to continue to see the same negative impacts that we saw from 2014 to 2017, which was when the pilot projects is in place longer and longer, there's more traffic diverted south, and the beneficiary of that are the U.S. Class 1 railways, in particular BNSF. Increased dwell times, it's no big secret that the ranking of some of our ports in Canada have not been stellar in the last couple of years. Port dwell times have increased significantly, averaged 157 hours in 2022. There's some things that can be done in terms of investments. We have been advocating that ports should be operating 24/7, like other parts of the supply chain. We need to make investments to ensure that things like loading grain in the rain at the Port of Vancouver can be done safely and efficiently, like it is at Seattle or like it is at Portland. Those are things that are facing us as a challenge within our supply chain, but there are some solutions, and again, investments can go a long way in addressing some of those challenges. And then finally, I think we all, again, I think it was brought up earlier. We continue to deal with climate change, extreme weather conditions, whether it be forest fires, whether it be extreme cold, whether it be floods. We have to make sure that our infrastructure, as we build more infrastructure out, will be able to withstand some of those extreme climate conditions. And again, as a country, we've got a lot to lose here if we do not continue to invest, but also invest smartly and invest for the long term to make sure that our infrastructure can withstand the challenges that, again, we've seen here in the last several years here in Canada. At the end of the day, it's collaboration that really is going to allow us to ensure that our supply chains continue to be fluid, that we continue to expand capacity. So again, addressing the labor challenges. I mentioned the solutions for loading grain in the rain in Vancouver. Precise and accurate customer demand forecasts. I know that Robert Dick and his office and his people are working very closely on that issue. Modal integration programs. There are some jurisdictions like Quebec, for example, where being able to have some incentives to move traffic from road to rail. The benefits of that, the benefits on public infrastructure, the benefits to the environment, the benefits from a safety point of view. There's some modal shift incentives that can be advanced here and ensuring that we continue to maximize our supply chains and we continue to do it in a very green way, which rail is obviously the greenest mode of transportation that we can have. Capital cost allowance rates, again, creating that environment where businesses will be incentivized to invest in their infrastructure, to invest in the supply chains. We have made several representations to the federal government, to Revenue Canada, the importance of ensuring that we stay competitive with respect to our U.S. counterparts who have had significant incentives built in the last couple of years under the Biden administration. We need to make sure that Canada remains competitive, that we incentivize more investments, and certainly capital costs allowance rates is one area that we've focused on and have made some recommendations there. And then, support for short lines. Canada's short line railways play that critical first mile, last mile function. There are over 60 short line railways in Canada. The one challenge that they face day in and day out is the ability to reinvest in our network. They don't have the same ability to reinvest like their Class 1s do, Class 1 counterparts. So there needs to be some dedicated programs put in place in Canada where short lines can benefit from a tax credit so that they can then reinvest in their network and do so with the knowledge that they're going to be able to generate tax credits as a result of those investments. And the reason why that's important is we've seen what it's done in the U.S. There is a dedicated program that exists in the U.S. For some time now, the 45G program, the CRISI program. And that is a program that has been working very, very well in the U.S. And it's allowed a lot of U.S. short line railways to expand, to grow capacity, to make sure that their network remains fluid and safe. And they've been able to do that because of these incentives and these tax credits that they've been able to benefit from for a number of years. So it's time that we bring that concept into Canada. And again, we've seen some good traction from several levels of government, including the Ontario government, which had it in their budget earlier this year, where they've made a commitment to put together a program to support short lines in Ontario. And we've had discussions with the federal government, but we believe here if we can get Ontario on board, there could be a domino effect there with other provinces because, again, we've got short lines across the country that are looking for an opportunity to reinvest in their network more, but there needs to be some incentives. And again, the U.S. example of the impacts of that in the U.S. has been very clear and very beneficial. Again, the importance of having efficient borders, making sure that the products that are leaving Canada flow efficiently. We've got over 100 trains across the Canada-U.S. border daily, and those trains are moving $500 million worth of goods daily. And in 2023 alone, railways moved over $171 billion worth of Canadian goods across the Canada-U.S. border. So the importance of this movement can't be overstated. And these goods, whether it be automotive, chemicals, metals, minerals, agricultural products, forest products, petroleum, fertilizer, it accounts for a significant portion of our trade with the U.S. and obviously trade with that it's moving through the U.S. to another country as well, for example, Mexico. So again, making sure that our borders are efficient, making sure that we continue to have trade agreements that's going to allow Canada, U.S., Mexico to continue to benefit from this flow of trade without the threat of additional tariffs. And then finally, railways work very closely with their customers, whether it be the Class 1s, whether it be the short lines, the relationship that exists there between the railways and their customers to accommodate for disruptions or changing trade patterns. It's the constant communications, the constant updates. That is something that I know that our railways take very seriously in terms of that relationship, and it's something that is ongoing on a daily basis here, again, to make sure that customers are getting the service and the support that they need. And then as a country, I think the railways, again, will continue to ensure that Canada continues to be a trading nation, that we have stable supply chains, that the rail industry continues to be a significant driver of economic growth. We're going to continue to invest billions of dollars annually to enhance safety, to enhance efficiency, support the growth of Canadian business, and at the same time provide for well-paying unionized jobs across the country. And again, these are benefits for Canada, is ensuring that we have that reliable service, competitive freight rail rates, and that we are world-class by all measures, including in safety, environmental innovation, and service performance. So I'm going to leave it at that, and happy to take any questions, or I guess we might go to the next presentation.
Well, there is one question on the chat.
Okay.
It's asking if you have dwell time data for the year 2023 or any information on trends over recent years.
We did a deeper dive, I'm going to say about 18 months ago, on port dwell times. I'd be happy to share that study. It was a paper that we did. One of our team members did a study on that, and I don't know. Yeah, Jonathan, I think it just saw a comment come up there. So that is something that we're happy to share, but it's not 2023 data. It would be based on, I believe, 2021 or 2022 data.
Okay. I was quickly looking at grain monitoring data on what dwell times were, but I hadn't got that far yet.
Jump in if you
yeah,
like.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hey, yeah. So the report Mark's mentioning covers the period up to 2022, and we are looking at we're going to be pulling the data soon on 2023. Just at a high level, the port dwell data, it's come down a bit from 2022. So it's in 2023, it averaged 113 hours. So still elevated compared to the pre-pandemic period, but there's an improvement over 2022. And then on the rail side, it's been pretty consistent, remaining below 10 hours on rail terminal dwell. And then we also take a bit of a look at the marine vessel delays, and those are still quite elevated since the pandemic. So that affects kind of the whole supply chain with things coming into Canada.
I was just looking at total Western ports as of the first quarter of this year is at 12 hours. So for grain.
For grain, okay.
For grain. Any questions come up? I'm sure that there will be some by the time we get through Doug's presentation.
I'm around.
Yeah, great. We'll bring Doug up into the conversation. I see there he's working from home today. Doug Mills is the senior account representative for the Vancouver and Fraser Port Authority. He brings more than 40 years of experience to his work at the Fraser Port Authority in marine, road, air modes of transportation. I should say that Doug is probably one of the more informed people that we can deal with at the port. He has been there for quite a long time and has great knowledge of the entire industry. He joined in 2000. He served in the statistics group, in the shore operations, and the supply chain and trade development departments at the port, where he's currently holding that position. And he's responsible for bulk, break bulk, export container, cargo and the cargo sectors. Cargo commodities in Doug's portfolio includes coal, potash, grain, sulfur, forest products, steel, project cargoes, liquid bulk products. He's born and raised in Vancouver, and he has a bachelor's degree in business and liberal arts from Simon Fraser University, as well as a diploma in marketing management, technology, and transportation distribution management from BCIT. Doug, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Barry, for the invitation to come and speak with everybody today. I was just pining that I've been coming here now, I got to say it's over 15 years. And one of the things that draws me to attend these sessions is the level that this particular group brings transportation up into the discussion. And unlike many others, it's a common feature that is often discussed in detail. And I enjoy getting in front of industry experts and hearing about what is affecting their particular areas and learning from this group. It's very, very helpful. So Barry asked me basically when I was looking at a presentation deck, what should I be speaking about? And I see that the focus here in this afternoon particularly is around supply chain disruptions. And he asked how that would impact the port and what does it look like? And I thought about that, and I most certainly will address to my ability some examples of what those look like. But I think in context of the port and what we do, I think it's important that I first of all talk about who are we and what do we do. And respectively, it allows a differentiation from this particular port and others in North America, down the coast, or even internationally, and how this differentiates. So some of those, and let me pull up my presentation here. So let me just start out with our general explanation of who we are. In a broad paintbrush, we're here to facilitate trade. And really what we're intended to do is act as an agent of the government in managing the federal lands that are designated to do so, as well as the waterways. And when we do that, to do it safely, efficiently, and to do it with First Nations, the environment, and local communities in mind. I think an important distinction when we talk about supply chain disruptions, the Port Authority is not involved in the day-to-day commercial transactions of business in the port. We're not involved in the terminal, side of decision-making, or in the supply chain partners like railway decisions as to when trains get delivered, nor are we directly involved in the day-to-day vessel scheduling and times of loading, etc. However, I will speak to in this about what our role is in ensuring efficiency is met and how we do that. I also wanted to address, I think, what I heard many people talk about in terms of moving cargo to their customers in describing the supply chain. I call that the big S supply chain. And in fact, what Vancouver as a port is several supply chains. I think that's an important distinction, because within each of those supply chains, there are operational decisions that are being made, and with the intent on creating efficiency, obviously, but often within a blinders view of what other supply chains are doing, and therefore, without intent, making decisions with the hopes of optimizing efficiency, but in fact, to other supply chains within the gateway can sub-optimize what they are doing. And inadvertently, it then sub-optimizes the larger S supply chain. So I'm going to speak to a bit of that and how we differentiate those conversations. So this is the jurisdiction in a geographical sense. That represents about 360 kilometers of shoreline. All of the red areas are the foreshore that is comes under our responsibility. The dark blue is the navigable waters that we're also responsible for navigation aids and safety of transit. And within this lies 2.4 million people. And what you don't see is the spider web of roads and rail network that's within that. Well, you do see some of the rail. And 16 municipalities with 16 different mayors and councils with different interests on what the land is used for and how we accommodate movement of cargo through it, as well as 35 traditional and treaty lands of the Coast Salish groups, First Nations. So as you can see, this creates some complexity in terms of the last mile when we come in to deliver goods to the terminals. So let's look at year to date as of October. This is the cargo patterns as compared to the same period in 2023. As you'll note, over total cargo saw a 5% increase year to date. That's on 140 million tons. That represents about the size of a new terminal. And that, although that is a higher rate than we had projected, we're still running on average between 2 and 3% growth of cargo movement through the gateway. That is extremely significant and means that all of the resiliency that we look to when we have disruptions also has to be talked about in context of this growth that's coming at us and how we prepare for the next 100,000 tons or 1,000,000 tons or tens of millions of tons, because it is coming. If we have capacity, that opportunity is there for Canada in GDP growth. So going through very quickly, auto was up last year 9%. Much of that was a recapture of, I guess, lost market due to the chip manufacturing issues, prevented export of import, I should say, of automobile volumes. About a 2.2% increase in coal. It's been relatively stable over the years, but continues to be our largest commodity actually moving through the port. Slight decrease, 2% in grain, but that again was measured as of October and the transportation season had not ended at that point. Potash down about 3%, which from year to year could be very cyclical based on buying patterns of the global markets. Foreign break bulk down. Again, this is very relative to the cost of containerized cargo and the cost of moving goods via ship. As one has a benefit over the other, we see break bulk cargoes move between the two types of shipment. The foreign petroleum is a new growth area. It's the largest step increase in tonnage at the port in our history. And that is the result of the TMX twinning of the pipeline and the beginning of the export of petroleum products out of the Westridge terminal. That's representing over 300 new vessel movements. And I'll speak more to that and what that means in terms of mitigating supply chain impacts. Containers up 15%, TEUs, again, some of that recovery from lost opportunities in global supply chain disruptions, containers being in the wrong place for the movement of goods when they wanted to move, and or cargoes or containers being moved without cargo in them in order to get them to Asia to take care of the large supply backlog when it was recovering from the disruptions. And then cruise, 7% increase, over 103 million passengers through Vancouver. Does not directly impact a lot of the supply chain details I'm talking about, but is extremely important to the local regions in terms of economic activity and the downstream spend effects of those passengers. Very quickly, largest commodities moving through the port prior to TMX, coal moving through there, followed by grain and related grain products, fertilizers, including potash and sulfur, forest products, everything from chips, logs, lumber, pulp, paper, etc. And then chemical, it's a catch-all category, chemicals, basic metals, and minerals, rounding out the largest tonnage movements. Containerized cargo, if you look at the red line, that was that's 2024 year to date as of August, and you'll see that line is running above last year as well as 2019, which was one of the largest record movement of containers, and you'll see we're exceeding those numbers as of August of this year. This is all setting up to speak to that growth and what we need to do in terms of supply chain resilience. Our demand forecast, this is all the commodities showing very strong growth within the gateway. Again, we had forecast 2 to 3% growth rates, but we're just seeing now in the recent year to date that that's actually exceeding up to 5%. Examples. So when we talk about how do we create resilience in the gateway, part of it is keeping up with that demand so we have excess capacity to take on that additional cargo when issues occur, such as supply chain disruptions, such as strikes are a little more difficult to deal with in terms of if it's a terminal being shut down, but in terms of being able to accommodate movement of cargoes that are destined for the terminals, if you have latent capacity, you can absorb some of that into the terminal. Terminal expansion projects we have been directly involved and invested into include the Centerm expansion, which was completed last year. I think you've heard that industrial land is an extremely short supply in the Vancouver region. In this case, we built and built out the Centerm expansion on only a 15% increase in footprint. And working with DP World, we're able to look at reconfiguration of this terminal, including rail access, truck access, and the use of newer technologies to increase efficiencies, and realized a 60% increase in the throughput capacity of that terminal, up to from 900,000 to 1.5 million TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units, if you're not familiar with the terminology. And Roberts Bank Terminal 2, we talk about building infrastructure in Vancouver, but not just in Vancouver, I would argue across the country. It's not easy. In fact, this particular project, which saw a generational increase in container throughput capacity, has been worked on for well over 10 years. And 10 years of that was put through the environmental assessment process, which in anybody other jurisdiction would be just, they would cross their eyes at you. It's taking too long to bring on critical infrastructure into the gateway, and we're hearing it in many sectors in terms of economic development. However, we're moving well ahead, and we anticipate we're right now getting through many of the requirements under that environmental assessment to meet Fisheries Act requirements, which we're checking off those boxes, and engineering will be underway shortly in terms of reclaiming land to create that peninsula, which currently doesn't exist. We're forced to build land out in the ocean in order to accommodate the type of growth of step functions that we need. These are also the key pillars for ensuring that the gateway can handle future growth, and that is the Port Authority-led gateway projects, together with our supply chain partners like CN, CP, and the province and the federal government, in debottlenecking the access from our shippers to the terminals. And these primarily involve road and rail grade separations to ensure, again, we can move what we move most efficiently at greater speed and greater volumes. So this is just a depiction of the projects that are currently either underway, shovels in ground, under development in engineering, and or on the planning books, and working with our supply chain partners to facilitate. These are some of those examples. The one on the left is a key feature. I'll focus on that. The Burnaby Rail Corridor Improvements Project, or a suite of projects that include the sea-end ventilation of a tunnel through its network over the second narrows to that point that was mentioned earlier into North Vancouver, where all of those important terminals are for grain, for potash, for coal. This is one of those suite of projects, which includes the Hold'em Overpass. And why this is important is it is a bottleneck currently. It is a crossing that is critically used by the city of Burnaby and also prevents the most effective use of the rail access onto the North Shore. By creating this, we're able to stage trains at the east end of the Thornton Tunnel, and allowing for them to then facilitate openings and move the maximum number of trains into the North Shore where we can. It secondarily provides the city of Burnaby, I should say, with a more fluid flow of commuter traffic, and for their first responders and their supplies, and it debottlenecks their community. So it's a win-win opportunity. Those projects are dotted and virtually mimicked in the other two slides, or the other two examples next to them. And this is, I think, is the report card of that kind of work. This is private investment into the gateway once they understood that the access to the terminals was being looked into. We look at those projects 15, 20 years out, in part because we have to. We have to ensure we create capacity for these private investments, but also it takes that long to get it through approval processes and the building processes. So we're very much future focused. The Neptune example was only the investment since 2021. The total investment in upgrades for the coal portion of that terminal was well over $1 billion in the last 7 years. So they've effectively been able to rationalize all the coal movement, or most of their coal movement, into this terminal. And similarly with Richardson, with their expansion of their terminal, and with the rail yard expansion at 25 million, and the PCT delivered liquid bulk for canola oil and for other liquid properties, as well as previous investments into their potash for K+S. So it's not just about bricks and mortar. It's not just about building things, which we began doing outside of our jurisdiction just 10, 15 years ago. And that was because we realized that what impacts us at the port often happens outside of our jurisdiction. So where we can affect change to allow for a more fluid operation, to allow for capacity increases, made sense. And that's where we got involved together with the federal government and other supply chain partners into tri-party investments into those projects I was referring to. This is the other side that is obvious for many who are in the supply chain, and that is measuring and monitoring and the digital representation of how goods move. When I said the supply chains, the small s, are really what is comprised of the big S supply chain. This is an effort for us to have a better visibility into what the global health of the big S supply chain is. On the marine side, we're working on initiatives around active vessel traffic management that involves the prioritization, the active prioritization of vessel movement. In the past, it was left to other supply chain partners on individual decision-making criteria. We decided to create a commercial rationale to be included into decision of when vessels move, so that we minimize conflicts on the marine side as we now see additional marine traffic occurring. Predictive analytics for knowing when vessels are going to be where they need to be, when they'll be there, when they need to access things like the Second Narrows rail bridge, and how we can optimize those crossings relative to rail movements. Container truck optimization. We've been working on this feature for a number of years, including the truck licensing system, which ensures we can identify all trucks that need to access port lands. And we then insist on the intermodal licensing of those trucks to then have them install GPS transceivers so that we can track and monitor what they are doing, and allows us not to rely on anecdotal reports of activities, but actually be able to see them in real time, and allows us to search out the root problems and uncover where we can apply resources for optimization. And then visualization tools for rail movements are coming at us in the future, so in dashboards, and to optimize the second arrows, as I mentioned, and creating digital twins so that we can look at different applications of what supply chain volumes might move at any given time and how that impacts supply chains. I mentioned the centralized scheduling system. The other piece is port anchorages, a limited resource for which it is being pushed, particularly during supply chain disruptions, to the point where we had vessels that could not find anchor, which is a safety issue. It's also a commercial viability issue. We need to be able to have vessels close to terminals when they need to transact business. We need vessels that are not going to be transacting business in any reasonable amount of time to perhaps schedule or to facilitate their anchorage at a anchorage spot further away from the port jurisdiction. And if they're full, to then relay information to the charters, to the vessel shippers, so that they can take mitigation efforts like slow steaming and or altering destination ports if necessary or if possible. So direct items relative to supply chain resilience, I just noted down a few bullets here. It's in the context of the larger capacity discussion, because there's constant work obviously already afoot, but other side agreements you may or may not be aware of, or initiatives, I should say. One includes an agreement with the inland terminal at Ashcroft to study opportunities for surge capacity in the event we have issues. As you know, we had a multiple series of outages over the years, including fires, floods. We actually had a point at which the entire region of Vancouver was cut off from all of Canada due to floods. We had COVID impacts. We had COVID-related supply chain, we call it bullwhip effect, in which when production stopped, it created a void in North America through which a huge thrust of supply was trying to fill demand, which created transportation issues, which changed pricing dynamics. All of that are visualized in terms of what do we do if something like this happens. And sure enough, they're happening continuously with labor issues, with the Red Sea, with the Panama and other supply chain issues, which inadvertently do have major impacts on global transportation networks. Growing overall capacity through site projects, I mentioned that, to increase capacity, efficiency of road and rail networks in the jurisdiction, increase opportunities around short sea shipping. And that would be finding alternative means to move cargoes that would then take away from impeding, for example, truck traffic in the major corridors within the Vancouver region. Efforts to map the shoreline. We've been in the last number of years doing satellite depictions of all the properties around the port to understand where the risks are in terms of global tides rising. It is happening, and we are looking at mitigation efforts to address where we need to reinforce areas to create operational decisions or create operational awareness for those that need to trigger operational changes when those events happen. For example, during a high tide storm during a full moon, which happens to be an exceptional high tide. Utilization of unused port lands has been used in the past and will be used again. We do have lands that are held in abeyance by the port for future development. We will operationalize those for laydown areas, whether it be for empty containers or import steel products, to relieve the pressure at the docks so that we don't become bottlenecked at the terminal. Those efforts are fully operationalized within our operations department, and we regularly meet with our supply chain partners at the terminals, the railways, trucking companies to go through tabletop exercises about how those might occur during an event. And we work with and support the National Supply Chain Office and Robert's group, work hand in hand around a common interest, which is to ensure movement of goods through this gateway on behalf of Canadians. And I'm remiss if I don't mention this because within all of that technical supply chain discussion, there is the fact that we sit in a big fishbowl called Vancouver, and you have millions of eyeballs on what we do and how we do it. And arguably one of the most pristine areas in terms of just the environment, in terms of use by First Nations, in terms of tourism, and in terms of the wildlife and infrastructure. These are examples of just a few of the efforts that the port has to be involved in order to demonstrate that we are stewards of the port, looking after our responsibilities appropriately. And this does two things. It does what we should be doing because it's the right thing to do, but it also shows the local communities, First Nations, and interested groups that we're doing so in a way that's responsible, and it gives us an opportunity to continue with 3%, 4%, 5% growth rates without scaring people to becoming opponents to those growth projects. So these will always be part of that discussion. And I think that's the end of my slide deck. So I will stop sharing.
Thanks very much, Doug. Great presentation, both of Mark and Doug. I noticed that there is a couple of comments on here. One comment was referring to the G3 terminal, which was just about $1 billion. That's also North Shore. I wouldn't want to miss that one. Going back to Mark, there was a comment here, and I don't know whether it's a comment or a question, but I'm going to make it a question because it refers to the passenger rail corridor that is connecting Toronto and Quebec City, that's under discussion by Via Rail right now. I'm wondering, Mark, if that is a bonus for the freight transportation ultimately, because it would reduce the amount of passenger traffic on that line. Is that part of the consideration as to promoting that, is to make that freight corridor better and give it greater capacity?
Yeah, so the what you're referring to is what was originally referred to as HFR, high frequency rail. I think it's kind of morphed into HSR, high speed rail. There's a lot of discussion. There's still a lot of unknowns, but there were 3 consortiums that have submitted bids. Those bids were submitted this past summer. These bids were intended to look at what it would take in order to build out a network like that, a dedicated rail corridor for passenger rail. My understanding was that the federal government was going to potentially announce the winning bid before the end of Christmas, but I think it's going to extend into 2025. Listen, at the end of the day, it's a win-win. If the economics, if the ability to create a dedicated corridor for passenger railway between Quebec City and Toronto does come to fruition, it will mean a win for passengers who take the train, because you're on a dedicated track as opposed to predominantly on CN track. And then for the freight, it ensures that both freight railways, and in particular here CN, because again, Via Rail runs predominantly on the CN track, that it would protect their ability to continue to meet the growing demand for freight capacity, because that's the challenge, right? We want to ensure that our Class 1s continue to deliver the goods that Canadian businesses and the Canadian economy needs, but to not be restricted by the fact that you currently have passenger railway running on freight tracks. So it is a win-win for passenger and a win for freight capacity as well.
This one is for Doug. It's from Paul. He says, "Great presentation, Doug. The port is a landlord, water lord, environment lord, and increasingly data lords. Can you speak to a bit more to how data and information is being shared within the port, the supply chains, and other port authorities around the globe?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we've known for some time that measuring the activity is very important in two frames. One is to maximize operational efficiency. The second is to ensure that the investments that you originally made are being used to their maximum. And before you have your hand out for the next bridge or for the next big project, be able to demonstrate that you're utilizing those assets responsibly. So all that to say is this has been an effort ongoing for some time. Happy to report that we have recent written agreements for data exchanges with both CPKC and CN. As well, we do have with all of our terminal operators. We're moving from sector to sector carefully, and I raise that because of my description of the supply chain earlier. The idiosyncrasies between supply chains can be quite dramatic, and we want to ensure that we understand them before we delve too deeply into them. However, I think in terms of sharing that data globally, I think we've seen how that happens in some of the reports we've seen internationally about port productivity, et cetera. You can't compare apples and oranges. The Port of Vancouver is unique in the variety of products that we handle. We're arguably the most diversified port in North America. And at the same time, we're larger than the next 3 Canadian ports combined. So that is a big funnel with a lot moving through it. All that to say is that same situation doesn't necessarily exist at other ports around the world. LA Long Beach is primarily a container port. Port of Houston is primarily a liquid bulk with some dry bulk handling capacity. There's very few that have the variety of products that are moving as we do. And to give them an anecdote of what we see in our data for them to learn from could be problematic, because they don't realize the impacts of those decisions I was talking about that can either bolster the entire supply chain or suboptimize the global supply chain and therefore other takers. So I don't believe we're trying to hang on to that information. We just want to make sure that it's properly understood before we utilize it for whatever myriad of purposes it could be used for. Hope that answers your question.
I think it's a good answer. I'm going to go back to Mark. And this is my question. You made in one of your slides, you were referring to the collaboration, and specifically one of your items was regarding labor issues. How would the stakeholder community or the participants in the supply chain help in a collaborative fashion to mitigate some of the labor disruption? I don't mean to put you on the spot about that one, but it really kind of piqued my interest, because it's something that I think is on a lot of people's minds. We've already heard about it today.
Yeah, so I think the best way for me to answer that is maybe to kind of look back at what's happened the last year and a half, 2 years, where when one part of the supply chain goes down, it's got a wide domino effect on shippers, on communities, on employees, on employers. If the rail line is down because of a labor dispute where they couldn't you couldn't get resolution through collective bargaining, but then binding arbitration was being delayed because of circumstances and challenges there. Collectively we all felt that. It wasn't just the railway employees that weren't going to work. It wasn't just the railway companies that weren't running their trains. It was having a domino effect. So when I say collectively, I think we need to work together on labor disruptions and work stoppages, because it has an impact on the economy, on families, on workers, on plants, so on and so forth. And again, I think the one thing that we have advocated for is that if if, collective bargaining doesn't work for whatever reason, then there should be a mechanism where binding arbitration comes to the forefront quickly here, because you can have a small union, shut down an entire network. And I think, again, as a country, we should be concerned about its impact on the economy, on our reputation, on our ability to make sure that our goods get to market. And so I think, again, it's having that collective ability to come together and solve that or recommend things collectively that I think would benefit all of us. And again, ensuring the predictability and reliability of our labor stability going forward.
Thanks, Mark. Don't see any questions coming up in the chat right now, but I'm looking at Barry. Barry's sitting there going, "Oh, I got questions."
I always got a question, but actually I've got a comment. Just as I'm listening to this, what gems we have in terms of the railway system and the ports. I mean, these are privately funded, and the railways, contributing 2.2 billion in taxes. Most countries are subsidizing their railways. They're not paying taxes to them. And the ports, I know, Doug, you may comment a bit more on this. The U.S. airports, by contrast, are hugely subsidized versus the Port of Vancouver and our Canadian ports, and yet they're performing very well. The other thing that struck me in this discussion is the comment about the growth of volume going through the port and the investment. Because two things we heard in this conference was about lagging productivity, and of course we hear in the radio almost every day that the economy is not doing that well, that maybe we're already in a recession, so on. But in contrast, what I see is this increased volume moving through the ports, and the railways certainly are busy. And so it's not on the goods movement side that we have this recessionary period. It's consumer purchasing power. And of course, that leads us back to the first of this day where we talked about food prices. It's not just food prices, it's cost of living that's making everything strange. So it's interesting to hear that the goods movement side and the supply chains for exports are actually not following that pattern. It's a very different stream. So just a comment, maybe you could comment on it yourselves.
Yeah, I could, a couple things I could speak to. The contrast between other port authorities and Canadian port authorities, particularly in the US, they generally are governed by a harbor commission, and that harbor commission is locally elected, and they subsequently collect much of their revenue from taxation, and therefore much of the investment has to show significant local benefit if they care to get reelected. I think the founders of the Canada Marine Act and the establishment of the ports in Canada thought about it the right way, and that is to create a federal focus for all of Canada to ensure that we have capacity to be able to trade, and that investments are made not just for local benefit, but for the benefit of all across Canada. The other feature I'd be a little cautionary on is using our global numbers to necessarily indicate a positiveness or a negative impact on any one supply chain, because we tend to blend out opportunities and dips in supply chain cycles. For example, the cost of things, inevitably is going up, in part because of global impacts on supply, in part because of container import issues in supplying what is needed for the global economy. And when one group starts to see that, as I said, that downturn, we saw incredible increases or rebounds in other markets. So your point is taken. We're healthy as a port authority. I would not want to be the economist in the room and be able to say that that's going to dictate what the economy looks like as a result moving forward. So anyway, I leave you with that.
Just one more point on that, Doug. The other big difference between Canadian ports and US ports, as an example, is their ability to raise capital is considerably different And I don't know that a lot of people are aware of that.
Right, right.
They have the ability to borrow money, whereas Canadian ports do not really.
Well, we're limited in the amount of money that we can borrow, and typically there's positives and negatives to it. They can access capital for large infrastructure projects, and I believe the federal government, when they want to, can inject a significant amount of funds directly into a port jurisdiction facility. In our jurisdiction in Canada, the federal government is precluded from making direct investment into port jurisdiction, but they can participate in off-jurisdiction investments that support the supply chain. So it's a little more complicated, but your point is taken.
Another question here, again from Paul. A joint port and rail question. We've heard that TMX will create about 300 additional ship calls per year, which I guess is 600 additional transits under the Second Narrows Bridge. Any early assessment of the impacts on the train throughput to and from the North Shore due to the additional bridge lifts? I know that we've done some analysis on that, but Doug, I think you're more aware.
Yeah, so we've been working closely with CN, the government, in terms of how we ramped up the opening of the TMX, including initiatives like AVTM, Advanced Vessel Traffic Management. And those were specifically intended to pull latent capacity out of that system, given the constraints that were in the environment at the time. For example, Canada Marine Act provides vessels with the priority in terms of transiting, and therefore trains have to wait if a vessel requires movement. That creates an operational planning nightmare and restricted the capacity in terms of measuring it over time in real terms. That the vessels, however, are also restricted by tides and nighttime transits, because those full tankers, we're very, very careful that we don't want to be another Baltimore. So we restrict the access under that bridge, as well as they must be tied to two tugs when they're transiting, and they cannot move during an active tidal flow. So all this puts a lot of pressure onto the windows that are available, not to mention local sailboats that want to transit. So what we're doing now is two things. Those suite of projects that I mentioned are meant to provide more opportunity for rail to move when the bridge is down. Secondly, we're working with within our jurisdiction to influence windows of opportunity for vessels to move, so the trains can then have certainty as to when they will cross the bridge. And we're also looking at future opportunities to adjust the Marine Act to allow for exceptions in the gateway, given the vital infrastructure that is the Second Narrows to support the North Vancouver network of terminals. So all that to say, we've done rail modeling. We believe that, given what has been reported to us from the terminals on the North Shore, and even given the additional 300 per year vessels that will move through under the bridge, we see that the capacity exists for the growth patterns, at least through the next 5-6 years. We're just revising those modelings right now to incorporate other possible options that we're thinking about. But yeah, we're very, very focused on ensuring we do not reduce capacity in the North Shore. And by the way, TMX, the purveyors of TMX have been extremely helpful in supplying resources for us to model this through various computer patterns to ensure that they're not negatively impacting that rail network as well.
Mark, do you have anything to add to that?
Not really. I thought Doug's answer was very thorough. So
Yeah. Just as a side, we'd only done the first 3 months of that operation, and we didn't see anything that was significant, but we continue to look at it as well. I could ask about a dozen more questions, but Barry, I think we've covered the territory here. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Doug. Mark, this was a great conversation, presentations.
Thank you, Mark.
Very much, both Marks and Doug, and for your great presentations. Let me just sum up a few concluding marks over the course of it. Like, what are the themes that we heard? And certainly we started out, talking about food prices, and food prices have gone up, but it doesn't appear that the same kind of escalation is ahead of us, except for a couple of areas. Certainly the beef prices being one, and the fruits and vegetables because of the exchange rates. Other than that, this new code of conduct may help things a little better. So there's a bit of good news on that side, but we'll wait and see. What is maybe the most shocking is that for a country as rich as Canada to have so many people that are food insecure is rather surprising. But I noticed in that data that also higher than food prices was residents and homes and housing and everything else. A lot of things going up. So it's probably more just a general pinch on consumers. And one of the things that you can't not do without is food. So this is something that we are buying, and perhaps may also explain some of the slowdown we're seeing in the economy when people are not making these other discretionary purchases simply because they don't have the money. But hopefully that changes. Clearly, where you are and who you are matters in terms of food and food prices, and the North is particularly affected, and certainly the effort of the food banks to try and alleviate some of that, and new initiatives coming along. But also some of these issues are just chronic problems, and some getting worse. Certainly the ice roads being one, and the cost of aviation being another. There is a solution that we've been talking about for a long time with the airships. I hope that will come to fruition sooner rather than later, because it looks like the climate change is not stopping. In fact, that was a theme that we heard throughout the entire day. I don't think a single speaker did not reference climate change in one way or another. And of course, this is not news, but it's just something that is progressive. The question of, after lunch, looking at this issue of productivity, and as I mentioned earlier, just this notion that where is that productivity lacking? It doesn't seem to be lacking in terms of investment at the ports. So maybe this is something more endemic in the rest of the economy rather than in our supply chains that are serving. And there's a question of uncertainty in terms of trade that Carlo Dade brought up, and certainly Jill also raised this in terms of we're not certain what's going to happen in the future. We're hopeful that things aren't going to be quite as disruptive as the news might have us believe, but there are certainly issues out there in terms of long-standing problems with non-tariff barriers and others that are not resolved and still need to be worked on. The last closing session really brought to line in my mind that the railways and the ports are the anchor tenants of the supply chain. And Doug, to your comment, I think that one of the themes is this notion of the big S supply chain and the small S supply chain. Those of us who work in this area understand that you can't compare the supply chain for furniture with the supply chain for automobiles or coal or anything else. Each supply chain is unique. And of course, in many cases, they're also competing for capacity within the ports and the railways and other modes of transport. So there's a natural issue that not all supply chains are going to get along, and also not all supply chains are going to be moving at the same speed. Some will be advancing quickly and some will be advancing more slowly. And I think you gave a very nice presentation in terms of what we saw. So with that, I will close. Again, thank you everyone for attending the 29th Fields on Wheels, and thank you to all our speakers and chairs for your great presentations and work to inform us. I've enjoyed it thoroughly. I also wish to acknowledge Chris, our man behind the scenes looking after the Zoom, and certainly the plan is to edit these recordings and make them available for everybody. So if someone wants to go back and see a certain section, or those who couldn't attend today could see them, they will be available in a few weeks or so. Also, of course, to the other members of the Transport Institute and the Department of Agriculture who also participated in helping us get the message out and preparing things. Thank you to those folks as well. So with that, thank you very much, everyone, and wish you well, and have a Merry Christmas. Bye for now.